representatives of public institutions
that will keep the room very warm. So I need you not to worry. There's a very nice program that has been prepared. I just want you to make sure that you're seated at a place where you feel comfortable. And for anybody that is still outside, let me ask our ushers to kindly usher them in so that in a short while from now, we begin this event and run it in an orderly fashion, because I want each and every one of us to be at a position to have a conversation that will spur the nation to greatness. Welcome to KICD. Today will be an amazing, amazing event, and we will run it, of course, from the top all the way to the bottom. And I just want to tell you that the program that has been prepared is solely because of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome each and every one of you. Please feel free. Sit wherever you want to sit so that we may have this conversation. In a short while from now, we're going to officially begin this program, and I'd wish to welcome each and every one of you. But in the meantime, I just want to introduce, of course, the biggest band that we have in the country. That is the Kenya Prison Band. Tupigeni makofi tafadhali, even as they prepare, and I will give it back to them so that in a short while from now, we begin the program. My name is MC Jack. I will be the MC for the day, and until the end, I want us to have a really good time. Karibuni sana, but in the meantime, Kenya Prison Band. Here we go.
somi somi lolango na epa basusue ngai kwekenge lokola liso olekanya we zongisa amomanga na congilate okolo yoko zongo otia yango na micro belisa ngai mingi te okolia ngai seigneur wana okolia ngai malamu basua lolango na epa basusue ngai konzete ya mbila yo memwelekelaka wapi mbo bango bazwaka na matanga to na bafeti somisomi tokoluka ngai isozelaka se ya nzambe po apesaka temple boni okopesanga manga mobesu papa basi bakanoli ye si je savais ça amisi maison Achille Vanamwana
nasirika nakozwa eloko nini yo natomboka nakozwa reponse nini yo moto soki akolina esaleli bana na bomwana na ye akoki kosilisa na mokolo moko telikasa nakoswana sepa ezali motindo na ye nandima mabe nalingi ye ebongi na banda libalo yo babanda bipai biso nakotisi moto na singa epai ya pasi nazali netumbo na motema kasi nalingisa ye akoki kosala na sika soki abimelinga nakosanga liloba na pesa ye na babineka bango baliaka balataka biso mula mobimba patalo moko na nzoto ye oh mama matata ya mwasi na mobali sila te na mokili mama 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 oh mama 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 oh mama mama vota ngai mwasi oya kunyokolo ngai mwasi nzamba pesi ngai etumu nakotoka basi bandeko banyako okofala ya bato nayokaka motema pasi
Some people they want to ask me for you, my life. I'm crazy about that love. I believe you on the phone. Many years I like to see you. Every day you run from me. I don't know what I'm. Le, mama nanga ye. Le, mobile kimanga nandako.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Turn to your neighbor, say neighbor. Turn to your neighbor, say neighbor. I love your hair. Asante sana. Welcome each and every person to this amazing event. And just before we start, allow me to ask all of us to kindly be upstanding. Naomba sote tuweze kusimama ili tuweze kufanya wimbo wa taifa. Kwa wale ambao wamevaa kofia ambaye sio rasmi ya serikali, ningeomba tafadhali kwa heshima iliyo juu uweze kutoa, na kwa wale ambao wanatembea ningeomba kwa moyo mkunjufu sana we maintain total silence as we head over to have the national anthem, and we will do both the Kenya national anthem and the East African anthem. Kenya Prison Band, over to you. Asante sana. And just before we take our seats, allow me to invite Bwana Mohammed Noor, who is the Sub-County Director for Education that is in Mandera East for the Muslim prayer. Mohammed Noor, tafadhali. You will be handed over the microphone. Patia microphone, tafadhali. Let me ask all of us to maintain silence.
Let's pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Thank you.
Asante sana. And as we maintain, of course, to be upstanding, allow me to call upon from Nakonek, that is Penina Kiriago, to lead us, of course, in a word of prayer so that we may be at par and we may begin this event.
May we pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, thank you, mighty Lord, for the gift of life that you've granted unto us to be here. We thank you, Father, for this program and this event that we're going to start in a few minutes. Thank you for our beautiful country, Kenya. My Lord, we thank you for our president. Thank you for our CEO, and thank you for each and every stakeholder and every participant in this event, mighty Lord. Even as we start the program, my Father, I pray, Almighty Lord, that we may be in the midst of all of this event until the end of the day. But above all, my Father, may you lead us into righteousness, for in Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Asanteni sana. You may all take your seats, and karibuni sana. Of course, as we begin this, turn to your neighbor, say neighbor. Angalia jirani, mwambie neighbor, I love your forehead. All right, angalia jirani tena, mwambie neighbor. Mwambie neighbor, you look good, but I look better than you. Angalia mwenye yako nyuma yako, mwambie neighbor, today you are my bodyguard. Asante sana. Wapi makofi jameni. Let's appreciate everybody that is here. And we want to say a very big thank you to, of course, everybody that has made it to this particular place. And even as we begin this event, let me tell you something. I'm properly in full understanding, Kwamba, there are so many counties in attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jack Kipiegon. I will be taking you through as the MC for the day until the tail end of this event. Allow me, of course, to whip a few counties that I can see are present here. When I mention your county, you can just stand up and just appreciate everybody that has made it to this place. Remember that most of the counties that are here are both ASAL, that is the semi-arid and the arid areas that we have in the 47 counties that we have in the Republic. I will start, of course, all the way from the Rift Valley. Please help me appreciate members from Baringo County. Wako wapi? Baringo wako. Wapigie makofi Baringo County tafadhali. Asante sana, this is Baringo County. And even as we do this, allow me, of course, to appreciate as well, all the way from the north, tafadhali tuwakaribishe Garisa County. Wapi Garisa County? Asante sana. Moving forward, of course, we cross over and it is time for Isiolo County. Wapi Isiolo County tafadhali? Wapigieni makofi Isiolo County. We say a very big welcome to you. Alafu we cross over and we do Mandera County. Wapi Mandera County tafadhali? Wapigieni makofi Mandera County. Thank you so much. And then we cross over as well and we do Samburu County. Wapi makofi ya Samburu tafadhali? Asante sana. Allow me to have Tana River County. Wapi Tana River? Tana River County? Tana River? Wanakuja. All right. Wapi Wajia? Where is Wajia? Wajia. Wapigieni makofi watu wa Wajia tafadhali. Asante sana. And of course we want to see wapi watu wa Embu. Embu County. Embu? Wako na sisi? All right, they're on the way. Wapi watu kutoka the neighboring county of Nairobi, that is county number 034. Wapi Kajiado County. Watu wa Kajiado County. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali. Hawa ni wa Nairobi kidogo, saa zingine ni wa Kajiado. Wapigieni makofi nonetheless. Nasema ni asante sana. Of course, from the coastal region, we want to cross over to Kilifi County. Wapi watu wa Kilifi County? Wapigieni makofi jameni. Asante sana. And then of course we move over to the eastern part of the country. We want to see wapi Kitui. Kitui County. Asante, mpigieni makofi tafadhali. Wapi Kwale County, of course, in the coastal region. Pigia makofi Kwale County tafadhali. May we have as well Laikipia County. Laikipia, wako na sisi. Laikipia. Asante, they are on the way. May we have Lamu County. Wapi Lamu County? Asante, pigieni makofi tafadhali. Wapi Makueni County, from the eastern part of the country. Makueni wako pale, wapigieni makofi. Wapi watu wetu wa Meru? Meru County? Wako na sisi? Watajiunga na sisi baadaye. Of course, tukielekea Rift Valley as well. Wapi Narok County? Watu kutoka kule Narok. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Anybody from Tharaka Nithi County? Asante, mpigieni makofi. And of course, crossing over, of course, as well to the Rift Valley, we have Elgeyo County. Wapi Elgeyo Marakwet County? Elgeyo Marakwet? They're on the way. Is there any county perhaps that I've not mentioned? Uasin Gishu County, county number 027. Pigia makofi Uasin Gishu County tafadhali. Asante sana. Any other that I've not? Mombasa. Mombasa County. Pigia makofi Mombasa County tafadhali. All right. Machakos County. Wapi Machakos County tafadhali? Nani mwingine? Kiambu County. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali. Number 22. Nani mwingine? Sorry? Turkana County. Pigia makofi Turkana County. Nani mwingine? Marsabit County. Wapigie makofi tafadhali. Asante. Nyeri County. Pigia makofi Nyeri County. There is Moranga as well. Wapi watu wa Moranga tafadhali? Asante sana. Nani mwingine? Homa Bay County. Pigia makofi Homa Bay. Asante sana. Of course, from county number 035, that is my home county. Pigia makofi Kericho County. Asante. West Pokot. Pigia makofi West Pokot. Iko mtu amesema Eldoret na tulikuwa tumesema Uasin Gishu County. Pigieni makofi nonetheless. Kisumu. Pigia makofi Kisumu County tafadhali. Asante sana, nafikiri tuko na wote sasa. Are we all here? Si ni kweli? That is the face of Kenya ambao wako hapa. And I'd just like to tell you, the reason why we are doing this is because we want you to see the inclusivity in this agenda. In everything that we are going to talk about today, it is an all-inclusive conversation. And by the time we are starting this event, I just want to know, of course I have my co-MC ambayo yuko na mimi hapa, na tuko na microphones from different regions. I just want to pose a question to you, in no particular order, somebody to react, whether from Kisumu, Marsabit, Isiolo, or wherever it is, even from Kericho, Uasin Gishu. What are your expectations today? What are you looking forward to today? What are you hoping that we achieve today? Nataka nisaidiwe microphone moja tafadhali. Who will go first? Mtu wa kwanza, nani? What are your expectations today? Nani? Mtu wa kwanza, one volunteer. Give me one volunteer tafadhali. Mtu wa kwanza, one volunteer. What are your expectations for the day? Today as we sit here, what are you expecting? Nani atatuanzishia? All right, let's cross over. Asante sana. Pigeni makofi tafadhali. From Uasin Gishu County, yeah? Asante, asante. Let's listen to her. Utaji introduce, you say your name and your expectations for the day. What's atakusaidia?
My name is Beatrice Keror from Eldoret GK High School in Uasin Gishu. My expectation today is that at the end of this meeting, I'm going to get a solution for clean cooking in our school. We use a lot of firewood. At the end of this meeting, we should get something that will help us to mitigate the climate change. Thank you.
Asante sana. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Pass the microphone to the gentleman, of course. Upande ule, there's a microphone right behind you. Utatuambia jina and your expectations for the day. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Abuga Justin. We are from Ekobora Company. We do solar cooking for school. And our biggest expectation, according to the theme, is to try and see whereby this can open up a platform for other providers of clean cooking to participate. Because, as I mentioned, we're doing solar cooking. It seems to be more like an LPG kind of certain solution. And as we know, there's no one solution fits every school in Kenya. So we hope that this can be opened up to other innovators like ourselves to participate and solve all these crises in Kenya, because we think it's very important to also be included in these kind of engagements. Otherwise, I'm very optimistic in that engagement.
Thank you so much. Pigeni makofi tafadhali. Let's appreciate what he's saying. And I need you to understand that the conversation is now taking shape. When you listen to people coming up with bright ideas, ready to take over the day, I need you to understand that even as the conversation is going on, I need you to be ready to have a very robust conversation, because the gentlemen that you're seeing seated here will have a lot to say, but at the same time, you are the ones to react that everything that will be said here today will be coming from you. Pass the microphone to Fadal. Nani? On the farthest end, there's a gentleman over there in glasses. Kindly pass the microphone to him. Ama tuanze pande hii, wacha tuanze pande hii, and then we cross over to the gentleman at the back. Please tell us your name and, of course, the expectations.
Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone. My name is Gladys Kerubo from the State Department for the Asals and Regional Development. And I'm very pleased for being part of this important stakeholder consultation. And my expectation is to see great collaborative ideas in implementing these clean cooking solutions that are not only climate smart, but solutions that cater for the unique need of ASAL community. I want also to see collaborations that can lead to recommendations which can enhance sustainability in the ASALs. Finally, I can say that I would like to see, at the end of the day, the project of clean cooking on how it can be aligned with the existing strategies for development in the ASALs. Thank you.
Asante sana. Let's pass it to the gentleman in glasses over there, and then tutakuja pande hii. Yes, kindly.
Good morning. My name is Oscar Mutwiri, and I represent a startup called Adumu. And my expectation is to meet ladies like her from Eldoret looking for clean cooking solutions, because that is what we offer. Thank you.
Amazing. And remember that I told you, you see the way the conversation is taking shape. It is because when we come together and bring our minds together, by the end of the day today, we will have had a very robust conversation that is actually purposed to steer the nation to where it is supposed to be. There was another lady over here who, yes, kindly, yes. I just want to hear the expectations that we have today. So you'll say your name and the expectations of the day.
Okay, my name is Rose Cheboiwa from Uasin Gishu County. Being a victim of respiratory diseases, my expectation is the reducing of using fuel and smoke to prevent learners from getting these respiratory diseases. While we are in the school compound and we are using a lot of wood to cook, many learners, the cooks that are there also get affected. Being a lover of environment, I like planting trees in the school compound, but because of using wood as fuel, we reduce a lot of trees in the compound. So this program has come at the right time, but how I wish, coming from almost a slum area in Eldoret, how I wish it will go overboard to provision of food or meals for the learners, so that those learners who miss meals during the day, even in their homes, can get the provision of food. Thank you.
Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali. And if you notice, there's a lady over here, kindly anza kumpelekea microphone. If you notice the way the conversation is taking shape, you will notice that there's a lot of ideas coming from different quarters. And by the end of this day, when we put them together, we will have something solid actually to spur this conversation ahead. So let's listen to what she has to say. Tafadhali ndio yule pale. Let's listen to what she has to say, and then we may proceed, of course, and begin this program officially.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Nancy Chebichi, and I come from the research arm. I work as a research scientist in Kemri, and from a Clean Air Africa perspective, we are working with schools and ensuring that they transition. And also from a global health perspective, I wish to understand how this meeting today will help us understand how best to do the financing part of clean cooking. Because overall, financing is the big deal. But then how will this meeting inform the financing strategies for sustainable clean cooking in schools? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Pigeni makofi pia naye tafadhali. Give me one person before I come to the partners that we have. Give me one tafadhali. There's a gentleman there. You'll tell us your name, of course, the county you're representing, and what your expectations
are. Good morning, everybody. I am Peter Getau Guchu from Kiambu. I do biogas construction. There was a time when I was trying to market biogas to schools, secondary schools, but I was surprised. The principals do not want biogas because they make money through buying firewood. So I hope today they will hear from us that it is important to use, to have biogas rather than using firewood. Thank you.
Asante sana. Tumpigeni makofi tafadhali. And like I still insist, and I still tell you that when this conversation starts, you will notice that there is a lot that people have in their mind. And we will come back to that discussion. This was just a tip of the iceberg to show you how we will react to each and every agenda that will be raised here today. So allow me to ask all our partners to kindly be upstanding from wherever you are. All our partners tafadhali to be upstanding from wherever they are. All our partners kindly to be upstanding from wherever they are. All our partners, tafadhali. Representative from UNICEF. Asante. Kindly pass the microphone, of course, to one of our partners. Aweze kujiintroduce, and then from there, thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ibrahim Lubad, education specialist working with the UNICEF Kenya Country Office. Glad to be with you here today to align all our efforts to support this important initiative to feed our kids in schools and to ensure that the continuity of education in a good environment. Thank you.
Asante sana. Let's appreciate our partners, tafadhali. Representative from UNICEF. Oh, is the one, all right. WFP. WFP. From the office of the First Lady. Representative from the, oh, asante. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. Asante sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Temina Busolo from Office of the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Doing Good. And I think my expectation for today is for us to come up with the solutions for schools to be able to transition to clean energy. And also that understanding of the need of clean energy solutions is also grasped so that we can be able to implement these initiatives in schools. Thank you.
Asante sana. Tumpigeni makofi tafadhali. May we have a representative from GIZ. 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 SIF. From SIF. Any representative? Which other one? Ignis Innovation. Any representative? Asante. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. Asante.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paulo Sogo, the CEO of Ignis Innovation. I am here to provide a solution for the clean cooking in institutions. Thank you.
All right, asante sana. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. And of course, it is at this time, of course, ladies and gentlemen, that of course I invite, of course, the CEO of NACONEC, that is Mr. Harun Yusuf, aweze kutupatia hotuba yake, na aweze pia kukaribisha wageni, ndo tuweze kuendelea. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome none other than the CEO, Mr. Harun Yusuf. Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali as he comes up on stage so that we may do this all together.
Thank you very much, MC, and Ambassador Ali, the Director General Education, who is also present here, the Governing Council Chair, Father Elena Zakai, who is also present, my former Chair of NACONEC, and Dr. Chris Galgalo, partners who are present. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Mine is probably to just take you through my small official speech. Before probably I invite and the DG and the team probably to also engage ourselves. Distinguished guests, government officials, partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to welcome you all to this very important national stakeholder consultation on institutional clean cooking for climate smart school meals. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, also the State Department for Basic Education, through the National Council for Nomadic Education in Kenya, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to each one of you for taking time to join us today, both in person and also online. I know quite a number of our partners are participating in this program online. Let me begin by recognizing Ambassador Ali, who is Kenya's climate envoy, and who is also present here. We will also be joined by the Minister for Education, or his representative, who will officially open in the course of time as we proceed. The Principal Secretary for Basic Education, and who is also representing the Minister for Education, will be coming. Madam PS will also be here in a short time. This gathering brings together a unique mix of voices representing government, development partners, civil society, the private sector, academia, and communities. Your presence is a reflection of the shared commitment we all hold to improve the lives and futures of our children. The school meals program, as you may be aware, in Kenya has begun a long way since 1980. It was a strategy to respond to the drought that afflicted in Kenya, many parts of Kenya at the time. Today, it is a key pillar of our national education system and a lifeline for our children, our millions of learners. Over 2.6 million learners currently benefit from the government-supported school meals, and our vision is to cover 10 million learners by the year 2030. I would also like to mention that our partners, who are also members of the National School Meals Coalition, are also covering a good number of learners also on the school meals, including food for education. But with this ambition comes a challenge we must confront head-on as we prepare these meals. Even if today Kenya was capable of financing school feeding for 10 million learners, there is also the momentous challenge on how do we prepare our meals. This is now why we're having our conversation today. Over 90% of schools in Kenya still rely on traditional biomass fuels, firewood and charcoal to cook daily meals. This practice contributes to negative impact on health, including respiratory diseases among the cooks and the children, drives deforestation, increases school operational cost, and exhibits greenhouse gas emissions. This is not a small problem. It's a systemic issue touching on health, climate, education quality, and economic sustainability. Even if today we had willing partners who are coming to support school feeding program in Kenya, the first question they will ask is, how do you prepare your school meals? And the moment you mention that you're using firewood, they don't want to take responsibility for being accused of actually contributing to deforestation in Kenya, and they pull away. So this is the kind of thing we're dealing with. It is not a small issue. It is not an issue. And it's actually a barrier to unlocking more resources. It's a barrier to mobilizing more partners. It's a barrier to even government itself coming strongly to support the program. In response to the government of Kenya, through the Ministry of Education and also through NACONEC, and in close collaboration with partners such as the Vast Carbon, who is our consultant, and Faith Engineering Works, is championing a transformative solution, the Institutional Clean Cooking Project. This initiative aims to transition schools from biomass-based cooking to clean energy sources such as LPG, electricity, biomass, and briquettes, and solar energy through the use of high-efficiency steam-based cooking systems designed for large institutional for use. These systems are modern, safe, faster, and more cost-effective. They are also digitally enabled, allowing us to monitor usage, track performance, and measure environmental and health impacts. We have already piloted the project in 6 schools, and we are also piloting again in 13 more schools to support this particular, just to make sure that we have results. These results speak volumes: less smoke, faster cooking, improved kitchen environment, and significant reductions in firewood consumption. Cooks report better working conditions, learners are getting their meals on time, and the school heads are observing reduced fuel costs. Possibly today you will be able to see from the live coverage when we're consulting the schools that are already doing it, you will see the results for yourselves. This is more than cooking upgrade. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a climate smart, health conscious, and dignity restoring intervention that aligns with one, Kenya's Vision 2030, the Energy Act of 2019, the National Climate Change and Strategy, and the Education Sector Strategic Plan 2023-2027. And beyond our policy frameworks, it represents a shared moral responsibility to protect the health of our children, preserve our environment, and build a more resilient education system. As we meet here today, this consultation marks an important milestone. It is not just an event. It is the beginning of a national journey, a journey that requires inclusive dialogue, shared learning, and coordinated action. We recognize that institutional clean cooking is not just a technical matter. It is a human issue. It's about how we feed our learners, how we value the people working behind the scenes in our schools, and how we prepare our public institutions for a future defined by climate urgency. Ladies and gentlemen, let this day be a platform for all of us, our national and county governments, private sector players, school leaders, development agencies, and communities to forge deeper partnerships and take collective ownership of the solution. To ensure that this program is responsive, equitable, sustainable, grievance redress mechanisms and environmental safeguards have also been embedded. We are committed to transparency in the use of carbon revenues and to putting real-time monitoring systems in place across all participating institutions. As we move forward, we invite continued engagements through pilot school visits, learning exchanges, community dialogues, and implementation support. Your contributions will help us turn this promising initiative into a national standard for how we power our schools and protect our future. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for your insights. Probably before I leave the stage, I would like to also thank the Director General of Education, the PS Education through the DG for spearheading the SECIP 2 Phase 2. And in SECIP Phase 2, we have about 20 units of kitchens that will be supporting this particular program. Those kitchens will have a capacity to feed 30,000 learners, and that is through the SECIP project. In Capil, we have got money available for 5 kitchens for smaller schools in the primaries, which has already been rolled out, and we're really grateful that SECIP and Capil have come on board to make sure that we realize our dream of supporting this particular program. I have a number of people also to thank very sincerely for having shown interest, including the OPEC Fund, SIF, which is also going to be here in the course of the day, probably to also make their remarks, for getting interest to support this particular program. WFP, UNICEF also providing technical expertise in a number of ways, the Rockefeller Foundation, and a number of partners who are really willing to support. This is a program that has got the support of almost every right-thinking person to ensure that we make sure institutional clean cooking in Kenya is rolled out nationally, as directed by His Excellency the President. As you may be aware, His Excellency has directed this be a national rollout when he had actually officially commissioned the first pilot project at the Garisa school, February this year. And I'm sure that much of a lot of other information will be revealed to you through the speech of the minister himself, which I do want to preempt. Thank you very much. Welcome all of you. We are not taking this for granted. and have a lovely day for this event. Thank you.
Asante sana. Let's appreciate the CEO, of course, Mr. Harun. Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali. And of course, setting the tone just to let everybody know that you're very much welcome to this amazing, amazing event. And like I told you before, we're going to have a very engaging conversation today. And remember that the reason why you see even the so many sophisticated cameras that we have around is because we have an online community that is watching us from far and wide. When you can see them, of course, moving around, the cameras just shifting positions, is because we have an online community that is watching us around. And remember that we are going to keep this conversation engaging, both here on the ground and even in the online spaces. Just before I bring in Director Charles, allow me to online community. Everything is in order. And as well, when you see us crossing over to the online communities, because we want to keep the conversation going, we want to keep the conversation as engaging as it is. Allow me to invite, even as the studio team are preparing for that clean audio, allow me to invite the DG for Education to make brief remarks so that we may continue with this program. Ladies and gentlemen, the DG. Pigeni makofi tafadhali.
Thank you very much. The CEO, Nakonek, who's our host and his chairman, Ambassador Ali Dawood, who's the special climate envoy for this country, and also the former chairman, the African Group of Climate Change Negotiators, of course appointed by His Excellency the President, and who is specifically in his own right an authority in this field of environmental studies. Participants, partners who have congregated here today, good morning. Well, I just want to start by saying that this initiative that we're witnessing today here is part of the reforms, not just this country, but specifically in the education sector. You are aware that this sector now is in the midst of major education reforms. And under the competence-based education, we are having our first cohort of students in grade 9 now. Today, and I'm sure the officers who are here will be interested, will be releasing as part of preparation for the transition to senior school in January 2026. Today, the ministry will be releasing the circular to schools on how the subjects will be arranged. The senior schools, will be able to timetable the subjects that will be offered to senior schools. We'll be releasing the circular today for the first time in the history of this country. So today is a major day for us. And I know the county directors who are here, the sub-county directors, officers in the field, and the school principals are so much interested in that. But coming to the subject matter of today, on this program the innovative and sustainable financing of universal climate smart school meals, to us, this is timely. And this is something we have been engaging the CEO and his team. So we are at least grateful and appreciate that we are covering another milestone in realizing this. And as the CEO has already told you, we've already piloted this in a number of schools. Nairobi School here, Garisa High School, and they have seen the benefit of all this in those institutions. And in the course of the presentations, I looked at the program. There'll be even some documentary about the experience, this has had in Garisa High School and Nairobi School. They'll be sharing. So we, in the sector, especially at the basic education sector where we are domiciled, NACONEC is an entity under the Basic Education Department, we're having 24,000 public primary schools. Our junior schools are almost the same. Every other primary school has a junior wing. The public secondary schools in this country are close to 9,700. And each one of them, in one way or another, prepares a meal every school day. If it's a day school, they have the lunch program. The boarding school, of course, they have the 3 meals in a day. And as you have heard from the speech of the CEO, each and every one of them is now dependent mainly on the firewood. So you can imagine annually the number of trees that we cut down. So when we're talking about sustainable development, a development that will give us what we need in the present generation, and a development that will not compromise the future generation, the needs of the future generation. That's what when we say sustainable development, that's what it means. So if we are the ones cutting down those trees, this is not sustainable. And so, this is timely. And at the Ministry of Education headquarters, we have coined a different, when NACONEC was being established in 2013, the terminology that we used then was, we were talking about nomadic education. People say, is there anything like nomadic education? What is nomadic education? Because what has been bothering educationists globally is how do you provide education to people who are on the move? They are always on the move. They are not, settled. And it is the requirements, by government. Education is a public good. It's government that provides. And so when you have a group of your citizens who are excluded from education, that is what has been bothering us. And that is when, for the first time, we started using that terminology, nomadic education. Of course, historically, the interventions like the low-cost boarding school, the school feeding programs are as old as the independence of this country. And so, with the coming of NACONEC, we have seen, these interventions being taken to, other levels. Specifically, if you look at this country, the areas that are the hardest hit when we talk of climate change is mainly the northern counties, the ASAL counties, the 14 counties that we talk of. When it is dry and the drought hits, you know what takes place. Children do not come to school. We're having, families unable to feed themselves. And on the other side, when the rains come, we see disasters within even in our educational institutions. We have seen situations where we're even unable to access schools, floods all over, roads are closed. Movement of teachers and students back from the school holidays is hampered. Lessons start, classes start after 2-3 weeks after open, or even sometimes 1 month. We've had another day, a school, I forgot the name, in Elgeyo Marakwet, as a result of landslide, the whole school and its buildings were wiped out completely. we had to put up a school in a new place, a whole secondary school, extra county, with close to over 1,000 children. So this is a reality, and so as a sector, we have to adapt to the climate change. We have a desk at the Ministry of Education, and we have officers staffed, and now we have coined globally. We are now talking of climate change education. Climate change education, and we've been working very closely with, partners like UNICEF. At the moment, I know, Ibrahim, we have just developed a tour, and very soon we'll be, getting on board a consultant who will try to help us to come up with how our schools can be climate resilient. And so, of course, the last few years also we have developed the ESD, Education for Sustainable Development Policy, to guide schools on what to put in place so that they can be climate resilient and all that goes with it. So we welcome this initiative, and we look forward to ensuring that all our schools will now be compliant in terms of ensuring that no tree is cut down, and therefore we're able to use this innovative and sustainable model of getting an alternative source of energy, the energy that our institutions require. So I think that is all I just wanted to say at this point. And we wish you fruitful discussions. This is a stakeholder engagement. Ensure that when you got that invitation, I'm sure you had something to say to come to this place. So the team is looking forward to your ideas and contributing to better improve the project document that has been developed by the team. Thank you very much, and that is all. Asanteni. Thank you.
Let's appreciate the DG, of course, for those remarks. Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali. And even as we continue with the program, I just want to tell you that remember that we are keeping it very engaged. So at any point when we are doing this, I just need you to know that you should be noting down somewhere all the reactions that you would feel that we should capture in this particular point. Remember that as well in the online community, I told you that we have a very able team, media team, that is doing everything to make sure that we have everybody, including the online community, participating in this particular front. Of course, we have Maria Torrent from the Rockefeller Foundation. Maria Torrent from the Rockefeller Foundation. I don't know if the audio clean for that. Is our sound team, is it? Is joining us from the Rockefeller Foundation. Just wishing everybody that is here a wonderful time, and just to say that we have a good conversation. Remember that we as well have Bernadette from the Ministry of Energy. Do we have her feed? Is it clean? Bernadette? All right, let's hear from Bernadette from the Ministry of Energy. Here we go. to let you know that, that if there's anybody by any chance that is allergic to any type of food, all right? I'm not talking about people from Western Kenya. I'm just saying if there's anybody by any chance who is allergic to any food, you will notify our team, and then they will, of course, make sure that everything is sorted. So, and then I want you to know that this is a photography area. So photography and videography will be happening. So at any point, remember that your image will be somewhere. And at exactly 10:45, we are going live on both TV 47, Radio 47. So by any chance, I just need you to know that the location that you're in will have a lot of photographic activities. So if there's anybody that probably might not be comfortable with that, you will notify our team as well. But just by your presence here means that there is consent for us to take pictures. So I'm going to ask the team that is ahead here to start. So let me ask everybody else to be seated. So let me ask the team that is here to join Lillian on the other end, and then they will be ushered into the holding room, and then they will have our breakfast. Remember that we are taking a 15-minute break, and then we will come back. When you come back, we will be enjoying, of course, the best music from one of the best bands that we have in the country, that is the Kenya Prisons Band, and then we will continue with the program. For the rest of us, I want us to take a break. We will be back in a short while. And there's as well photo session on this other end, so we'll be directed by our team. We have a photo booth that has been created on that particular end immediately you exit. So we will use that to take pictures. So remember that our tea break is exactly 15 minutes. Once we are back, we will continue with the program. My studio team, kindly play music as we begin with this. For the band, I will let you have your tea, and then we will continue from there. Studio, play music. Asanteni sana.
Check 1 2. Unanisikia? Mic ziko? Sawa. Kuna mic hapo? Haya. Check, check, check 1 2. Check, 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 check. Check. My mute. Check. 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 Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Check 1 2.
Can you hear
1
us?
2.
Natusikia?
All right.
Iko sawa.
Check 1 2.
So uko sawa?
1 2.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. You can hear me? Paul. Paul.
Alright, wacha niombe tafadhali kwa wale ambao wanasikiza sauti yangu popote mali walipo. If there's anybody that can hear my voice and you're still outside, let me ask you kindly to make your way to the auditorium so that we may begin this program in a short while. Remember, I told you that we are going live on TV 47 and Radio 47, meaning that this conversation will be heard in all the 47 counties of the Republic. So let me ask, if there is anybody that is still outside, please ask them to make their way back. Kama kuna mtu ulikuwa umeketi na yeye ama pengine uko na namba yake, text them and tell them that in the next few minutes we are going to start the conversation from where we left. Karibuni sana. And if there is anybody that is still outside, please make your way back to the auditorium so that we may begin this event in a short while. As you can see, our guests are walking into the building right now, meaning that the conversation is starting right now. Allow me to introduce the band as we usher in our guests so that we may continue. The band, take it away. All right, asante sana. Let's appreciate the band. Tuwapigieni makofi tafadhali. Let's appreciate the band. And of course, we want to say a very big welcome to each and every one of you that has made time to come back, of course, to this particular auditorium so that we may do this in an orderly fashion. And everybody that has made time, of course, to join us so that we may have this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we are ready for the part 2 of this conversation. And like I told you before, there's a whole discussion that is about to take place. And in anything that you do, I just want to tell you that you're very much welcome and you're here for the day. Look at your neighbor, say, neighbor. Tell your neighbor, neighbor, I love your hair. Asante sana. Now that you're back and everybody is up and running, I just want to say a few things just before I hand it over, of course, to the person that is taking over the program. For anybody that just came in, I need to remind you that whatever is happening in this auditorium, I need you to understand that there is photography and videography activities going on. So by any chance, if you're not sure that the auditorium that you're in, there are a lot of pictures that are going to be taken. There are a lot of videos that are going to be taken. In fact, we are live on TV 47 and Radio 47. That means that we are heard from every corner of this republic. So anybody, I need you to align with that so that you know that the photograph will be used during this event for documentation or promotional purposes, and I need you, of course, to align with that. And like we said before, if there's anybody by any chance who is allergic to any type of food, it would be in order, of course, to raise it to our protocol team, the ushers, and they will make sure that everything is okay. Karibuni sana, and I just want to move the program swiftly from here. Allow me, of course, to introduce none other than the director of Carbon Project, that is in Vast Carbon, Bwana Charles Waweru. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Charles Waweru. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali akikuja as he continues from this part. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Jambo Kenya. Hapana, si tumepata kinywaji na kaugali. Jambo Kenya. To those all online and are still with us, maybe you can give us a thumbs up, a clap, and maybe the media team can confirm that they're there. Na kama hawako tunawatoa ama tunaacha. Jambo Kenya tena. Asanteni sana. To the high table, Ambassador Ali, Special Climate Envoy in the Office of the President, CEO, Bwana Harun, all protocols observed. It is my singular pleasure to have this unique moment to start giving you the brief overview of, one, the program we have, but more importantly, the purpose of today's convening. But before I get the purpose of today's convening, I want to capture something that was mentioned by somebody within the audience at the beginning. I believe it was one of the principals, Alisema. It is good that as a government, as a people, as a community, we have managed to get learners to school. Yes? That's the first big achievement for us as adults, as leaders, as parents. When we realize as a Kenyan people that there are certain regions of the republic that, yes, education is important, but food and other things are also equally important, it was resolved that it's important we find ways to make sure learners stay in schools. Okay? Be it day schools, boarding schools, JSS, primary, secondary, high school. Yes? It was important we put these learners in school. Because hapo naambia mtu asome, lakini tumbo iko na deni. Atatagwa lipi? Yes? So the government of Kenya decided to have a school meals program. It's way back as in the late 70s. Yeah? And of course, at that point in time, the government reached out to the development partners for support. We have the World Food Program, currently represented by Madam Micheline Paris. Thank you. You have the UNICEF as well. Yes? Others have come on board like SIF as well, because we want learners to learn, but if there's an issue of the stomach, they cannot learn. But then when we started providing meals in schools, another problem came about. It's a merry-go-round. Hakuna shida. That's the beauty of humanity, right? The issue is the cheapest, fastest, easily accessible, quote-unquote, source of fuel has been known to be firewood. So initially, schools will say they'll put a budget, they get firewood, and they use it for cooking. Something started happening in the kitchen. A kitchen where you'll be expecting the walls to be white, over time it became extra white. Ama, we are Kenyans. Let's look at the reality, then we'll see the solutions. Okay? So, even so, it became problematic to keep getting firewood. So, you know the issue of certain budgetary competing interests, some delays here and there. So tukaanza kuambia wanafunzi wengine afternoon and then mkakote kuni. Yes? That's the sad reality in some of the schools. But even then, the emissions, this so-called bad smoke in the kitchens are increasing. We did some surveys. I will see some of the county directors of education. They actually said that there's a number of sick leaves from the kitchen staff because of the kind of air, the smoke, hewa chafu. We may want to call it black carbon, give it any name, but the consequence is respiratory illness. Now, the government said we have to find a solution. But the sad part is every solution comes at a price. NACONEC began the journey of looking for a solution to cover a number of things. Number one, 2.6 million learners are in school, but it's not enough. It is good, but not enough. We want to make that number move from 2.6 million to 10 million. Getting meals. But the more people you're trying to feed, you're likely to want to use more firewood. You want to solve the meal issue, but you're going to be creating a deforestation issue. Na kama tunavyojua tuko na 15 billion trees program. Hawezi kuwa unasema hapa tupande miti, alafu baada ya miaka miwili unaenda kukata miti. Negative exchange outcome. So NACONEC began reaching out to different solutions providers, technology providers to see how can we provide meals for learners in a manner in which, one, it will be cost effective for the schools, it will be healthy for the kitchen staff as well. But the cost is always an issue. But that solution was there. So the first solution was, can we have a modern kitchen? Let me just say a modern kitchen. Nikisema kitchen, it can mean two things. The house and the kitchen apparatus. Ndio? Mimi naongea kuhusu jiko sasa. Let's have a modern cook stove that can be able to provide meals, the same amount of meals, but making sure the kitchen staff are as healthy as possible. We don't touch our trees. We don't ask learners to go to classes, and we make sure meals are provided in the shortest time possible, the most nutritious manner, the most nutritious meals as well. But there's a cost. Who's going to cover the cost? Najua kwa kichwa mnasema serikali. Hapana, serikali ni mimi na wewe. Hakuna serikali nyingine. Yes, the people are the government. Si ikulu peke yake, you are also the government. So how can we as a people, as a community, as Kenyans, come up with the solutions that you're facing? Now, we are going to come into a realm that you have been hearing around, sijui carbon credits, sijui carbon this, carbon that, stongewe baadaye. But there are certain financial solutions out there that can allow schools acquire these kitchens in the most cost-effective manner to ensure meals are provided. If you used to cook 50 kilograms of rice, keep on cooking 50 kilograms of rice. The difference being there's less smoke in the kitchen, you have got healthier kitchen staff, meals are always there, and our trees keep on growing. Later today, we are going to have two interesting sessions. You're going to have a presentation from the apparatus you have seen out there. The able engineer who was able to provide the solution to the Ministry of Education through NACONEC is going to tell us how it works and the benefits. There are some schools, as you know, have been able to have that transition. But I know some of you are thinking, hii imewekwa tu hapa, si ndio? Hakuna shida. We will have a live transmission to Garisa High School, and whoever is there is going to give us a walkthrough of those kitchen. Ndio kama waamini hii, amini hiyo kwa Garisa. Na kama hujaamini, kesho tuende Garisa. Ama namna gani? Tuende Garisa tujione. The idea is all schools should really transition and keep off the firewood. The climate financing component is one of the reasons why we are actually here today. Naona iti runinga enda kuzimwa. Mtake afinye kitu. Yeah? There are certain financing solutions available within the global financing ecosystem, the global climate ecosystem, that says for you to be able to tap into that pot of bit of money to help you in fighting climate change, you need to consult the people to whom you are giving the solutions to. Leo hii mkisema, nyinyi na wale kwa online mkisema kwamba hiyo mambo yenu ni jaba, ni sawa. Lakini leo hii mkisema hiyo solution ni nzuri na mpatie mawaidha zaidi ya kufanya solution ikuwe bora zaidi, alhamdulillah, we'll be very grateful. Yes? So this is what many of us know is a public participation process. And I like that I think more than 25 counties are here. Yes? And that's where most of the operations of NACONEC is currently in. Okay? And that's why we were very deliberate in making a newspaper advertisement sometime last month to tell all members of the public we'll be convening here to that KCD. We have made a deliberate effort to also involve people who can't come here but they want to be with us spiritually. Yes? But in my realm I say virtually. Like yote ni sawa, si ndio? So today, the purpose of today's convening is a public participation process for us to hear the solutions that NACONEC has been able to develop with the different partners. And the question to you will be one simple question. What do you think about that solution? Can it be made better? Do you know how to make it better? Or maybe kuna taswishi pengine itasema regeni kwa blackboard mupange 1 to 3. This is a public participation. In simple terms, I respectfully ask you that whenever we are having these conversations moving forward from this point in time, feel free to question. Kuna mtu aliniambia criticism is breakfast for champions, ndio? Lakini kwa vile lunch iko karibu, criticism is breakfast, is lunch for us. We as the proponents, the developers here, the government want to hear from you. If there's something can be made better, you can always make it better. I like to joke that we are able to send humans to the moon. Hakuna kitu hapa ardhi ni shida. Si ndio? So please ask questions, give us comments with respect to today's program. Just go back there. So the program, as you can see there, it's a local stakeholder consultation meeting for the institutional clean cooking for innovative and sustainable financing of the universal climate smart school meals program in Kenya. There are a number of things there. I'll just unpack for a bit. We want to feed learners. We want to make sure as you're feeding the learners, it's done in an environmentally safe way, meaning it's safe for the kitchen staff and our trees are not touched. And we want to make sure that the principal who's been asked to transition to stop using firewood is not going to be stressed. He's going to think about how exactly can I as a principal be able to tap into this. We are not saying we have having the entire solution. Nuh-uh. There's always a room for improvement. As a company 0.0001% for improvement, improvement is improvement. And we want to hear from you. Okay? So every other speaker, and the MC is going to help, every other speaker who takes this microphone, asiketi hadi mfanya nini? Muuliza maswali. Myself included, right? Because a public participation, feel free to ask your questions. And for those of us who are also online, please feel free to post your questions and your comments, and we shall be able to relay them here. For those who are watching us on YouTube and the television, please also feel free to, on YouTube, just to post your comment as well. But those of you unable to do so, please feel free to visit the NACONEC websites and got the contact button. Last but not least, I think most of you have been given a packet that has this particular brochure, correct? Yes? Now, I want to be very inclusive. Najua pengine wengine wenu hampeni kuongea. Si ndio? Hata mimi nakuanga media shy. I don't like speaking in public. Leo sijui ni nini imefanyika, right? So kama wewe ni kama mimi, ukienda ukurasa wa pili huko nyuma, utaona kuna hii kitu inakaa black. Kama sijui ni nywele ama ni steel wool, eh? You can see it. For those of us who have smartphones, please feel free to switch on the camera and you scan this one labeled feedback. Feedback meaning you can actually tell us anonymously what you think about this project. Feel free. You don't have to put your name, you don't have to put your phone number, you can just put it as anonymously. We receive your comments, your feedback, and we're able to interact with you. For those of you who want to be part of the thinking process moving forward, please feel free. Tumesikia kwamba so far we have done 6 kitchens as a government, right? Na shule za primary ziko ngapi? 24,000 plus. So tumebaki na ngapi? 24,990? 94. Hiyo sisi sasa sisi the team here, hiyo ni sisi sote tutazikava. Primary school and high school. Do you agree? We have to find ways in which you can transition all the schools as one community. For those of you who are principals as well, if you want to get more technical support to hasten the process, because we were just sampling some schools based on certain criteria to install the kitchens, you can also scan the second QR code. Yes? Yes, scan that second box, and you can also give us your insights, and then we can see how we can also hasten. The purposes of my presentation and for some of my other presentations today will focus mainly on unpacking this nicely made brochure, right? So as hata wewe ukirudi na mkubaliana na today's agenda, you are also now an ambassador. How many want to be an ambassadors here today? Yes. Yes. Kuna kipawa nimepewa, and I'll bestow you as ambassadors of clean cooking at the end of today's session. Can we agree on that? That said, on the overview of the project, I hope you can see on the screens as well. But don't worry, if it's not too clear, please refer to this particular manual. The problems have been articulated here, that there's a case of harmful indoor air pollution. Yes, harmful indoor air pollution. Kumaanisha ile hewa chafu ambayo watu wakitumia kuni hata makaa kuna shida. Si ndio? Now, I do not want to sound like I am so developed as a human. No. The reality is, yes, we have been using firewood since the beginning of is it humanity or mankind? Which is which? Beginning of humanity. But we are now seeing that there are cases of respiratory illnesses that are causing a number of issues. In the context of most schools that we sampled, we had a baseline study across 21 counties, and the data there was alarming, but it's not something that we cannot be rectified as one community. The other issue, of course, you know, is the deforestation. Kwani hii makaa mnanuanga, unadhani natoka wapi? It's not manna from the skies. Yes? It's basically from wood. Yeah? Na sile ile mbao ya meza, no. It's either some twigs that was on the ground, or somebody somewhere did something bad. Yes? That is the reality. So we want to stop the deforestation. We want to do afforestation. We want to reforest and afforest. We don't want to deforest. Yes? For those of you who came from places where it is cool, you'll know why it's cool, because huko kuna a lot of trees. Ndio? Lakini tumekuja kwa shamba la Kabro. Hakuna miti. Is it cool? Nairobi is a cool city. But not cool in terms of temperature. It's a cool city to hang out, right? So that's the reality. So we want to afforest. And most principals and accountants in school will say that the cost of firewood is increasing. Why is it increasing? There is some restrictions to biashara ya kuni na makaa, si ndio? What do you think when you cut off supply and the demand is increasing? Wale wa Kenya watafanya ile kitu. Double, triple. It becomes unsustainable. Money that was supposed to be used towards physical education, infrastructure in schools is now going towards paying an extra unnecessary cost for the fuel. Yes? And if in a situation, and I hope it has never happened and will never happen, in a situation whereby the entire kitchen staff is having respiratory illness, who is going to prepare foods for our learners? Are the teachers here willing to do that? Mnafundisha 9 to 12, 12 to 1 mnaingia jikoni kiasi, alafu 1 to 4 mnarudi darasani. Are you willing to do that? The teachers who are here? Yes. So we have to make sure even the kitchen staff who are preparing these meals are as healthy as possible. And then last but not least, of course, is now these emissions. For you to see the president having appointed an ambassador to tackle matters on climate, tabia nchi, is because things are getting bad. And things have to be corrected. We have a ministry, we have NEMA, and now we have the climate envoy, because things are getting bad. You may not see it, but things are getting bad. Pole too. But now what the government is trying to do is to do a lot of mitigation. Si ndio? Unaona kuna shida, gari linakuja, katikati barabara unafanya nini? Unakaa kando. Si ndio? But usipokaa kando, ugongwe, ukwe kilema, you'll have to adapt. Let's not get the point of adaptation. Let's mitigate now. There are things we can do to mitigate that. The solutions are there. And one of them is going to be presented to us by an able engineer from the demonstration. What is the government saying? Let's stop using firewood, let's stop using charcoal. The survey showed practically all the schools we sampled are using firewood, not charcoal. So what is the alternative fuel? I know this is a tricky conversation, but I want you to think of the alternative from the county you're coming in. Let's not kid yourselves. West Pokot is different from Nairobi, which is different from Garisa, which is different from Homa Bay, which is different from Kisumu, Mombasa, Kilifi. Kila county iko na utaratibu wake, si ndio? The solution, the choice of fuel must be informed by a number of decisions. Where you're coming from is one of them. There's a gentleman here, I remember he was talking about biogas, right? Wangapi unajua biogas? Umesikia biogas? Yes. You'll be surprised the source of fuel for the biogas. Ni kitu tunatoanga kila siku, alafu tunatupa. Lakini mwingine amechukua anatumia kama energy. Please find that gentleman, akuelezea zaidi kuhusu biogas. Government is saying the cleaner sources of fuel, there are several. And through the work that the ministry is doing through NACONEC and the guidance of development partners and technical experts like the engineers, there's Ignis, there's Vascarbon, and so many others you'll be interacting with today. There is, of course, one of the cleanest one is electricity. So ndio? Najua umemeza mate, huwa nasema nini? Kupika nasema tena. Now, our engineer will tell us the kitchen, the steam kitchen that has been introduced is not like any other kitchen. And he'll explain to you how it has been able to make savings. But ni kumrahisishia kazi, najua wengine wenu umesikia electric pressure cooker, EPC, si ndio? Si ndio? Ukipika mchele, how many minutes does it take? 2 minutes, 10 minutes? 5 minutes, yeah? Now imagine if you had an EPC at the industrial scale. How long do you think it'll take to cook rice in a school? Anyone? Microphones ziko kando yako. How long do you think it takes to cook rice in a typical school of 1,000 learners? How long? How many hours? Huh? Msa naingia jikoni saa 10 asubuhi. Samahani. I'm not laughing out of jest, but that's the reality. Si ndio? Akitoka ni saa ngapi? 4 p.m., 6 p.m. Yeah? You will come to learn that the same way an electric pressure cooker at home can cook something in 4 minutes, 5 minutes, it's more or less the same scenario at the school level. Like you don't have to listen to me. The engineer is here and we'll go to Garisa High School. You listen to they cook themselves. So there's a particular technology that has been introduced. That means even if you're going to be cooking with electricity, you are not going to be consuming as much as you're worried about. Hakuna shida. Kuna LPG. LPG is considered also a transitional fuel for those who cannot use now the cleanest being electricity. Okay? And the engineer will tell you, and the one is using this LPG, he will tell you the amount of energy consumed by LPG in Garisa High School. Believe you me, make sure when he's telling you that amount, that cost, you're not holding a glass or a bottle on a phone because you will drop it. It is amazing. But he will tell us. Vile, kuna bioethanol, kuna biogas, na pia kuna solar. So any clean fuel is what we are saying that can be able to be used in the machine and can be able to achieve the same results but better results. That means you cook the same 50 kilograms of rice in the shortest space of time, but more importantly, making sure that the kitchen staff are not all too worried about too many things. And there's something we're going to do in terms of assessing the savings in terms of the smoke. If you imagine, once upon a time, we used to, in the kitchens, we were cooking with 3 stones na firewood. Moshi imejaa, si ndio? Lakini tukapata kakitu kidogo, tukanunua ile jiko iko na ile matope, the ceramic jikos. moshi sikapunguka. Alafu mshahara kiongezeka, tukaenda kwa LPG kupika na gas cooker, moshi kapotea. Kwa mbali kuna harufu, si ndio? Sasa kuna wale sasa wakaomoka zaidi, stima hakuna harufu, si ndio? Now you can imagine, ulianza hapa moshi, si ndio? Kutumia kuni, lakini ukafika ukapunguza moshi kwa kutumia ile jiko ambaye na kuko na ceramic improved cook stove, LPG moshi kapunguka na sima ikaisha. We are able to calculate that amount of reduction. Upungufu wa hiyo hewa chafu tunahesabu. Tukishahesabu tunafanya ile biashara ya Kenya, tunauza. Naam? Tunapata ile inaitwa carbon finance. Lakini mazungumzo ya baadaye hayo. We want to develop that project, and this session here is to hear your opinions as to how exactly all this makes sense. Next. The program has a number of objectives that you want to achieve, and it's our hope that we'll be getting your insights. But before I proceed, naona kuna maswali kwa macho. Pengine tukipata maswali kwa mdomo. So far. Questions, comments? There's a microphone next to you. Number microphone hapa. It could be a question or a comment. If I cannot answer a question, so basi mnajua mimi ni nani. But no worries, we are all here to find the solutions. Now, maybe just identify yourself and then pose your question, your comment, and I'll do my best to answer it. And where there's more clarity needed, I'll throw it to the able table here.
Mine is just a concern. According to your my observations, my name is Francis Kerr. I'm from Research Institution. Mine, I wanted just to know about, when you talk about Vision 2030, we are remaining only 5 years. And at least when we talk Vision 2030, we need to see the difference, because if you go to these counties, I'm from Migori counties, you cannot tell me what's happening with the Vision 30, because Vision 30 was just maybe something like imagination in our community. Thank you.
I like that. Allow me to be responding to a question by the time. Kidogo nimezeeka, so ningependa kujibu swali moja bali lingine. Vision 2030 was a vision launched, I think it was under the president of the late President Kibaki, right? Or was it his vision? Was it his vision? Whose vision was it? Kenya. So to answer you, good sir, the government has a mandate to create the enabling environment for everybody to meet the Vision 2030. But from where I'm sitting, all of us must plug in. I like to use the example of the principal who mentioned their school is using biogas, therefore moving away from trees. So my response is that, yes, a number of counties, I know, we are very far from Vision 2030. But we have got two options. Tungoje ifike, ama tuifikie. Nataka ipi? Itufikie ama tuifikie? Do we make sure we meet the vision, or we let the 2030 come to us? We aspire to support one another as a school, as a government, as a community, to meet that Vision 2030. There are challenges, and that's why we are here. Yeah, that's why we are here as public sector, private sector, development partners, philanthropists, engineers, and whatnot. We find ways in which you can help the schools in the transition. And I hope by the end of the day, you will feel that the section of Kenyans listening to us today have found a way for us to meet the Vision 2030 with respect to emissions or clean cooking in schools. That is my hope and prayer. Si kila mtu aliambia tu expectation yake, hiyo ni yangu sasa. Yeah, so lingine pale.
Thank you. My name is David Simiu. I come from Bungoma County, and my concern is only one. I don't know how the government is prepared to adopt this new technology of the cooking system in the kitchen, because even as at now, they are defeated even to pay capitation. How is it prepared to adopt this system? And they have been defeated with others, like what we have, the overheads in high schools. The principals know there is a very big problem. Number two, When you look at the government itself, it is the one that initiated what we call NEMA. But now, go to prisons, go to police, go to government institution. You will find they are the ones who are deforesting these areas and taking firewood to cook for prisoners. So we want to know the take from the government first of all. Thank you.
Asante sana. Pengine before niwaruhusu, nilipewa, sitaki kusema power of attorney. Nilipewa fursa kuzungumzia baadhi ya issues on the budget constraints. It's true. There is budget constraints left, right, and center. That's the reality. Yeah? The question is, for this solution being suggested, what can be done? And that's why we mentioned there is a certain financing program called climate finance that can help the schools do the transition. Okay? There's a way. And that's why you find nobody has come to your school with a unique vehicle asking you, why haven't you transitioned? Sindio? They are asking principals to work towards a transition by a particular year, but the solution can only come from ourselves. Yeah? The government is there to create the enabling environment. The engineer will tell us what enabling environment was created for him to have come up with one such solution. But one of the ways in which we're looking to raise finance for the transition is by tapping into the climate finance ecosystem. To be able to reduce these emissions, find somebody to transact it with, get something to help schools meet the transition. Because at the end of the day, like I've said, capitation inchelewa. But that's the reality. Hospitals asking for more cash. I mean, shida iko kila mahali. Yeah? Lakini tukimba wimbo wa taifa tulisema, it is our responsibility. So we appreciate the realities, but let's also see how we as a government, you are the government, I'm the government, everyone is the government, how we can get the solutions. And yes, a number of institutions here are using firewood. That is the reality. We might want to blame them, but the question is maybe hajapata solution. Yeah? I know most of you, when you saw that thing out there, mko nadhani pilao, sindio? Ile ni jiko. Naam? Sindio? But the key thing is, when there's a solution, one arm of government, in this case one minister in the government, in this case Minister of Education, is presenting one such solutions that the committee can tap into. How will it be adopted? One, securing climate finance, and two, there's a lot of capacity building. The engineer will tell us the amount of training he gave the staff at Nairobi School and Garisa High School and the other places he has been doing it. Because when you introduce a new technology, you have to teach somebody how to. Sindi hivyo ndio reality. Tulivozali tutafundisha kutembea. Sindio? So it's all about capacity building, and that's part of the program in the transition. Before I take the next question here, there are two questions from the audience. About 3 weeks ago, the Ministry of Energy, including EPRA, announced a plan to transition approximately 11,000 schools to LPG through PPP, that is public-private partnership models. Is this an initiative separate from or part of the project in question? The simple answer is this, for the best of my knowledge, whole government approach. Sindio? Sindio? It's one government. Later, maybe the CEO, Bwana Harun, will talk about the interministerial committee that brings in 5 ministries into the program. That is the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Environment, National Treasury, Water and Agriculture as well, and Ministry of Energy, okay? On top of that, there is a technical working group bringing in public sector personnel and private sector personnel to think around this. So it's a national conversation that has been there, and it's just a question of plugging in and supplementing their efforts. The second question is, how many programs are presently running through government and outside of government efforts in this sector to support clean cooking for schools? As I mentioned, there are multiple programs. I'm sure some of you meskele dishi na sakaja. Sindio? See, county government is government. Sindio? Yeah, so there are multiple initiatives because that's one county government has taken that approach. There's an NGO also doing the same thing with food for education. There's NACONEC as well. World Food Program is doing it. There's so many people trying to do this. And I am sure some other people are providing meals to ECDs, primary schools. It's all about how do we get more learners to eat, to feed and have the energy to absorb all the information we're giving them. So as in 100 years they're here, sorry, in 2 years they replace me. Are you together? So even you who is here, you're thinking, how can you feed learners? Is always welcome. Any other question before I proceed? Yes.
Dream to have such cooking instruments that are outside there. I dare to try in Eldoret. Just bring it to my school, but I don't know where the food will come from. And I believe that when you bring the facility to my school, we will go out and look for food. And I believe you will also connect us to some people like the Mary Mills who used to provide food. And I think the first thing is to have the cow, then we feed the cow and milk it. Thank you.
Asante sana. Asante sana. That is a very fair point. Part of the solution has been trying to be worked around in the interministerial committee and the technical working group is that's why we have the Ministry of Water and Agriculture to try and see how can we build capacity to make sure the food that's going to be prepared in schools is also coming from the local communities and not Unajua wapi. That is the intention. In fact, I know with the homegrown schools in this program, there's a deliberate effort to make sure that those within the surrounding, the producer, farmers, and suppliers within the surrounding school should be given preferential in terms of providing these meals. But the last thing you want is to create a demand and there's no supply. So that's why multiple ministries are part of the program to make sure that you are creating demand, but there's also supply from multiple fronts. Not just the food, but the water as well. Yeah? Unaweza kula githeri kavu lakini sio zaidi ya sahani mbili. Sindio? So there's also a part of the program, the water initiative, part of the larger program. There's an ongoing National School Meals Coalition. They have sittings that they're exploring all these issues to find a multi-pronged approach to that. I think in the course of today's session as well, we might have 1 or 2 people from that coalition to just say what they're doing with respect to that particular question. But yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My names are Joshua Adem. I'm from Siaya County. And my question is very simple. I thank you for the concept is very much encouraging for all of us. But I could see like you have missed something which is very important. Like I see you there, you look smart. Mm-hmm. But
looks kind of deceiving.
Yes, but supposing down, I don't see you from down. Now supposing you look smart from up and down, maybe the shoes is torn. Do you look smart still? You don't. So by your concept, I think within the nomadic areas where we are discussing today, I would ask you that as we are trying to implement this program, yes, it is good, but do we find a way also, because you cannot have the food and you don't have the water, how do you cook? Now, in terms of that region, all those environments we are working in, how do you also implement the issue of water so that as we implement this, we don't have another problem called water? Thank you.
It's a very fair question. I'll want to give us, there's something I saw in terms of a program being designed whereby there is one agency providing we're doing some pilots to do a bit of irrigation for the schools that are doing farming in northern part of Kenya. And 2 things. One is the installation of solar pumps. There's a bit of boreholes being dug and then there's solar. And then because in the marginal areas of northern Kenya, most of the learners are from pastoralist communities who have an obligation to herd livestock. So one of the programs being designed is when this learner comes to school, can they, in theory, I'm saying theory because we are looking at the modalities. Let's say Charles is going to get to Marsabit boys. In his family, he's the herder of, let's say, 10 heads of cattle. He goes with them, and the school has got some sort of grass paddocks to that. So it's still under design, but it's something maybe later that the CEO can give more detail, but there's something being designed around that. And there's one DFI, Development Finance Institution, that is putting together the finances for Nakonnec, and then the project will be launched, but it must be a pilot scale. We need to always try out the solutions before coming to them. Like the case of these kitchens were piloted over a spread of about 2 to 3 years before now, okay, this thing is actually working. So there's that, but I will leave the able CEO later to talk in detail about that particular program. But yes, it is a concern, and hence the reason why solutions have to be designed for every respective county. That is one of the realities. And that's why even the technical working group is there, the National School Meals Coalition is there to just look at this thing from a holistic perspective. Yes?
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth. I have two concerns. One, I believe I heard you mention that there are plans to do a lot of capacity building. My question is, having capacity building and influencing behavior change are two different things. So what strategies or structures do you have in place to ensure that behavior change is influenced? That is one. And then secondly, I'm looking at the entire value chain that we are trying to develop when it comes to this particular program. So my question is around the metered methodologies that would come up with when it comes to the solutions that we are offering for these institutions. Because when you're talking about carbon credits and financing, then how are you able to verify whatever it is that is coming from the different institutions? Who is going to be the beneficiary? Is the value chain all going to be considered from the end user to the manufacturer to the distributors? How is everyone else going to be placed in terms of carbon credits and the placements?
Okay, thank you. I'll try and give a quick answer. Otherwise, as you may have noticed, our chief guest is here to grace the occasion. So I'll respond to that and revert to protocol. Behavior change, very true. In the case, for example, I want to be very practical in the examples. In the case of Nairobi School, when the transition was, before the transition happened, the team from Nakonnec and of course the engineer spent some time having a conversation with the principal, the person handling budget, and also the kitchen staff to just really understand some of the problems. I'll give an example. One of the key problems that was mentioned was that, and I'm sure those of you who have been in school kitchens will remember that, or say that, because you're doing direct heating with, let's say, firewood, it's not easy to control the heat, yes? So in many cases, most of the time, some of the food gets burnt around the cooking vessel, ile sufuria. So umepika mchele kilo 10, lakini sio kilo 10 ambayo utapakua, kwa sababu kuna ile baadhi imeungua. So that approach allowed us to design that system with that in mind. Believe me, for example, that system, an engineer will tell us, can even cook ugali. Na ugali tatoka bila kuungua. But I know for most of us in homes, ugali ungua chini. Lakini in this case, that's not the case. Across different foods because of the kind of the cooking. So the solution towards that plus designing the behavioral change program is informed by the baseline study when you're having conversions of schools, because that was Nairobi School. The situation was different in Garisa High School, and I'm sure it will be different in West Pokot, Kilifi, and so forth, for example. So the behavior change program, the capacity building, is purely informed on two things. One, the baseline study from what we learned from the school, and two, the available technologies being presented by the technical experts. So it's a two-pronged approach. The second question she was referring to was mostly on carbon credits. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The mention of a beneficiary mechanism has been asked. How do we make sure that when this carbon finance comes out, all of those within the value chain are going to benefit? Now, the beauty of that is, in the current administration, there's a realization that there's a huge opportunity in climate finance and carbon finance, and therefore, where there's some bit of regulatory gaps, that to be fixed. So in 2023, the Climate Change Act was, 2016 was amended. So there's a new version that speaks to carbon finance, carbon projects. There's also the enactment of the carbon market regulations and whatnot. All these were in anticipation for that second question of how do we make sure there's a benefit sharing. There's also a draft bill on benefit sharing, but particularly from the Climate Change Act and carbon markets regulation is that it has stipulated exactly how benefits are supposed to be shared between, let's say in this case, a developer or the proponent and let's say the schools. Now, who gets the process? To be very clear, these are public schools, these are government institutions, so these are government, what's the right word? These are government assets, if I may, okay? So the primary use of these carbon credits, which will be in our later slides, are intended to go towards supporting schools in the transition. To the extent that once the school is able to fully afford the infrastructure, then because the project will be going for a couple of years, about 10 years or so, that extra revenue can go towards supporting schools in procuring these meals and whatnot. So to be very clear, all these are government processes and to be going to those schools who are participating. And of course, all those frameworks must be put in order. And one framework for one school may not be necessarily the same framework for another school. The bare minimum will be that which has been provided in the carbon markets regulation. To be specific, a project of this kind says 25% of the aggregated earnings must go to the social development fund to just help the entire ecosystem. But since the proponent is the government and the schools, in this case, they get the entire benefits and nobody else. I can't speak for private schools because we are not doing anything right currently the private schools, but for the case of the public schools, these are government assets, these are government institutions, so it will spread within the schools that are participating. So if a school is not part of the program, then it cannot participate. And that's why within the design, depending on the kind of fuel you're using, maybe some schools want to use LPG, so those will be in one particular grouped project. Those want to use electricity in one grouped project because we can't mix the fuel. And also you may find that those who want to provide financial support to the schools might have a preference from one fuel to the other. So to de-risk that and to mitigate that reality, we make sure we group schools based on the kind of fuels they're using, and therefore, of course, the benefits for that particular setting. So we are not forcing schools. The schools that are ready to transition, of course, we'll share the benefits and whatnot, but that is the reality. I'll respond to the last question, then I have to revert to protocol. Kuna hawa kwa online, naomba tuwachukue wa online mepewa, si ndio? Sisi tuko hapa mpaka saa 12 leo, si ndio? Yeah, so allow me to answer this one question online. And then we can revert to protocol. So the question is, design. I won't want to mention some of the behind the scenes conversations with the DFIs for now. I'll be out of order. However, the schools that have been able to get a transition, that was fully financed by government as part of what you call the proof of concept. So I hope that is clear. But once the different financing instruments have been developed, those will be made public. There are about 2 commercial banks in the country who are looking to be part of the engagement. There's the 2 DFIs, that is Development Finance Institutions, who are also looking to be part of this, but we can't disclose now until those instruments are developed and they go through the usual financing instrument process and whatnot. That said, allow me to momentarily revert back to the master of ceremony so as we can transition into other sets of protocol.
Thank you very much, Charles, for steering the program. Dr. Beatrice Muganda Inyangala, the Principal Secretary, the State Department for Higher Education and Research, who is representing our chief guest, is here with us. And Ambassador Ali Mohammed Daoud, Kenya's Special Envoy on Climate, Zef Kifungi of the Children Investment Fund, the Governing Council of NACONEC, represented by the Chair, Lina Sekai, who's also seated here, All protocols observed. Good afternoon once again. I think our moment is here. Our chief guest is already here with us to deliver the remarks of the Cabinet Secretary for Education. And she will be invited officially by Dr. Ali Mohammed, who will make his remarks and invite the chief guest officially. Ambassador, Your Excellency, come and take over the stage.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, CEO, Madam Dr. Beatrice, PS, Higher Education, the Chair of NACONEC, Zeph from CIF and other partners who are here, and all distinguished participants. I greet you. Been sitting here for a while listening to all the discussions since morning. And it's really a great privilege to be part of this conversation on addressing a very pertinent challenge that we all face in Kenya, but really in the world, the issue of climate change, which is the biggest existential challenge currently the world is facing. And it's been addressed in different ways. And one of the ways that is being discussed here is one of the solutions. It's not the only solution, but it will go a long way towards addressing that challenge. Allow me to read some statement which has a lot of statistics on what the issue is. And the CEO earlier on referenced the number of schools in our country, and I understand we have about 40,000 schools, both public and private, a number of them being boarding schools. And as the DG earlier in the day said, nearly all of them, whether day or boarding, we provide some form of feeding that requires energy. As you know, energy is the biggest contributor to matters of climate change around the world. Fossil fuels is the single largest contributor. In our case, the energy that we depend on for our cooking is largely biomass, firewood and charcoal. 60 to 70% of the Kenyan population depends on biomass. And that comes, of course, from nature. And that contributes to, of course, a number of challenges we've heard from the various speakers. And I had one of the principals, or maybe not principal, but one of these people who are here, who has suffered from respiratory problems. So one of the key challenges that immediately we see is the challenge of ill health from indoor air pollution. You may be aware from the statistics of the Ministry of Health that annually we lose close to 21,000 Kenyans due to indoor air pollution. 50% of those are people or children who are below 5. It's very unfortunate. It's something that can be addressed, not to mention the cost of the health to address that. In addition, we lose about 30,000 acres of forest and trees every year because that firewood and that charcoal must come from our trees, whether it is in the asal areas or it comes from our forested areas. And I remember the guy who was here earlier was speaking to the fact that we have a presidential program of raising 15.6 billion trees. So as we plant, and I'm sure all of you are contributing to that presidential goal of reforesting our land, we're also cutting. And so we need to look for solutions to address this. And I'm informed that the cost, I've had questions relating to capitation and so on. Well, that is very genuine concerns. But the cooking and the firewood and the charcoal is also costly. And already the ministry, together with yourselves as schools, are already expending, huge amounts of money every year. And from the engagements that we have had with certain schools that we are trying to pilot these issues, I understand up to 15 billion Kenya shillings or thereabout is spent every year for firewood and charcoal. So one of the most expensive items in schools, I understand, includes the energy costs, but largely the energy for cooking. Of course, the energy for lighting and all that is also a big challenge. So what is the solution? As you know, our government is a leader on matters climate change. His Excellency President, our President, is a champion on matters of climate change, and we are recognized for our leadership in that respect. And we must demonstrate by action the various things that we are doing. And we have commitments, various government policies. You will know that we are currently at 92 to 93% renewable energy in our grid, and our country has committed to reach 100% clean energy by 2030. But with regards to clean cooking, we have another policy document led by the Ministry of Energy, which again gives the target of 2028 for us to reach 100% clean cooking. And there is a lot of efforts going on. We have some of the best facilities and companies that are currently leading in clean cooking technologies in Africa and indeed in the world. You probably are aware of the biggest one, the biggest clean cooking facility is somewhere in Ruiru called BURN, B-U-R-N, and it produces state-of-the-art equipments that are being exported around the world, largely in Kenya and South Asia. We have KOKO, K-O-K-O, that is providing bioethanol to 1.3 million households in the country. And it's the biggest bioethanol cooking facility or cooking company in the world. And how are they doing? Many others, and I'm sure you'll be interacting with some. I've seen a few that is, I think, showcasing their technologies outside here. And how are they doing that? Because it is agreeably, it's not cheap to undertake these initiatives. It is through subsidy by carbon credits. Nowhere in the world has clean cooking been achieved without government subsidy. And government subsidy for us in a country that is seriously in debt situation is not that easy. And so we need to look for innovative ways of subsidizing the cost of cooking. And one of those ways is the discussion that you had earlier here on carbon markets. Our country is leading in the continent on matters of carbon markets. It's a big opportunity that Africa and the entire global south is looking up to in order to raise financing for us to adapt to climate change. As you know, we are contributing significantly. Even while I said we have close to 13,000 hectares or 30,000 acres of land being destroyed and burnt every year, and 60 to 70% of our population using biomass, our overall contribution globally to greenhouse gases is insignificant. So 0.0% of the total global emissions, which is close to 50 billion gigawatts annually. So our emissions is very insignificant. So ours is for adaptation. And so that needs to be paid how to adapt to climate change in some form. And so one of the ways, innovative ways of solutions that we are looking at and we are championing as a country is the whole issue of carbon credits. And luckily, Nairobi and Kenya is a hub for technologies that promote solutions to climate change, and we have a huge ecosystem of innovators and actors who are contributing to this. A number of them, in excess of, I think, 300 or so different companies, the whole ecosystem from the project developers to those who are very fine and so forth. And a lot of funding is flowing into our country. So through subsidies, using innovative financing as carbon markets, we will be able to do that. It's not government going to pay that. And I really thank CEO for your vision in terms of partnering with VAST and other companies who are going to help us access this international climate financing through the private sector. And we will give the support that is required from government. As I said, Kenya is leading. 25% of Africa's carbon markets is from Kenya. We are a country of, as you know, 54, there are about 1 million people out of a continent of 1.5 billion people. Yet we have a quarter of the carbon markets of Africa, and we are gearing towards enhancing it. You've heard that regulations have been developed and passed recently, and the ministries and agencies that are responsible have put in place the necessary mechanisms, institutional mechanisms to lead that. In my office, I have a gentleman, Mr. Benson, who is now leading a clean delivery unit, which is looking at coordinating whole of a government approach to this issue. Schools is one thing institutionally, but we also have correctional facilities. As you know, they also use nearly 100% biomass. And we have hospitals also who are using. So we are leading and trying to coordinate a whole of government approach towards addressing the institutional needs. That is not to forget homes also, because ultimately our homes, 60 to 70% of our homesteads who use biomass also need to be transitioned to clean cooking. So the clean cooking delivery unit in my office is coordinating government agencies as well as private sector. And let me thank our partners, CIF, WFP, UNICEF, and others. I understand Rockefeller is also online. And there are several others who are willing to partner with us and support us. So we will be working with partners across the country and beyond to support this whole initiative of addressing this big challenge of clean cooking. And we are grateful that the responses that we have been getting has been very encouraging. I commend Mr. Harun for piloting already a few schools. I am aware of Nairobi and Garissa. I hope a number of them, others will come in. And we're not looking to use government financing for that. So we'll be reaching out to get carbon credits to pay for all that. And we'll be, of course, you'll hear much more from VAST Carbon, who are developing the systems for that. So once again, CEO, congratulations, and I want to encourage all of you to take this matter very seriously and not, diminish its importance. It is something that is critical for our health. It's something that is critical for, our global commitments. You will know that we have obligations under international rules, and we have committed ourselves to reduce our emissions by 32% to 2030. We have sent another commitment called NDC, National Determined Contribution, which we are again committing ourselves to reduce our emissions by that 5%. The majority of our emissions all come from, agriculture and land-based issues, deforestation and so forth. And because of this, we have to make sure that we live up to the obligations and the commitments we have taken. And this is one of the main ones. His Excellency is particularly keen to see successes of this, and we will be working with all of yourselves through NACONEC and the Line Ministry to help resource the transition that is required. With those three remarks, let me thank you once again, DG and your team, for these excellent initiatives, and looking forward to supporting all of you. Asanteni sana. Oh, let me do another protocol issue. Madam Beatrice, karibu sana. It's a pleasure for you to join us, and it just shows the commitment of the government all the way from the office of the head of state to the minister. They're coming to talk on this issue. You have the floor, madam.
Ambassador Ali Daoud Mohammed, Special Climate Envoy, Executive Office of the President, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Governing Council of NACONEC, our generous CEO, NACONEC, Mr. Harun Yusuf, development partners present, government officials and Ministry of Education officials present, representatives of the private sector, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It is my distinct honor to join you this afternoon for this pivotal local stakeholder engagement on the institutional clean cooking program, a bold and transformative step towards revolutionizing how we feed our learners in Kenyan schools. This initiative is about reimagining the future of school meals, aligning food security with environmental stewardship, health and well-being, innovation and inclusive economic growth. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government of Kenya, under the leadership of His Excellency, our President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has prioritized universal access to education and the creation of a sustainable, inclusive learning environment for every child. The school meals program remains a cornerstone of this vision. And ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to think through what makes a conducive learning environment. More often, we think about the inputs into the teaching situation, the classroom, the books, the pens, the teachers, teaching and learning materials. And more often, it stops there. But we have to think more holistically about the human capital, the child. How healthy is that child? This speaks to their medical issues and also the food. But again, it doesn't stop there. When we think about the environment, how clean, how safe is that environment? And this is how clean cooking then comes to center stage. And with clean cooking, technology. According to classical economists, when they put together all the factors of production, land, labor, technology, the productivity was much higher than those factors of production. And this extra productivity was attributed to technology. So technology is so central in everything that we do as a government. And indeed, ladies and gentlemen, our government has embraced technology as key to driving our economic development priorities. In line with Kenya Vision 2030, the National Education Sector Strategic Plan 2023 to 2027, the Energy Act 2019, the Climate Change Act 2016, and the National Climate Change Response Strategy, this clean cooking initiative speaks to our collective responsibility to innovate in how we deliver public services, particularly in education. The emerging recommendations of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform proposed integration of climate programs in the curriculum to further reinforce our commitment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, traditional cooking methods in schools, largely reliant on firewood, are not only costly and inefficient, but pose serious health and environmental hazards. They undermine our efforts towards sustainable development and climate resilience. By transitioning to modern steam cooking technology, this program delivers a whole range of advantages. There's reduction in fuel costs by 90.3%, and this will ease financial pressure on schools and parents alike. Let's also think about the drastic cuts in carbon emissions that will help Kenya honor its international commitments to climate change mitigation. There's improved health outcomes through elimination of smoke inhalation hazards that threaten the well-being of school cooks and children. There's also higher operational efficiency, ensuring that learners receive timely, nutritious meals that enhance classroom concentration and performance. And we can't forget the very essence of creation of jobs in the local manufacturing and geochemistry sectors, spurring local economic development and innovation. So there's a whole range of benefits that cut across the value chain, cut across backward and forward linkages. This initiative is therefore not just a technological upgrade, it is a game changer, a holistic, scalable solution with educational, environmental, economic, and health benefits. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Clean Cooking Initiative aligns with the National Energy Policy 2018 and leverages the opportunities provided by the Kenya National Electrification Strategy and Kenya's Bioenergy Strategy 2020 to 2027. It is further supported by the Environmental Management and Coordination Act of 1999 and the National Environmental Policy of 2013. It has already received endorsement at the highest level. As we talk now, it is currently under consideration by the Cabinet, and subsequently we will pursue other procedures to ensure that it is implemented across the nation. The moment is here. The momentum is building, and we must seize this moment. Are you ready? Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for this initiative to succeed and reach all 10 million learners by the year 2030, I can't overemphasize the importance of partnership. As government, we cannot do this alone, and this is why today's meeting is so very critical. And I thank each and every one of you individually from the bottom of my heart for making the time to come here and be part of this important convening. As we gather here, it is with great humility that I make a few calls to urgent action. To our development partners, please align funding and technical support to catalyze rollout and capacity building. Our very important private sector players, especially our local manufacturers, please invest in clean cooking technologies, create jobs, and support local innovators. To our county governments, the call is for you to embed this initiative in the devolved school feeding and energies priorities. Our very powerful civil society and faith-based institutions, please champion uptake in underserved areas. So let us work together, hand in hand, to build a generation that learns, eats, and thrives sustainably. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today's local stakeholder engagement is not just a consultative meeting. It is a milestone on the journey to a smarter, healthier, and more sustainable school meals program. This program does not just feed children, it fuels dreams, supports learning, and protects the planet. With your support and commitment, we will transition Kenyan schools from inefficient, polluting kitchens to centers of excellence in clean energy and child nutrition. The time for action is now. Together, Let us make this bold vision a reality. And as I conclude, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish once more to thank all of you stakeholders who have contributed to the design and piloting of this transformative initiative. With your continued partnership and our shared vision, we can deliver and we must deliver real change, not only for our children today, but for generations to come. May this meeting mark the beginning of a new chapter, one of resilience, innovation, dignity, and equity in school feeding. And so, on behalf of my Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Julius Migos Ogamba, who would have liked to be with you, but is committed elsewhere out of this town, I send warm greetings, and it is now my humble duty and honor to declare this stakeholder engagement forum open. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Madam PS. Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali. And of course, we want to say a very big thank you, Madam PS, for such an amazing, amazing speech. What do you think of her speech? What do you think? How was it? What was the key point? What did you pick from that speech? What is it? What was her request to the private partners? Total support. Kweli uongo. Asante sana. And of course, even before we proceed with this particular program, allow me, of course, to ask the team that was helping me. I'm being reliably informed that they are, of course, special gift, of course, for Madam PS, and the CEO will help us as well to just hand over the gift to Madam PS. So wacha niombe the team that was here. The first gift, of course, will head to Madam PS, and it will come from the CEO. So I don't know the media team will advise me. Chini kule, It's okay from here? All right, we'll just create space kidogo. And then we will have, wapigieni makofi tafadhali. Let's appreciate, of course, the CEO. Special gift hamper, of course, from Nakonek, and we say a very big thank you to you. Media team, are we good? Iko sawa? Are we good? Very nice. The CEO as well.
You know, now we have the Conflict of Interest Act, and I want to confirm that this is less than 20,000.
Pigia makofi, Madam PS, tafadhali. And of course, when you see her doing that, it is, of course, the intention that the ministry that she's running is as transparent as it can get. Pigieni makofi tena one more time. And of course, second in line, I'll ask Madam PS to take her seat. Second in line, of course, is a gift from the CEO to the ambassador. Wacha niombe ambassador aweze kukaribia pia naye. Mpigieni makofi tafadhali, Bwana ambassador. Asante sana, thank you so much. And then, of course, the third gift, of course, will go to the head of Clean Cooking Delivery Unit, Office of the President. The gift hamper is coming from our CEO to the representative of the head of the Cleaning Unit, Cooking Delivery Unit. Pigieni makofi pia nae. Asante sana. Allow me to ask the representative from the Office of the First Lady as well to come and pick a quick gift hamper from our CEO. Mpigieni makofi anapokuja pia nae. Tunasema ni asante sana. Remember that this is just a gesture of respect coming, of course, from our CEO all the way to the partners that we are having here, and just a show of respect to tell them that karibuni sana and thank you for partnering with us. And we keep saying that, Madam PS, asante sana kwa kuja, and that was a lovely, lovely speech. Pigeni makofi, representative from the office. Allow me also to have a representative from World Food Program, WFP, to come and receive a gift hamper. I know that she'll have a chance to speak in a little while, but for now, please receive a gift from our CEO, just as a sign of respect and saying thank you for the wonderful job that you're doing. Wapigeni makofi, 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 makofi. Asante sana, makofi. All right, let's look at the picture. Tafadhali tuangalie picha. Let's look at the camera. May we have as well the UNICEF representative as well, coming to get something from our board chair. That is from our CEO, that is Mr. Harun, of course, as a sign of respect. That is the UNICEF representative. Remember that this is just a sign of respect, just to say thank you for the wonderful job. Asante sana, media team. Are we good? Thank you so much. May we have the former board chair. May we have the former board chair of NACONEC just coming to receive something from the CEO as a sign of respect and just to say thank you. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. Thank you, media team, for the swift action. May we now have the current all right, so may we have the current board chairperson of NACONEC. May we have the current board chairperson of... Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. So with your permission, Bwana CEO, I will ask you to, we will do the other one in the next session. So I will ask, of course, Bwana CEO. So my protocol team, wanaweza nisaidia. Let's appreciate them. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali. Let's appreciate them. All right, there's one for Sif. There's one for Sif as well. Let's appreciate. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Thank you so much, yeah? Asante. Remember, we have more of these gift hampers just coming on. Asante. Thank you so much. And just a special appreciation, of course, to the media team. I want us to appreciate the media team for such an amazing job that they are doing. Wapigeni makofi tafadhali. Remember that when you have a media team like this, things move so swiftly, and a protocol team that assists us in moving the things so easily. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind you that we are still live on TV 47 and Radio 47 as well. And even as we do this program, remember that we want to engage each and every quarter, so that by the end of this discussion, we will have had a conclusive agreement and we have steered the nation forward. Allow me, of course, to call upon the CEO of Faith Engineering Works Limited, that is Wycliffe Ngonga, so that he can take us through a little bit of a presentation, and then we cross over to the live that is coming up shortly. Please help me welcome the CEO of Faith Engineering Works, Bwana Wycliffe Ngonga. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali anapokuja, even as we do this all together. Karibuni sana. Let's continue with the program. It's going to be amazing. Karibu sa.
Good afternoon. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry, State Department for Higher Education and Research, Dr. Beatrice Muganda, Ambassador Ali Daoud Mohammed, Special Climate Envoy, Office of the President, the CEO NACONEC, Mr. Yusuf Harun, all distinguished guests, all protocols observed. My name is Wycliffe Ngonga. I am the CEO and founder, Faith Energy Saving Engineering Works. Today, I'm here to present to you one of the technologies among many technologies in the country, one that has been piloted in a number of schools, 7 in number, and the number is still moving on. And one fact that I can mention is that the technology is working. And a number of you in this meeting can attest to this, because I have interacted with so many of you who have interacted with the system, and they can be able to attest that this system is a game changer. Allow me to take only 5 minutes to invite the high table to where the technology is, so that I could take them through the process. The rest of the team, the delegation, I would like to kindly request you to be humble and wait for the presentation as I do it on the screen. And then there's also going to be one live broadcasting from Garisa High School. so that you can be able to see the different models of the technology that we are talking about. Thank you.
For the rest, you'll be able to see on the screen the demonstration happening outside. Then we go to the Garisa High School. So media team, please project the video from outside to the projector screen as well. Otherwise, on the 2 TVs, you can also see the presentation from outside. Asanteni.
All right, even as we remain seated, allow me to remind you ya kwamba media team will project every activity that is happening here, and as you can see, there it is. Remember, I reminded you that we have a very amazing media team that is working around the clock just to make sure that we have everything in order. This is live, of course. What you're seeing on your screens is live from KICD, that is right here in Starehe constituency, that is in Nairobi County. We're going to cut cross live, of course, all the way to Garisa, just to show you the project that is going on over there. And if we can possibly, if we have sound feed, we can as well have that so that we can continue with this particular program. So may I ask that we remain seated calmly and then we watch the activities that are taking place on our screens.
Check.
Sorry, sir. We can't hear you.
Let me start afresh.
Hello? Okay, let me start again. Now, this is a steam cooking technology. It's a 3-component part consisting of what we call a steam generator, the steam supply lines, and the cooking vessels. Thank you. Yeah, so we have what we call the steam generator, the steam supply lines, and the cooking vessels. The steam generator can be mounted outside the kitchen, while the cooking vessels are mounted inside the kitchen. Simply because this steam generator is a hybrid system, it adapts to different types of fuel. One being biomass. Second, it can be able to use LPG gas. It can also be able to use electricity or solar to power it up to cook. So how does this system work? This steam generator contains water. So you heat up the water, water boils, turns into steam. As the water turns into steam, we have developed it in a special way that the steam content is reduced. And the act of reducing the steam content inside the water accelerates the speed and also increases the pressure. When you increase the pressure and the temperature, whatever meal you've put at the cooking vessel is going to cook very fast within the shortest period of time. When this steam generator is mounted outside the kitchen, it enables the use of different fuels, like I mentioned, firewood, which usually has ash and charcoal, which normally makes the cooking environment not very clean. So when you have the vessels alone inside the kitchen, you'll have a very clean, safe working environment for the cooks and the end users. So these cooking vessels can be mounted. The number can be mounted depending on the size of the steam generator. Like for the Nairobi school case, we have one steam generator that cooks 10 cooking vessels. All these 10 cooking vessels can cook simultaneously or each at the same time. Like any other cooking device, it has what we call a control knob, because sometimes you want to cook. It means that there are perforations inside the pot, and those perforations allow the steam that comes from the steam generator to get into the food. So if you cannot be able to cook ugali in the perforated pot, but for the double jacketed pot, you'll be able to cook ugali because there are 2 jackets and the steam gushes in between. In terms of fuel efficiency, the technology helps you reduce the fuel consumption by between 60% to 90.3%, depending on the type of fuel that you are using or you'd like to use. So as a player in this industry, we are saying that we are not only giving solution to the public, but we are giving the power to the end user. So the institution can make a decision what type of fuel they find convenient or cost effective for them to use in the technology. So the technology is patented. We've already patented it. And I'd like you now to have a look at Garisa High School, where the technology is working using gas alone, while Nairobi School is only using biomass, but we're in the process of converting it. We can go back. Yes.
60 to 90% energy saving.
Yes.
That's significant.
Yes.
Have you quantified that in terms of economically? How much have the schools faced? Yeah. Yeah.
The question.
So what I'm asking, I congratulate you for, of course, the innovative idea and for patenting, because that's good. I hope it is with KIPI, Kenya. That's great. We should patent it internationally, hopefully. But my question is, you said 60 to 90% energy saving. Great achievement. Congratulations. How much does that translate economically? How much savings have the schools done?
Okay, for the case of Garisa High School.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for that question. We have two samples which we can be able to give out. Nairobi School previously used to consume 2,000 kilograms of firewood. Currently, per day, costing per day, previously, yeah, 6,000 a day. But currently, they are only consuming 500 kilograms of firewood with the same population meals prepared. So you see that's about 1.5 tons reduction in terms of biomass reduction. When you come to LPG gas, Garissa High School, with a population of about 1,300 learners, is consuming 1,000 shillings a day to cook for the learners. That's about 30,000 within a term. Compared to other technologies where you're using LPG gas directly to cook, some institutions spend about between 350 to 700,000, depending on which location the school is located. Down to 30,000. Yeah.
Yeah, again, let me add my voice and just congratulate you for this innovation. It is truly a game changer. How safe is this innovation?
A very good question, PS, Madam PS. The SIM system, as we develop it, we work with different players in the market. There's a body called government-approved boilers and pressure vessel inspectors. These are institutions that are mandated by the government to check on safety of pressured vessels and boilers. So in the process of design, purchase of the materials, after the system has been fabricated and installed, we take these government-approved boilers inspectors to go to the institution where the system are installed. They do the entire safety checks, and they issue certificates to each boiler and the cooking vessel. And this is repeated annually to make sure that the system remains to the standard that is required.
Sorry, madam. You can continue the questions. We have a live feed from Garissa High School, and then we can continue. Just a brief live feed for like 3 minutes.
Final question as you walk, maybe. In financing. I mean, that's the most important thing with these principals and educationists are asking. How was it financed? Was this through government, through NACONEC, or did you raise other funding?
Yeah, that's a good question, Bon Ambassador. The particular models that we've done, the 6 schools were financed by the government, but we are working with different players like the banks to come up and support schools in acquiring more technologies like this. At the moment, we have about 100 inquiries from different institutions across the country who are interested in the same technology. So we are finalizing the nitty-gritties of financing with the banks to be able to support institutions to adapt to this technology. Now, allow me to take you to Garissa High School, a school that uses LPG for cooking using steam, and the benefits that they are enjoying there. Thank you.
All right, and remember that the feed is live. It is coming to you live, of course, from Garissa High School.
Hello, welcome. hizi Garisa High School. Hapa mahali tunatumia steam cooking. Hii ndio ile spray ya steam cooking. Hapo after boil unaweka kule. Pamoja na switch on hapa. So ukishaboila tunachapa basi moto ya kutetea kwa pipe. Therefore, as you see, hii spray, kila spray iko na bana yake. Bana ni hii hapa. You switch on. Automatically spray inakuwa ishawaka tayari. Kila sufuria kwa bana yake, hii iko na bana, hiyo bana, kila spray iko na bana yake. Kama hii sufuria this sufuria iko na gauge. This is the gauge. Alafu benefit ya hii sufuria unaweza iona kama chakula imeiva, unaweza imwaga vizuri. Ukitoa kwa suruali ya chakula. Sufuria iko na bana. Hii inasaidia kuweka gauge yake, inapima moto. Ile wakati sufuria ikichemka, naangalia na hapa. Hii mahali ya kupima nao gauge.
Nashukuru.
Nashukuru sana kwa kutuletea hii system.
Media team, sijui kama na Anaweza nisikia. So let me ask a question. Sijui kama unaweza nipata kwa njia iliyo safi. Kuna swali moja ambalo pengine tungependa kuuliza kabla hauja endelea na shughuli ambazo unafanya siku ya leo. Sijui kama Charles ulikuwa na swali moja. Is there anyone who has a question to him? One question, yes please. Wacha tusikize swali moja. Yes.
Asanteni sana. Mimi naitwa Davis Simiu na niko na swali ya kuuliza. Hiyo kitchen equipment, if they have got a warrant of service. Na nilikuwa nataka kujua pia because you know we are dealing with fire. We wanted to know whether he has got an insurance cover for those people who are doing that kind of work. And then naomba pia tuambie kama hiyo machine sometimes inaweza kuwa na side effects ama challenges to the staff. Does he have a training manual or operating manual for the machine he has manufactured? Lastly, kuna mahali amesema ya kwamba there are orders imetoka karibu 1,000 orders or inquiries for those machines. Does he have the capacity to manufacture such kind of machines within a month, like 500? Thank you.
Asante sana. Kikosi kutoka Of course we will have ilikuwa ni waombe All right, as that is going on, ladies and gentlemen, nilikuwa nimepanga niwamwambia wa invite lunch, lakini sasa signal imeleta shida. We will be back. Allow me to excuse the team that is here, Madam PS, of course, and the CEO, for a photo session hapa nje that we will be guided. Tafadhali, so I'll ask that the team that is here to all right. On Wycliffe, engineer. Where is there anyone that has seen Wycliffe? Wycliffe, tafadhali, Wycliffe. I know that there are a number of questions that you have, all right? I know there are a number of questions that you have, and I want to remind you that Wycliffe Ngonga from Faith Engineering Works is still with us. And for any question, yes, please, come up on stage. Come up on stage. For any question that you might have for Wycliffe in relation to what we've just watched, in relation to what he has just presented, this would be the time. There was that microphone that was doing round. Where is it? There it is. Kindly, any person with a question. There was somebody with a question over here. Kuna swali pale. Swali. Na kuna swali pande hii. So come with that microphone hapa mbele kidogo so that we take the questions as Wycliffe answers them. Yes, kindly. Swali moja hapo. Utasema jina, the county that you are representing, and your question to Wycliffe. Karibu Wycliffe.
Thank you very much. I'm called Rosemary Birenge from Kisumu County. We are grateful for this innovation. It's very nice. It is cost effective in terms of firewood. But I want to know, how cost effective is it? What is the cost of installing these apparatus in an institution of, say, like Garisa, 1,000 students or 2,000 students? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? I think I can write down some of them, then I can answer at once.
Yes. Yes. Hello. Yes, hello. My name is Jasmile. I'm from Kyoto Network.
From what networks?
Kyoto Network. My question is your solution favorable to coastal region? Because we understand from the coast we have salty water and stuff. Another question is, she has asked it about the cost. Another thing is, how will it translate? Okay, I wish to understand the number of students in Garisa so that it can translate to maybe when I'm coming from maybe Elgeyo Marakwet, where I have 1,000 students. So when you tell me the cost is 1,000 per day, for me, how will it, what's the translation? Is it cost effective as such? Yeah, but it's a very nice innovation. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Beatrice Keror. I just wanted to ask, how safe is it now that you are using pressure? That is one. Two, the cost of fixing it and the cost of firewood that we are going to use to steam. How heavy is that to a school? Especially, I see from Garissa they are talking about 1,000. That is very little money compared to the number of students that a school may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, just a quick one. Is a solution tailored?
Please tell me your name.
Sorry, my name is Elizabeth. Is the solution tailored according to the number of students per school, or it's just a same fit size?
I am Sami Agon from Baringo. Mine is an appreciation. I have sat and seen that if it is your brain child initiative,
Thank you.
then it is a milestone. Other things as we move ahead, because when I think, for example, I have come from an outskirts of a town school where firewood is a problem. And sometimes when you become innovative, some issues can be solved. Like the issue of water. My friend, I have heard my friend maybe saying maybe the food can be got and the water is a problem. We have some very helpful organization. Like I wrote, my brothers from Eldoret could know that. I wrote some proposal to some church organization, the International Hope Water, and they have come to sink a borehole in my school, and I have no problem. So these other eventualities can be sorted as we move on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Joseph Anode. I wanted just to ask, what is the lifespan of the technology, and do you have technical support in case of challenges when it comes to using the technology, and how much can you be able to produce in terms of the technology to be able to assist the schools in case they need supply? Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph.
Okay.
Can I, okay, go ahead.
My name is Banis from Machakos. My question is, how does solar solution compare to gas in terms of speed of working, like supporting the many stoves you have seen? And in terms of cost when installing and other technicalities and logistics involved? Thank you.
Thank you. Can I answer some of these questions first? Okay, thank you. Let me start with our sister from Kisumu, who asked about the cost of the system. The cost of the system depends on, the population you want to prepare the meal for, 2, the number of pots that the institution requires, and 3, the type of meal that is being prepared. Different meals requires different energy amount. If you're preparing light meals like rice for the institutions like Garisa High School, they don't take a lot of githeri, so their hardest meal to cook is rice. That does not require a lot of energy, but schools from Western, Central, Western, Eastern, and other parts which require to prepare something like maize and beans and the rest, they'll require a lot of energy. So we normally fabricate our systems depending on each and every school's model. We don't have a fit-for-all capacity. We customize these systems. What we do as a company, we have our sales representatives on the ground in different regions who visit institutions that are interested, who have shown interest. They take the information that, they gather the information that I've mentioned. Then when this information is gathered, they bring it to the, send it to the company. We run it through a database, a program that we have in our system, which is now able to give us the exact capacity in terms of the steam generator and the sizes of the vessels and the number of the vessels. Well, you could first of all start with less number of pots for an institution, then later on increase the number of pots. But we have to put in consideration the ultimate capacity or number of pots that you'll be using eventually. So in that case, you could be having, for example, Garisa High School or Nairobi School, which has a 500 kg steam generator generation capacity per hour. But instead of going for all the 10 cooking pots, because in steam technology, we're using what we call efficiency. If you can be able to prepare meals like Nairobi School or Garisa High School, where they are preparing meals by 10 a.m., they have prepared breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you could reduce the number of pots and stretch your capacity. Instead of cooking for 3 hours, you could cook for 6 hours or 9 hours in a day and still realize the output production that you need. In that case, the cost will come down drastically. But normally we have a standard price that we normally have. For example, a school that prepares meals for between 500 to 700 learners, the system will cost between 3 million to 5 million Kenya shillings. We have another category of about 1,000 to 1,500 learners. It could be between 8 million, between 7 million to 8 million. We have another category whereby the system can prepare meals for up to 3,000 learners. It ranges between 10 million to 14 million Kenya shillings. It sounds a lot of money, but the truth of the matter is, if you look at the overall let me use the word wastage in institutions, in terms of fuel that is being consumed, in terms of the amount of water that is being used. There's one person who has also mentioned the issue of water in schools that don't have water. When we generate steam from water. So as you prepare your meals at the vessels, the amount of water that you're using has to reduce by 50%. If you're preparing rice and you're putting 50 liters of water when you're preparing your rice, when you're using the steam technology, you'll reduce the amount of water to 25 liters. So it also conserves the amount of water that is being used. To our brother Kizito asking a question about coastal province, I want to assure you that Kwale Boys High School is in Kwale County. That's a coastal region. That school is using the steam cooking technology currently. You're free to get in touch with the principal to ascertain the information I'm giving you and also collect more data and evidence about the technology and compare the old technology which they used to have and the current technology which they are having, which is steam. The other question about population, Garissa High School has about 1,000 and something learners, but Nairobi School, when we deployed the technology, they had about 2,300 learners. Garissa High School uses biomass for cooking. Previously, they used to consume about 2,000 kilograms of firewood in one day. Currently, with the steam technology, they are consuming 500 kilos, cooking for the same capacity, reduced time, cooking time, but with better output and efficient system. Our sister Beatrice asked a question about safety. We as a company have put a lot of emphasis in safety. The fact that the system is going to be used in a public institution, safety is paramount to us. And as a company, when we develop the technology or the innovation, we work with the institutions called DOSH. These are boilers and pressure vessel inspectors. They are approved by the government to inspect all boilers and pressure vessels. So what we do as a company, once we get an order from any client, we send the information to DOSH. We do the design of the steam generator because the capacity might not be the same capacity as we have done in other institutions. So as we send the design, we call them in when we are purchasing the materials to ascertain the quality of the materials that we have purchased and whether they are the right materials. After that is done, we do the cutting, we do the marking, the cutting, the welding, and the finishing. After we've finished up, we do a number of tests, which is usually done by DOSH. They come, do the pressure test when the system is not fired up. After that, we do the installation. After we've done the installation, they come and do the pressure test when the system has been installed in school. And after that is done, when the cooking begins, they come and do another test. So there are about 3 or 4 tests that are done by DOSH. And afterwards, a certificate is issued. This certificate is like a logbook to a vehicle. Each steam generator or a cooking vessel comes with its own pressure test result. So this result is kept in the custody of the school, and every year these tests are done annually to ascertain the worthiness of the system to be operated within a public kitchen. Another question came from Sami about the challenge of firewood and water. I think I've addressed the challenge of water. Now, when we developed this steam technology, it took us about 15 years. Faith Engineering is among the pioneers of the energy-saving stoves that are currently used in 95% of schools in Kenya. And out of that, we derived our experience from the old technology to this new technology. So we calculated the amount of firewood that was being spent previously and worked out on how we can be able to improve the technology. Traditionally, if you are cooking 3 pots, you need 3 sources of fire. But in the steam technology, you only need 1 source of fire to generate enough steam at very high pressure and temperature to cook 3 pots simultaneously. With that, you are able to reduce your fuel consumption by over 50%, because 1 fire that was supposed to cook 1 pot is now cooking more than 1 pot, 2 or 3 pots. That's the rationale behind the savings that I'm talking about, between 50 to 60%. I would also like to address the issue of solar and the cost. Well, in solar, we have 2 types of solar. We have solar water heating, and also we have solar electrification. Now, our steam system uses the solar electrification model, whereby you have your solar panels outright, you capture the solar, the rays from the solar, you charge the batteries. These batteries are the ones that now are converted using an inverter to prepare meals or to generate electricity, and that electricity is the one that is being used. So in this model of solar, we are still in the pilot stage, whereby there is a school. We are working with an NGO called GAMOS, where we are going to develop 1 system in Kajiado County to use the solar system. I think when the data comes out, we'll be able to share this with the public. I think I've exhausted the question. If there is any more, I can be able to continue. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Tiwaema from Makueni County. I have a couple of questions, but I'll limit my questions to the most statistical ones. As far as that machine is concerned outside, I was there. I tried to analyze it scientifically. I have one question as concerns electrical, using of electricity. Because the machine you have outside there, I was only shown the burner to eat the steam generator. Now when it comes to electrical application, does it mean you have to buy a plate or an electrical cooker to eat? And if it is eating at the machine outside there, where I saw the burner, where do you place your electrical heater to eat the machine to generate the steam? Another question, when I went outside, all your steam cookers are arranged in a series, but not in parallel. I mean, one is fed by another one. If they are in a series, it is expected that a lot of energy will be used. Why didn't you find a way of ensuring they are in parallel so that they don't use a lot of energy? The last question. This is a very innovative machine, but sustainability. You as a company, you have come with a very innovative idea. But now sustainability and as far as distribution of these machines to schools are concerned, first and foremost, have you tested the elasticity of the materials you are using? Which materials do you use? Because we know that water dissolves nearly every substance. I don't know whether you are using aluminum. I don't know whether you are using what. Did you undertake those scientific testing parameters? Then the last question. As far as the distribution of your machines to schools are concerned, how about a school which cannot afford solar energy, which cannot afford liquid petroleum gas? Because when I asked a question, your fellow there told me their work is to assemble, so it is the responsibility of the government to implement. If capitation has become a headache, how will the government ensure all the schools in Kenya have energy for heating the water? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are very valid questions. I think I can pick those ones first. Let me start with the gentleman who has just spoken last. Thank you for your observation. One, I want to assure you that the steam generator there is adaptable to electricity. It's only that what we brought here was not electric element or heating apparatus were not factored in this system. For the electric system, we have what we call the heating elements. Elements are the ones that are used in homes or houses where you have those coils that are inside the water and you plug it to electricity. When you plug it to electricity, it boils the water. So these elements are inside the tank when we are doing the design for the solar or electric cooking. So we make some holes on the side of the steam generator, which allows the elements to get inside the tank. So with the elements inside the tank, it does not interfere with using different types of fuel. As you saw there, we have a burner which is placed inside the fire chamber. When you want to use biomass, you remove the burner and you put your biomass. In the case of electricity on the same technology, you remove the biomass, you remove the burner, and you're only left with the elements which are connected inside the tank to heat up the system. When it comes to the question of test of materials, I mentioned that we work with a body called DOSH. They are the government-approved boiler inspectors and pressure vessel inspectors. So each of these materials, before we get certification to deploy a prototype, like the ones which we have deployed in a number of schools, there's a guideline or a standard that Kenya Bureau of Standard issues to specific machines and equipments, different components and areas. So yes, we have done the test and came up with the most suitable, durable, and the best materials for every component. As you noticed, the material used on the steam generator is different from the material used on the cooking pots. Because the cooking pots, we've designed them with stainless steel food grade because they are the end end section which gets into contact with the food. But because of efficiency, the materials that is used on the steam generator is called boilerplate. You can be able to do a bit of research and find out about boilerplates. Then you'll realize that it is the most recommended materials to fabricate steam generators. The issue of sustainability, as a company, we know the market is so big and we might not be able to capture the entire market. So our company is working with TVETs, quite a number of them. We're in discussion with them, especially the head office in Nairobi, to be able to give out this technology to the different technical training institutes to be able to develop the technology to different markets. For example, as you are aware, TVETs are spread across the entire country, and once we disseminate this information to the TVETs, they can be able to deploy the technology. Our role finally will just be to inspect and to check that all systems that are developed conform to the standards and the designs that we have given out, and also conform to those standards and specification. There was a question about service and maintenance. We have a team of technicians who are spread across the countries, especially in terms of region. We have Nyanza, Coast, and Eastern, Central, and the rest, who are always on standby to assist in any challenge that may arise. So far, with the 6 schools that we have developed, there have been a number of challenges, but as a company, we've managed to respond to these challenges within maximum of 3 hours. You can be able to confirm that from this school called Kwale High School. Kwale is in Kwale County. Previously when we began with them, being a new technology, there was a lot of challenge in terms of operationalization as well as how to maintain the system. But as a company, when we deployed the system, we trained some of their staff to operationalize the system, but also we are on standby whenever there was a problem to go and assist them. So as a company, one of our policy is whenever we deploy the technology, we have to work with the cooks inside the school. We don't bring special experts from somewhere else to come and take jobs of those people who have been working in the institutions. Remember, these have been loyal staff over so many years of time, for a very long period of time. And we believe that technical works requires just some training, and when you train somebody, they can be able to adapt and be able to take up the challenge or the initiative that is there. So with the schools like Garisa High School, Kwale Boys, Nairobi School, I can attest to you that 100% number of staffs that are working in that school still are there. Nobody has been imported to go and use or replace anybody because the technology is a new technology or is a foreign technology. Thank you. Okay, one more.
Okay, thank you for this innovation. Mine is just to, you see, we have some school within the Republic of Kenya, and I believe we have those guys who are supplying the foods from these institutions. And we have some guys who are, this innovation is going to render them jobless. In that scenario, what is your take on that? Sorry.
Okay, that's a very good question. I thought you would make it the other way around because the technology has come to ease the life of the cooks within the kitchen. Now, I can only answer categorically about those who are working within the school kitchens, but not the suppliers. For those who are working within the kitchens, the number of staff who are working in the kitchen have reduced. For example, Nairobi School used to have about 15 staff who are cooking, but the number has reduced to about 7 staff. But the beauty of it is that these other extra who have been reduced have been redeployed in other areas of the school. So no one has been rendered jobless, and everyone else has been accommodated. Just you can add something.
And also to add that on the job aspect, remember I mentioned at the beginning that there was a holistic approach to this intervention. So part of the homegrown schools program is that when you are moving a school from the use of firewood to, in this case, let's say LPG, the case of Garisa High School, yes, there used to be those suppliers of firewood, but what has then happened is for those persons who are within the recognized those Mike. So for those the beans, the maize, and whatnot. Open call for providing the meals, the cereals, the school is open. Now, consider being a bidder for that. That was how we're trying to transition. Not that it's something that... Asanteni sana.
All right, asante sana. Let's appreciate the director. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. And of course, Engineer Weekly for putting everything in order and just making sure that all of us are aligned. And of course, at this time, I just want to tell you that the long-awaited lunch break is finally here. All right? So I just want to tell you that we have a team of ushers. Wapi ushers wetu? We have a team of ushers ambao wako na meal cards. They will make sure that you have your meal cards. And I'm sure that by the time we've gone and had our lunch, alafu turudi for the afternoon session, which will be the home stretch, there's plenty of discussion that will be coming from you. The same thing that we were doing in terms of the microphone being at the audience is what we are coming to do in the afternoon. All the questions that you have, in fact, when you go for your lunch break, it would be in order that when you're having lunch in groups, share the questions that you would wish to ask, sharpen them, so that by the time you're coming back in the afternoon, it will be go time, because in the afternoon, it will be all about the questions and reactions from you, the audience. I want you to enjoy your lunch. Please, let's all be upstanding for the band to give us wapi ile bendi tafadhali, wapi ile tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda
daima,
Kenya tunayoipenda
daima.
All right. So before you exit, let's listen to the band. Let's listen to the band. Asante, asante. Kenya Prison Band, asante sana, thank you so much. Pia nyinyi tunawashukuru sana. Please go and have your lunch so that when we come back in the afternoon, tupige zaidi kama hiyo. Enjoy your lunch. We will see you in the afternoon session. We are out. All right, asante sana. Thank you so much. Of course, Kenya Prison Band ambao wanafanya shughuli safi. Na nasema ni asante sana. To everybody that can hear my voice, tafadhali wacha niombe that we all come back inside. Wacha niombe tafadhali that we all come back inside. For everybody that is listening to my voice, let me ask you that you make your way back to the auditorium. I can see a few of our members taking pictures. Wacha niombe tafadhali, you come over to this side, please. All our ushers, please help us assemble everybody inside here because we have very limited time and a lot to cover. So let me ask that if you can hear my voice, please make your way back to the auditorium so that we may do this and run the program in an orderly fashion. So let me ask everybody that is supposed to be with us here in the second session, which is the last one, that you make your way back to the auditorium so that we may begin this. Karibuni tafadhali. Let me ask all of us, in case you are seated with somebody and you have their contact, please ask them to come back so that we may begin this and run the program in an orderly fashion. I'm asking everyone tafadhali, all our ushers, please tusaidie tafadhali, ask everybody that was here to kindly make their way back to the auditorium so that we may begin this. We are beginning this in exactly 3 minutes to come. So time is really not on our side. So anybody that can hear my voice, let me ask you to make your way back to the auditorium so that we may begin this. But in the meantime, even as we come back, I'll throw it back to Kenya Prison Band for one song, and then we begin the program. Karibuni. All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate the Kenya Prisons Band. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. We want to say a very big thank you to you. You keep us energized, of course, entertained with different music. And if you can actually look at their playlist, you will notice that the music is so patriotic. And one thing that I would encourage each and every one of us in this room, even as we sit to chart this path, is that may we all be patriotic and put our nation in front. Every idea that we are going to bring, may we always embrace positivity and shun away negativity. Those of a similar opinion say aye. The eyes have it. Asanteni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome of course to the home stretch of this event. Nasema ni asanteni sana kwa kufika. Now, if you're in this room, ambia jirani yako shh. If you're in this room, ambia jirani yako shh. I want us to begin the second session. And how many of you have received such a document? Wangapi wamepokea karatasi ambayo inakaa namna hii? How many? By show of the paper, show me. Show me the paper that you have, kindly. Show me the paper that you have. You see, this one is the offline version of what is going on in the online spaces. There are questions that you heard Director Charles read out. Those were coming from the online session. Now with this one, because we understand there is somebody that might have a question and would not want to speak out of their own personal reasons. But we can't lock you out. What we've done and what the team that was organizing this forum has done, they've provided these papers so that you may write your comment on that paper. When you look at the comment form, it has the name, it has the gender, organization, role, agenda, and date. For the purposes of anonymity, if you are not comfortable with writing your name, listen to this. If you are not comfortable with writing your name, leave it blank. All right? Then you proceed and have your comment on that comment space that has been provided. What will happen is we have a team of ushers. Kindly, our ushers step in front. Our ushers step in front so that everybody else can see you. So we have an amazing team of ushers. I want you to take a look at them. They will be moving around. Once you are done writing your comment, they will collect them, and when it comes to answering those questions, these ones will be a part of them. Remember, we are doing both online and offline. This is the offline version of what we are doing in the creative online space. These are our ushers. They will come to where you are. Once you are done, pass it to them. If you're not comfortable writing your name, please leave it blank. Let's appreciate our ushers tafadhali. Wapigieni makofi jameni. Asante sana. Our ushers, you may assume your positions. Asanteni sana. Every time that you're done filling your document, please leave it with them and they will take it up from there. We are coming back, of course, for the second session. I can see guys are still streaming in, and I wish to tell you this. Listen to this. Ambia jirani yako, shh. Tell your neighbor, shh. If there is anything you're holding on your hand, please put it down. If there is anything you're holding on your hand, please put it down. Anything. Whether you're holding your phone, whether you're holding a pen, please put it down. Show me that your hands are free. Show me. Show me that your hands are free. Thank you so much. Top students, if this were an exam, you'd be top 100. Now, let me tell you this. When I say one, tell your neighbor one. You take your right hand index finger, this one, mkono wa kulia, index finger, hii, fanya hivi. You take your right hand index finger, do this. Everybody, do this. Right hand index finger, all right? Place it somewhere here, close to your neighbor, mahali hapa, okay? When I say two, sema two. You take your left palm, this one. This one remains here. Now you take your left palm, take this one. Place it on your neighbor's index finger. Now, no, on this side. To your left. Place it on your neighbor's index finger. That is very correct. Now you will remain like this. Listen to me. Tell your neighbor, shh. When I say three, you try not to get caught, but make sure you catch your neighbor. Can we try? Can we try? All right, put it down. Put it down, everybody. Put it down. All right, let's go. One. No, just one only. Just index finger only. One. Index finger only. Two. Three. Nani ameshikwa? Who has been caught? We will do this one last time, and this time around, if you are caught, what do we do? If you are caught, what do we do? The punishment will be heavy. Si ni kweli? All right, let's do it one more time, everybody. Let's go. One, everybody. Two. Three. Wapi makofi. Asante sana, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the afternoon session. And we want to say a very big thank you to each and every one of you for making time, of course, to be here. Now, just before we left, remember that Engineer Wycliffe showed us a very amazing project that actually showcased what is happening right outside of this auditorium. There was a bit of explanation over there. Remember that he was joined by the PS for higher learning, State Department for higher learning. There was also our CEO, board chair as well was there. Everybody was there that you're seeing in front here. There was a bit of explanation that was going on that front. Now, to flip the coin, I know you remember the explanation that was going on from Garisa High School, and you saw everything that was happening over there, and I know that many of you have so many questions in relation to that. Now, there are a few individuals that I'm going to call up on stage to react in terms of the theme that we are having for this year, specifically. Listen to this. Ambia jirani yako, shh. When we call you up on stage to react to whatever it is that we were doing today, please, with all humility that has ever been, stick to the day's business so that we may remain in focus for the total, for the better part of the day, and we may achieve the plans that we've had today. So there's a bit commentary that is coming up, of course, on this project. Remember that we've showcased the project both on our live feeds that was coming from Garisa High School and as well outside here, and we want to hear some of the few individuals that would want to weigh in, and some of them are actually our partners. To begin with this, I will invite, of course, Director Climate Africa, Zeph Kivungi to come and begin his commentary, and we will continue from there. Mpigieni makofi anapokuja tafadhali. And of course, ndio huyo hapa, ndio mpigieni makofi tafadhali. Kindly, asanteni sana. Karibu sana.
Thank you, MC. CEO Nakonek, Bwana Harun, other guests, all protocols observed. That's the tougher statement, right? The rest of it will be very easy. So my name is Zef Kivungi. I'm from the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. Some people call it CIF, C-I-F-F. This is a foundation that is focused primarily on human capital development, which is children, and that's where it starts. And all the investments we make are geared towards ensuring that every child has a great chance to survive and to thrive. Survival means that you have to give them the right nutrition, you have to provide the right health care, and this is what we tend to call gray matter infrastructure. If you don't give the right nutrition before a child is 7, you lose an asset that you can never recover. This asset is IQ is depleted. There's a lot of things that go wrong, and you will never recover that again. And this is known by all our partners, UNICEF and others who are very active in this space. Now, lots of children are dying under 5 because of indoor air pollution, which is why a children's foundation would be interested in cooking. Now, I will want to give an illustration of what we are doing in Kenya, while also mentioning the other side of the thriving. So many of you are familiar with Food for Education. It's one of our primary delivery partners. CIF has a commitment to support the government of Kenya that has a very clear goal to feed 10 million children. So CIF has committed to feed 3 million of those in a sustainable way. It cannot be grants all the time. It cannot be us doing like this. All we need is guidance, and the country can take care of that. So if you think about Food for Education, you've seen big kitchens, you've seen a lot of food trucks delivering food. You may be surprised that a country like Kenya that has got literally excess generation capacity, I put it in quotes, Food for Education is still using briquettes in the city. The reason for that was certain issues to do with perceptions of the cost of electricity, which is a real factor. And so they went for briquettes. The question is, can we build 1,000 kitchens like that to feed all these children? The true answer is no. Biomass is not sustainable. The country is a dry one. So every tree that is touched to go towards preparing a meal is already disastrous. It cannot be acceptable. Next thing is the pollution that is happening is a silent killer. It's killing more people than most diseases that we know. So this cooking conversation, which does not necessarily make business sense, that nobody sees cooking as a business that is supposed to make them billionaires. So there has to be different financing models, and that is why the foundation is it's in total support of this initiative here, saying a number of things. One, carbon markets is going to avail this additional capital that would otherwise not flow because it doesn't make business sense. But once you have carbon there, you strengthen that case. We need innovative financing models, and these models will be where money can flow. When we talk about some of the DFIs that we are being told about, some of the commercial banks in the country that we may not be able to mention at this moment, they also don't have the kind of capital that is going to be availing these sort of solutions at scale. But blending that with other types of capital strengthens the case so that then the rollout becomes organic and continues. The second thing is that, the fact that we are in support of government also means that in the end, this is a responsibility of the government. We never like to mince words like that. The responsibility of feeding our children rests with the government. Now that government has got a lot of other competing priorities. And that's why development partners are welcome to come into this. All the foundations that have been talked about here, from Rockefeller to MasterCard to all the others, their job is not to feed the children. Their job is to figure out how are we going to make finance flow at the scale that is required so that it becomes an organic thing. And the one beautiful thing about carbon markets is you can use that now to reduce how much we have to budget. So every time there is not sufficient resources sitting with the CEO and his team at NACONEC, it just means a lot more children would have been feeding will not be fed. And many of them are at the risk of dropping out of school. So any cost that we can save, any kind of capital that can flow into this would go a long way in feeding more children so that then we are not losing this grey matter infrastructure. So I would then say, as I close, there should be a way in which, this is just a suggestion now, I'm keeping to the topic of the day. There should be a way for us to look at all children and all schools as part of the solution. So it doesn't have to be the schools that NACONEC is working with currently. Every school is taking care of a child. It can be private, it can be public, can be primary, can be high school, can be ECD, it doesn't matter. As long as it is taking care of children, we should have a comprehensive framework, which by the look of things, this is what we are developing here, so that anybody who wants to contribute towards that, if it's a high school, bigger schools that can also mobilize a lot more capital, any amount of money that is displaced out of their cost of energy will be available for use in another school that may not have the same capacity. So the questions you are asking, can a primary school afford this system? There's going to be a level of cross-subsidization, which is why we must look at it from a central point, Ministry of Education and all the other ministries saying, this is a national program that we are all developing together. Everyone else who wants to participate should join into this. We should not introduce competition in a program or an initiative that is not funny. It's not a joke. We cannot be competing on something that is this serious. So all to say, CIF is quite in support of this. Some of the ways we invest is providing the sort of capital that would go into developing the sort of financing structures. Beyond carbon markets, we have things like green bonds. We have all other types of sustainable finance. We need to be able to bring them to one conversation so that then the country continues providing the leadership that it is seen to provide, despite the fact that progress remains slow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Of course, let's appreciate Zeph Kivungi. Mpigeni makofi tena jameni. And one thing, of course, that Zeph has done is actually set the tone in terms of time management, because like I told you, when it comes to the afternoon session, we really want to keep the conversation going from the audience perspective. So anybody that is coming to just weigh in their options, weigh in their opinion on this particular end, is actually awaiting a response that is going to come from the audience that we have here today. Of course, representing UNICEF, allow me to invite Dr. Ibrahim Lubad. Mpigieni makofi tafadhali as he comes to make his remarks as well, and then we will continue with the program shortly thereafter. Mpigieni makofi mpaka afike jameni, of course, as he comes on stage. Karibu.
Good afternoon. How many minutes? I'll try to be precise or accurate in time management. Okay, thank you. Mr. Harun Yusuf, CEO NACONEC, distinguished representatives from different partners, from the government, from private sector, our distinguished guests and participants from all the different counties. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Mr. Harun and Nakunik for inviting us to this important event regarding the Clean Cooking Initiative. Us as UNICEF, I want to reaffirm UNICEF's commitment to improving the health, safety, and learning outcomes of children in Kenya through cross-sectoral interventions, including the education and WASH sectors. Why UNICEF is interested in this initiative? Because it aligns with UNICEF's mandate of promoting child survival, development and well-being, especially through safe learning environments, improved health and nutrition, and environmental sustainability. And here, when we are talking about cross-sectoral, UNICEF is providing holistic approach. Like when we are talking about climate change interventions, also we provide many interventions and programs to cover child protection, to cover WASH in schools, and social protection as well. Clean cooking is key to reducing indoor air pollution, protecting learners and school workers, and encouraging school attendance. We believe that providing food for children is important, but the way we are providing this food, preparing this food to keep the environment clean is also very important, and we need to take care of that as well. Now I would like to emphasize on the importance of complementarity between the interventions. And we know yesterday we had a meeting under the technical working group of climate friendly practices, which is under the National School Meals Coalition. We discussed with colleagues from different ministries. Of course, the lead was the Minister of Education, but we had colleagues from Ministry of Agriculture, from the First Lady's Office, and many NGOs, CSOs. And we were discussing how can we complement each other? How can we build on the strengths of each other so we don't start from the scratch? And here I would like to take the opportunity to ask the ministry to be the maestro for these efforts, because we know that there are interventions here and there, but we would like, and we will support that, of course, the ministry to align all those efforts together to have them implemented in very efficient way. So as UNICEF, we have different complementary programs that is very relevant to the Clean Cooking Initiative. We have WASH in schools, and I think there was one colleague here mentioned that we cannot talk about school feeding programs or clean cooking while there is no water in school. I agree with that. So provision of complementary services, integrated services will really have more impactful effects. So we have WASH in schools, where UNICEF supports Ministry of Education and counties in strengthening WASH infrastructure and practices in schools. Also, UNICEF is a member of the National School Meals Coalition, and we are co-chairing the technical working group regarding the climate change, where we have as well the Clean Cooking Initiative there, and we are an active partner supporting this initiative as well. And as Dr. Elias mentioned this morning, together with the Ministry of Education, we started recently preparing guidelines for climate resilient school infrastructure and operations. UNICEF will be hiring institutional consultancy to develop those guidelines in coordination with the climate unit under the Ministry of Education, which is also very relevant and connected with the clean cooking solutions. UNICEF also is very active in advocacy with donors and partners, as UNICEF has been actively advocating with donors and development partners, including the government of China, the government of Turkey. We had recent meetings with them, and one of the topics that we discussed is supporting the climate-friendly practices and specifically the clean cooking, and maybe we'll have a chance to discuss more in more details with Mr. Harun. Because advocacy efforts, we believe that they are very important to mobilize resources to support this important initiative. Also, it's important to integrate the green solutions in education sector investments and in scaling climate adaptation and resilience in schools, and to ensure policy alignment and implementation at scale. Potential areas of collaboration between UNICEF and all the implementing partners or developing partners regarding the clean cooking solutions can come as joint policy dialogue and technical support with NACONIC to promote standards and guidelines for clean cooking in schools. Also in partnering in pilot projects to test scalable child-friendly clean cooking technologies in schools, including in ASAL and refugee hosting counties. And we can also support the capacity building for school management committees and workers regarding the climate-friendly practices and cooking solutions. And as the way forward, UNICEF is ready to collaborate in finalizing the clean cooking roadmap for schools, in supporting advocacy and resource mobilization, and in contributing to joint monitoring, learning, and documentation of the impact. And as UNICEF, we believe that this initiative will contribute to healthier learners, greener schools, and safe environment for all. I hope all together we can do very good to increase the number of schools that have this clean cooking initiative implemented there, and we reach more and more students in school feeding and with clean energy. Thank you. Asante sana.
All right, asante sana. Of course, that was Dr. Ibrahim Lubad, and of course, joining him right after him is none other than the policy program officer at World Food Program, that is Iselin Parim. Pigeni makofi tafadhali as she comes on board just to make her few remarks as well, and then as well we may continue with the program. Remember that we are having different partners just reacting to what we've seen here today. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. CEO NACONIC, allow me to say all protocols observed. Thank you so much for inviting World Food Program here today at this truly milestone event, I'd say, in clean cooking for school feeding. A lot of hard work has gone down leading up to this event, and it's exciting to see all of the interest in the room today. I was asked to speak a little bit about WFP and our partnership with government, which is truly long-standing. It goes back to the 1980s when the school feeding program in Kenya was launched. But I wanted to highlight that since 2018, it was taken over by government fully, and today we are a partner of support to government and technical assistance and other areas as well. It's really a partnership that we're very proud of, let me say that too. I also wanted to mention that when it comes to the school meals program, Kenya is really a leading example, not just in the region and the continent, but even globally. And the commitment to reach universal coverage and 10 million learners by 2030 is something that is really recognized worldwide. And we get constant requests, I'd say almost weekly, from other countries that want to learn from Kenya. And in the recent, I would say, 1 or 2 years, clean cooking is the topic that keeps coming up in these requests. I wanted to It's been mentioned a few times by colleagues, and I think that this is a very good opportunity when we have so many partners in the room, when we are looking to align ourselves and work together and complement each other, and fully support the comment from Sif as well about let's not compete, let's work together, and that is exactly why the National School Meals Coalition was launched last year. This is, of course, also part of the Global School Meals Coalition, but Kenya is actually the first country in the world to have a national chapter, which I think is quite commendable. And the coalition really aims to bring partners together. It's, of course, for all partners and all stakeholders, all the way from government and NGOs, development partners, down to the schools and the students themselves. Fully led by Minister of Education, of course, and WFP, we serve as the secretariat to support these efforts. And also mentioned by Ibrahim previously is that there are some technical working groups under the coalition where we can deep dive into different thematic areas, so that in total we are supporting the road towards reaching 10 million children. And one of the technical working groups were actually clean cooking. Even partners were so eager to start that it actually started before the coalition was launched. So I think that shows the momentum that is here on clean cooking in schools. It shows how many partners are engaged. Many are here today, but there are even more outside of this room across the board looking to support these efforts. I'll also mention a little bit, since the technical working group is really on climate-friendly approaches in schools, and this also goes back to the commitment made to reach the 10 million learners, because if we just imagine feeding 10 million learners every single day, if we continue then to use firewood and all of the water that we are using as we are cooking now, the waste management and so on, that's a massive impact, of course, on our local environments. And this is also the overarching theme, I'd say, and the priorities to reach the 10 million is that we have to do it in a climate-friendly way. And this is also really a topic that Kenya is leading on, that so many countries are looking to Kenya for guidance and supporting this commitment. So I'll keep it short today. Again, to congratulate NACONEC and partners on this event today and the local consultations. And of course that to reaffirm our support, not only on clean cooking, but the school meals program and expansion in total, and we really take this opportunity to encourage partners that are not already in the coalition to join us, so that we can successfully align all of our efforts as partners, so that we support government to reach our goal for the 10 million learners to be fed every single day in climate-friendly methods. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And then, of course, representing, of course, from the office of the First Lady, we have the head of forestry and agroforestry, that is Temina Busolo. Pigeni makofi, of course, as she takes over the stage, just to make her few remarks as well, just reacting to what we've seen here today, and I know that we would want to hear from her. Karibu sana, please come on stage.
The Governing Council of NACONEC, our able CEO of NACONEC, Mr. Harun Yusuf, distinguished guests, Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As mentioned, I am Temina Bosolo from Office of the First Lady Mama Doing Good, and I'll briefly introduce what Mama Doing Good is. So Mama Doing Good is the implementing arm of Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Rachel Ruto, and this arm is comprised of 3 strategic pillars: women economic empowerment, environment and climate action, and food security and livelihoods. And at this moment, I'd like to highlight how these arms under Mama Doing Good are interlinked with our topic for today. So first, I will start with a learner program that we have, which is called the First Ladies Mazingira Awards, which is a learner-centered program that is designed to nurture and empower learners in primary, junior school, and secondary schools across the country. And we have a tagline. We usually say mazingira yetu, jukumu letu, or our environment, our responsibility. Correct me if I'm wrong, our sign language interpreter. Mazingira yetu, jukumu letu. Yes. So our environment, our responsibility. So through this initiative, we're able to give learners a platform for them to creatively express themselves about matters to do with the environment. And this year, the theme resonates around pollution. So our theme for the year is End Pollution, Conserve the Environment, or Komesha Uchafuzi, Hifadhi Mazingira, where we are looking at aspects of pollution, which includes household air pollution and indoor air pollution. So by creating this platform, we are allowing learners to be able to come up with artistic artwork, essays in English, essays in Swahili, also poetry, where they can highlight aspects of clean cooking solutions as a way to come up with ways to transition to clean energy solutions. We also have the aspect of the national tree planting, 15 billion trees by 2032, which is the National Restoration Campaign, which also resonates with this program, since we will be also going to schools across the country where we're establishing Mama Fruit Gardens. This is where we go to schools and establish fruit gardens within schools, where we are now empowering them to have that aspect of learning by knowing. So as I mentioned, this year's theme, we also would like to see entries coming out from the learners about LPG, biogas, clean cooking solutions, and ways to reduce environmental impacts of household air pollution and indoor air pollution. So that transition to clean cooking extends beyond just the school level, because as Mama Doing Good, we are also looking at the household level of transitioning. As I mentioned, we have the Women Economic Empowering Arm that looks into financial inclusion and financial literacy through a system called table banking. So these women groups are traversed across 44 counties, and we have currently 17,000 women groups. And what we are doing is we are training the same women to transition to clean cooking solutions. And our main aim is to assist them to adopt cleaner energy by providing access to these technologies, for them to adopt them and use them at their household level. And this dual approach of clean cooking in schools and in homes creates a unified strategy to end pollution and conserve the environment, which also would inspire the learners to do the same. Our last pillar, food security and livelihoods, addresses the question that was mentioned about where do we find the food. So we are also working with learners in schools and communities on a program called the Mama Kitchen Garden. I believe we have been to some of the schools. CD Samburu, I believe you're here. Yes, we have been in several schools across the country where we have been establishing Mama Kitchen Gardens, a program where we are empowering learners and also households to be able to come up with vegetable gardens and fruit gardens at the same time, so that they can be able to feed their learners. And this also encourages and promotes climate smart agriculture, where learners can be able to use hands-on learning experiences and transfer the knowledge that they have learned in schools and take them to their homes to establish these gardens. So I believe that together we are raising a generation of climate-ready citizens, and our office equips communities with sustainable tools. As the First Lady's Mazingira Awards, as we call it, FLAMA, nurtures and empowers learners to be creative agents of change from a very young age. And clean cooking in schools, and as clean cooking in schools and homes teaches learners how to end pollution and conserve the environment through practical action. So let us rally behind our tagline, Mazingira yetu, jukumu letu, and inspire every learner and learning institution to embrace clean cooking and climate education. And we believe that together we can empower this generation and lead Kenya towards a healthier, greener, and more sustainable future. Asanteni sana.
All right, thank you so much. Of course, that is from the office of the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya. That is Mama Rachel Ruto. And we want to say a very big thank you, of course, for those amazing, amazing remarks that you've made. And even as we continue, allow me to remind you that in case you'd want to give feedback online, we have different QR codes across the room that you can scan. I don't know if you can see them. Is there anyone close to them? The QR codes ambazo that have been shared. Our ushering team will show them in case you want to share feedback straight from your phone. And remember that also we are still dependent highly on this form. So anybody that still has this form, you can fill it, and then we will continue in that particular manner. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to jump straight to the Managing Director of Ignis Innovation, that is Dennis Nderito, who is right here with us to make a few remarks, and then we will continue as well to the other part of the program. Pigeni makofi anapokuja tafadhali, even as he wraps up this part of the partners that we are having here today. Karibu sana.
Habari za mchana. Habari za mchana. CEO Harun and the rest of the distinguished people in front of us, all protocols observed. As has been introduced, my name is Dennis Nderitu, and I'm here to talk about the implementation of the projects. So we've talked about the financing, we've talked about the technology. What we need to do now, as every question has highlighted, is think about the implementation plan and how to implement at scale. I come from the solar sector, and in the solar sector there's been a journey where we started with a lot of fanfare in the early 2000s, but then something happened. Customer or people did not understand how solar works. There was some unscrupulous dealers as well who sold the wrong panels, the wrong batteries and all this. And this sort of bad start to a journey of transition meant that the trust reduced and people did not adopt solar at the scale that we expected. And that happens to every transition such as this. If you don't plan very well, make sure everything is well set up, put up the sufficient guardrails, you end up with a lot of disappointment in the people who would have adopted, and you don't get to the level at which you wanted to get to. So based on that, what I've seen is over 25 to 30 years, the commercial sector has really adopted solar. And you can see a lot of panels that are on top of factory roofs right now. And this is generally because the factories have been taken through a customer journey. So someone has gone to a factory, identified how much energy they use, identified how much they could save, identified their capacity gaps, what type of training do they need, and then provided financing, and that has allowed the adoption of solar to really scale up quickly. That's the same approach that Ignis Innovation is taking. That's the same approach that Ignis Innovation is taking, which is to identify what the schools actually need, work with them through that journey of sizing a system and building a system, similar to what our brother Wycliffe showed here. And then after that, walk through the journey of financing, considering financing options, whether it's banks, whether there's a blended finance, as Zeph from CIF has mentioned, and then deploy the unit. And deployment is not the end of the journey. The journey continues to operations and maintenance. So we do have digital solutions embedded into our systems. And this not only allow you to get the benefits of the carbon project, which is the addition of finance, but also allow you to be able to monitor the usage of your fuel. So the questions about how much fuel is used should be answered every day on a basic phone app or a message that tells you, yesterday you used this many kgs of gas, and this is how much you have left, so you need to get someone to come and refill it within the next 3 days. This not only allows you to not have any issues with fuel shortages, but also allows you to be able to monitor your efficiency and to push your cooks and your kitchen staff to deliver at the best efficiency points. The last thing that is on offer is the after-sale support services. So the after-sale support is normally one of the challenges. You see a lot of schools had solar put on their roofs 10 years ago and even before that, but a huge percentage of those systems still don't, they don't work nowadays. And it's because there wasn't a good regiment for operations and maintenance, training the technicians who are very close to the school to understand it, so that they can become the first degree of response when there's an issue. So that's ultimately what we've built, is an integrated platform that allows you to have a one-stop shop where you walk in like a supermarket and you get everything that you need, all the information, everything you need to make a decision. And once you make a decision, you get all the tools that allow you to deploy the decision. And once you've installed your plant, you get everything you need to support you to use it and to utilize it in the best way possible. Why for us this is quite innovative and a very good solution is because a lot of times we get disjointed solutions, yet they're all trying to get us to the same point. And what we want to do is to make the customer have the power to walk into the supermarket and decide which cooking flour they want to take, which bread they want to take. But ultimately, as they get out of the supermarket, they've got everything they need for that month. And every time they want to get services, the supermarket is always there to give them all these. So we are hoping that all the finance that Zeph has talked about, goes through such platforms, because then we're able to aggregate pipelines of schools, we're able to aggregate the purchases, we're able to aggregate even the LPG, so that if you're in an eastern region of the country and you have very good suppliers, we can negotiate with them on the pricing because we are aggregating the volumes that you'll be purchasing. I'll end by saying that for us, the last and very important thing is Kenya has to be not only we can't only serve our schools. We also have to serve the East African region, the African region, if what we are saying is true, that Kenya is at the tip of the spear of implementing such solutions. We need to be able to manufacture locally and sell to Tanzania, to Uganda, and to all these people. And for us to be able to do that, we need such approaches that allow us to really develop at scale, do very high quality systems that market themselves outside this country. And that creates jobs, creates our industrialization aspect and all that. I'll end there by saying that what we are looking at is probably one of the most significant transitions for us. In households, we've really tried to do the transition. It hasn't really caught up as we wanted. But I think for institutions, this will be the largest. The ambassador spoke about hectares of trees being cleared. Everyone has spoken about mighty big numbers. So this is a mighty big transition, and it needs to be handled in a mighty big way, in an innovative and a new way, and that's what Ignis is bringing to the table. Thank you.
Asante sana. Of course, that was Dennis Nderitu, Managing Director, Ignis Innovation, of course, making his few remarks just to tell us of what he thinks about the entire thing that we've been discussing today. And even to cross-border, the gentleman I'm about to bring next will make a few, will give a presentation because we are done with the partners that we are having today. So I want to cross over, of course, to Director Charles, of course, to give us his presentation. And then he will take questions from the audience, including the ones that were online. Remember that we are doing an online session as well, and we are taking questions directly from you and even those documents that we had given you to fill in. So once you're done with that, there'll be ushers moving around and we will start answering the questions and everything itakuwa ni sawa. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Director Charles Waweru. Pigeni makofi tafadhali.
Thank you so much. So there are just few sections left, but before I get into that, I want to start responding to some of the questions online. Remember today it's not too much of presentation, it's more on reacting to some of the issues. So once more, please make sure to fill in this form. So you're probably wondering what happens when you put in your comment section. So part of the process is literally, we have to compile all the questions, all the comments answered into one document. To each question, to each comment or question, we'll put it on one column, and then on the second column, we are giving our response to that. Put that into a nice, what you call local stakeholder consultation report, upload it to the Gold Standard website, where anybody, whether you're in Kenya, Zambia, Peru, Taiwan, you can access the local stakeholder consultation. That's why we said if you're not comfortable in having your name, you can omit it, but if you put it, that's okay, because you'll say, James from Kakamega asked this question, and this is the response from there. So that's why we are doing this. We have to document all the questions, all the comments, and to each we provide a written response. We may not be able to do all of them now, but definitely once we are done with the reporting. Now, one other thing about the local stakeholder consultation process is this process is not ending today. Today marks day 0. For the next 30 days, we are still receiving comments, questions on the project. If you look at the brochure provided, again, I reiterate, there's a feedback form here. So if something will not make sense on Tuesday of next week, for example, you are at liberty to submit that question. As of now, technically, the project cannot proceed without us exhausting this day, and then a 30-day window where we are collecting opinion. Then we do a report and publish. Once it has been published, we get feedback from the registry on, yes, now the project has been listed, you can proceed with the other technical aspects. So today is not the last day, so if you feel you need to give us a 30-page dossier, no problem, please do so, and we shall be able to respond to each and every single comment raised. So a 30-day window is open, effective tomorrow. And you can do the scanning here, or you can do the email option as well. For those of you, although we don't encourage because of logistics, but those of you who will SMS, again, I am obligated to take that screenshot of the SMS and put it into the report, okay? So that is how serious this process is, because if you don't consult the public, then it is people pushing down a project, the community. Now, there are online questions. Allow me to quickly respond to them, some of them. What models do you have to achieve behavior change? Because that is the key for this project. I remember mentioning that it's a highly customized process that starts with us having conversations with the different stakeholders in a given school to see what are the nuanced solutions. As you heard from the engineer, the solution can be customized for LPG, electricity, briquettes, like what's in Nairobi School, and even biogas and whatnot. So depending on the locally available cooking fuel, that is what the solution will be provided to you. We are not having a one-size-fits-all, we're having a no-size-fits-nothing. Okay? So depending on the conversions, the principles, that's the solution to be provided. There's a question on the grouping of schools. On the grouping of schools into different fuels uses for the carbon project, what if schools want to use multiple fuels, e.g. stack electricity with LPG? Very good. Remember in the morning I mentioned that we are clustering schools based on the fuel, but there's a scenario whereby a school will want to cluster electricity and LPG. Now the reality is many schools might want to cluster or mix electricity and LPG, so such schools will be put into one project. We will be calculating how much electricity was consumed, how much LPG was consumed on a near daily basis. You're wondering how is that even possible? So to each kitchen that is being deployed, there's what you call a digital sensor, an IoT, Internet of Things sensor, that's being installed to actually assess real-time energy consumption. The moment you switch on less electricity, we literally are able to know the amount of electricity consumption, same for LPG and all the other fuels. Do not worry, the project developers, of course, NACONEC and the other partners are all licensed with ODPC in terms of data handling and data processing. So your data is safe and it's not going to be disclosed. For example, we did a baseline study for different schools. The insights will be shared, but not the specific insight from one school because of data protection policies as well. Last question from the online team was, I'm just trying to scroll. There are a bit of nice comments as well, so we appreciate that as well. One of the challenges facing the adoption of biogas in schools is the willingness by the admin of the schools. The problem is often because admin is a beneficiary of the supply of firewood. Fair point. Now, when I'm presenting, we're going to be coming to what you call the safeguarding principles, to mean because there's going to be an external auditor coming in to assess this project. Okay? Because there's going to be an external auditor, when I say external, not from here, not from this land of Kenya. An external auditor is going to come in and audit the project. When we say audit the project, we mean both technically, financially, the whole value system. For example, how was this kitchen installed? Who installed it? Did they have the right paperwork, etc., etc., for example. Now, in a case whereby a kitchen was installed and it was never used, the reality is this. You're only getting carbon finance or carbon credit based on the mitigation activity you have done. So a principal who's going to accept the stove to be installed, but will not be using it and will be expecting carbon credit generation, there is no carbon credit generation. You did absolutely zero mitigation activity, number one. Number two, let's not forget, this is not a vast project. This is not a faith engineering project. This is a government of Kenya project. There is a request that you do transitions. There is a capital investment that the government will be doing to fund some of the schools to install these assets, government capital assets. If those assets are not used in the fashion, I think we all know of the consequence. So let's keep that also in mind. So I hope that question has been sorted. We have adequate principles on governance within the country that will be able to take care of that. I don't know if there's any one or two questions from the audience before I proceed. Microphone here, please. And then another one, and then I can proceed. Zach, please go to the safeguarding principles in the meantime.
I had asked initially, are the solutions you're using metered? Because if they are not metered, then how are you doing your monitoring and evaluation?
Thank you. So, number one, the particular international carbon standard we are using is what we call the gold standard. The particular methodology we are using is what we call the measured and metered energy cooking devices. Simply put, there is a meter in these kitchens. That is a requirement. So whenever we see within 2 days there's no use, but you know there are learners who must have fed, then that issue is escalated to the relevant personnel within NACONET for check. Maybe there's a mechanical failure, maybe there's a lack of fuel, maybe there's no electricity in the area, etc., etc. So there are measures put in place to trace that activity. And something, before I forget, in line with that, for those of you who are worried about electricity, what's the stability and whatnot, now Of course, this project, Kenya Power, is a part of the stakeholders, and we have been able to grid the country, or rather grid the schools based on electricity availability and stability. If your school is in the cluster that the grid is not yet stable, or it's stable but not available, or it's available but not stable, or neither, then the electricity component of the kitchen cannot be embedded. Remember, I said everything is customized. Literally, if you want to do 1,000 schools tomorrow, each school has to have a customized solution. Because if that kitchen is designed for 1,000, you can't deploy it for a school with 300. You have to scale it down, scale it up. So literally, I mean customization. Brick by brick, school by school. That clarity is there. So it's a difficult process, but that's the reality of diversity. The beauty of diversity is customized solutions for every single partner or stakeholder. Okay? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a very good project. My name is Mark Ambitho. I'm a researcher from InfoTrack Research and Consulting. As per what you've said, you say this is a Government of Kenya project, and you say that the principle of governance take place. In carbon credit, I can see that this carbon credit is VAT is actually supposed to be the ones who are here, but I know that there's also Vera that takes place, actually has been supervising the ones on cook stoves on Jiko Okoa and Eco Jiko. Now my question is, the companies that were actually given this project, I've never seen, because I'm a consultant in this field, I never saw a call for companies to submit their request to participate or to offer solutions for this National Council for Nomadic Education project. So I really want to know, how are the companies that actually that actually came out to be qualified, what did they pass through? Was it an international tender or was it a local tender? Because we didn't come across it. And I'm also a stakeholder in the field. Thank you.
Good, thank you. It's a very good question. So let me unpack that before I go to the next question. So the first thing is, there are two things here. There's the first bit being the technology provider for the kitchen. Then there's a service provider for the advisory services, like what Vascarbon is doing. Then there is the third thing, which is different from the first two, which is the carbon registry. So you mentioned Vera and the Gold Standard. Yes, these are the two most reputable carbon registries that are there available. Now, why Gold Standard the Gold Standard use was adopted over Vera is because at the time of the conception of the whole project, early 2024, the then existing methodology under Vera, which was by then they were using the MS2G, was not found to be robust enough to do the assessment. By then, however, the Gold Standard had already, back in 2022, published the MECD methodology, the Measured and Metered Cooking Devices methodology, which was found to be more robust. To add on to that, for the time when we'll be looking to have this project as an Article 6.2 project, we'll be using the enhanced MECD methodology, which was updated in December of last year. So the selection of the Gold Standard, first of all, over Vera, was informed with, by that time, the existing methodology in terms of who was found to be most robust. As an industry practitioner, you'll be aware that at that point in time, towards the last quarter of 2023, early 2024, there were two particular companies who had issues with their clean cooking projects under Vera. So that was a red flag, and we said, you know what, let's go with the more stable, more complex, and more competitive methodology. So that's how we end up with Gold Standard and therefore MECD. On the case of the solutions provider, that one was an open bid that was issued, and I believe it was 2022, 2023 for the case of the technology provider. For the case for the advisory services, this was issued February, March of 2023 within NACONEX website. I think we were about 6 or so entities, and then we went through the usual procurement process. In the case of the technology provider, I think there are 7 to 9 pre-qualified entities allowed to provide the solutions. But of course, the tender is not in infinity. Whenever that window comes to an end, for example, the one for the service provider for the advisory service, the one we are currently having, lapses sometime middle of next year. Then it's opened again for competitive bidding. And all those processes and whatnot are in file and in copy within NACONEX processes. And of course, as you know, the procurement authority has all that oversight. So full disclosure right there. For the kitchen stuff, 7.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Francis. Me, I have 2 questions here to the government, especially the governments. When we talk about carbon credit, I believe 60% of Kenya, they don't understand that terms. And we have never done what we call awareness, especially the people from rural areas. So these terms are just within the cities. So when you tell somebody about the carbon emission, he doesn't even understand it. So it is your responsibility to teach our people what is carbon emission, what is a carbon credit. My second, around 60% of Kenyans who lie in those stalls they are being affected by emissions from our vehicles. 60% people who are lying in the hospitals. And I don't know what action are you taking on this, because sometimes people are being treated there and some even they don't have money. And because if we go to these cities, and according to the research, the year 2040, 2050 there, the majority of people will be living in the cities. So what plan do you have for the emissions? Because I believe people will be affected by this vehicle we have within. We need to encourage what we call, the global is heading for renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to start the second question for the reason that it's slightly out of scope of today's engagement. Remember, today's engagement is in institution clean cooking. And I have an answer as to what we as Vascarbon are doing in the areas of clean, the EV. However, allow me not to make it public because it's out of the scope. Okay, but the focus of today's session is on the clean cooking. The question on not the capacity building, are we educating communities on this? Again, when we are doing capacity building, we're taking different shapes and formats. So for example, in the case of the schools that are doing the transition, that capacity building was provided in 2 levels. The first level was from the engineering process. The second level was what is carbon finance and how do you use it? So again, once we approach a school or a school makes the proactive approach to NACONEC, there's an entire process. We call it, I like calling it panel beating, on boarding. Kukuelesha kwamba maswala ya carbon, tukianza leo, it will take me at least 12 months to get you from here to there. Forget about the EPC, the engineering, procurement and commissioning. That can take slightly longer. So we try to do that so as to make sure everybody is fully on board. Nevertheless, we have made deliberate effort to speak the General Committee on Clean Cooking. For example, we partnered with the Gold Standard to have webinars. I know it's not applicable for local communities, but we can only do so much. I know, for example, that the other agencies working with NEMA and who's the DNA to try and see what can be done for the local communities. So allow me to leave it at that. So effort is there, but there's a cost implication in terms of, let's say Charles is to go to Kakamega County and all that, because there are only so many people I can bring into one hall. I would love to talk about carbon credits here today, but I'll be out of scope. If somebody can say, hey, tomorrow let's bring people back here and talk about carbon credits, I can do that. So different agencies, I know with the NACONIC we did that. I know with the Ministry of Environment have been doing something similar. Soon enough, there'll be an e-learning platform also on carbon credits, but let me not go into details because I'll be out of the scope of today's. So we tried the most we can, but we have 50 million Kenyans. We want all 50 million to be on board, but it's a transitional phrase. For the one on e-mobility, it's out of today's scope. But I can talk to you personally in terms of what is being done by some people, but not in the current plenary. Pengine baada hapa. I can explain. I hope that is fair enough. Yes.
Thank you very much, Bwana Charles. This is very wonderful. But now, as the director of carbon projects, my humble request before I go to my fundamental questions is that you ought to request for more resources to be funded so that issues pertaining to carbon credits are known. Now, the other thing, although my colleague partially talked about it, today we are here in Nairobi, and this is specifically to the company which has assembled the steam cooking machine. It is my humble request to them by the way, I'm a civic educator coming from Makueni County. For the purpose of devolution of this, so that people may be aware, it is my humble request to the company, for example, to organize a forum for all heads of schools, so that once they come, they have the knowledge of what is being talked about. After having that knowledge, they will devolve it to the grassroots. But here we are, very few have known, like I'm the only man here who comes from Makueni. How will people from Makueni know that there is a steam cooking machine? With that one, people will be able to know the importance of this one. The other thing, concerning carbon, you very well know that during the national tree planting, it started in my county, Makueni County, at a place called Kio. But the one important thing, Bwana Charles, you have to know, since then, I included how many people have planted trees. Mvua inakuja, inanyesha, inaenda. So we are careless. And as far as global warming is concerned, if then we don't take care of that one, at a given time T, we shall all just stand still due to what is called temperature inversion. So my request again, people should plant trees, because we should not talk about theories. Because if we don't plant trees, each issue of carbon, you cannot eliminate it. The last thing, not only that we have atmospheric pollution, garbage being thrown to the rivers. You know, once, if it is somebody who has some remnants or skuma things, and atupa kwa muto, after decay, there will be production of gases which are harmful. How is that one being taken care of? For example, Nairobi River. You know, there are some people who are very careless, not only Nairobi River, who throw things there. And then it undergoes decay, it produces greenhouse gases, which affect our environment. Thank you.
Asante. Again, allow me to not be dodgy dev, but say I respond to some, but some are slightly out of scope. But yes, I like the fact that Banasio, let me say, the ambassador from Makueni County, amesema kitchen zifike. So maybe the next kitchen installation we consider a school suitable within Makueni County, so long as it fits the assessment criteria. Number two, I don't know how many, I think all of you received some sort of a bag, right? Sindio? Muliangalia ndani. Naomba tuangalie ndani, alafu tuweke mkono ndani, kuna mfuko iko ya green. 22 nifurahishe. 20. So, in concurrence with the gentleman, hizo ni mbegu. Si za kula, ni za kufanya nini? Sindio? So I think we are together. That is what NACONIC is trying to do, to try and replace what was harvested for firewood. Sindio? The little we can do, I wish we could give everybody a ton of seeds, but the little that NACONIC can do is trying it. So we provided those seed bags just to get some things moving. Sindio? Yes? And lastly, the third question on waste management, Nairobi River is slightly out of scope. Ours is on clean cooking, institutional clean cooking. So allow me not to get into matters on waste management, except for if it's waste management from the perspective of kitchen waste, which can be used within the kitchen gardens that some of the speakers have spoken about. I hope you have seen how visionary we tried to be. Sindio? Makofi tafadhali. Asante. Swali moja ingine alafu ingine pale alafu nirudi hapa kiasi.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Samuel Bungei from Baringo. I only want to comment about the kitchen equipment that is outside here, you find that when you look at those apparatus, it is always it is multipurpose. It is using few pieces of firewood, and at the same time, it can use LBG. And I just want to propose maybe that from the what we have learned today, I think solar energy, this is what is going to maybe reduce the economy and also the expenditure, because you find that in this country, almost 90% have solar intensity, and when we emphasize on solar, I think that will be very okay. Lastly, I want to say that this meeting is very important, and we've learned a lot. The organizers of this meeting, I wish maybe to politely ask that we create a link, and then you put in our email so that at least we can be referring what we learned from morning up to now. Thank you.
Asante sana. On the multi-purpose kitchens, yes, that is what the engineer told us. So solar is usually taken to be the ideal. So part of the work we did was an assessment. So when it comes to solar, one of the issues you have to be aware is what inaitwa solar radiance. Kuna sehemu za nchi kuna jua lakini hakuna jua. It's not intense enough, yeah? So although some of the assessments you do once a school requests for the transition, like for example, you know for a fact that within the northern area, the solar radiance is very high. But if you come to Mount Kenya region, for example, it might be shaky. Coastal, yes, maybe western, no. So it all depends with the assessments that are going to be done. But yes, solar is one of the fuels that can be easily configured to that. Online, I'm seeing somebody mentioning on various methodology. Yes, the current methodology was published sometime after this, but yes, it's also an interesting methodology from VER, but because we already started this journey, we cannot use another methodology in this case. So one last question, then I try to push a bit, and then I can come back to the audience, because my colleague from NACONEC, the Chief Legal Officer, needs to talk about the grievance mechanism. Je, ukiwa na shida na hiyo jiko, ama na installation, ama halikadhalika, what is the process as per the law, and none other than the legal officer will deliver that. Yes?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teresia Karimi. I'm glad to be part of this stakeholder meeting. First of all, implementing clean cooking in schools is about setting a new standard for safety, efficiency, and dignity in our learning environments. Now my question to Vast Carbon is, what are specific measures you are doing to ensure quality and consistency in the implementation of this clean cooking project across all targeted institutions? Thank you.
Thank you for that. So actually, that's a nice segue into what we are talking about here. One of the things is quality assurance. I don't know if the engineer mentioned this, I might have been outside, but before the engineer was able to start installing this thing, he had to finish business with KEBS, Kenya Bureau of Standards, yeah, because the specific standards that he had to meet just for the quality assurance and quality checks. I don't know if engineer is here, but I'm also aware that the University of Nairobi did an energy efficiency test on the machine as well. It was found to be 86%. Is weekly fair? But yeah, so the specific, 86%? 96%, yes. So those tests must be done, and they always must be done by an independent party. So, yeah, so quality assurance, quality controls, that must be done. And that's why we say we must always be customizing. The beauty of some of the solutions you have been hearing here is most of them, if not all of them, are done locally. And the likes of Kirdi is keen to also extend its assessment of all the kitchens installed. So that is what we are doing, because even when we are submitting this project to the gold standard and doing the assessment for every kitchen installed in every school, before credits are issued, we must provide those relevant tests from the third-party assessors. So, good. Let me just quickly go through this. Now, within the gold standard, there are about 9 safeguarding principles. Now, for those of you who were doing an RSVP via email, you might have seen a document labeled non-technical summary. We provided a deep dive into how are we as the consortium making sure we are looking into the matters of human rights. For example, are we fully respecting the rights of all the key stakeholders, for example. Number two, for example, the aspect of gender equality, in this case, making sure that we are not discriminating any particular gender in terms of excluding them from the project, the implementation, community health and safety. I think we have quite a bit of that. Cultural heritage and indigenous peoples. That's why I said every solution must be customized to the respective community. We cannot take solution in Nairobi to, let's say, West Pokot. I don't know why I keep saying West Pokot. I think I need to go there. Yes, I think something is calling me there, so I'll go there soon. But anyway, my point is, each school in each county must have a customized solution reflective of the community. On the economic impacts, remember there's a question about potential joblessness, and we were able to explain that for those who are providing firewood, number one, because the entire process of moving a school from using firewood to LPG or something else, it takes a couple of months. So notice was given to those who are providing firewood to the school to tell them, but ile contract yako inaisha December, and likely it won't be renewed. To supply. We are not of an entire value chain, just like that. And then anti-corruption, I think there's a question about the corruption. The project has to be above board, because if a project is found to have issues, even the carbon standard, wherever they're based, in this case, gold standards in Geneva, Switzerland, can put the project to a halt. So we are not just trying to be in compliance with the laws of the Republic of Kenya, but also international law and principles. I'll not speak much on climate and environment, because for us to be able to have the desirable kitchen, we must be able to assess and see if the kitchen is actually doing emissions reductions. And hence why I mentioned the projects have been taking a couple of months, because just doing the due diligence, and the 6 schools have served what you call the proof of concept. There's the matter of water resources. Remember I said there's something being baked or being cooked by NACONE to see if you can get a DFI to come and see what more can we do for the schools with the areas of the water resource, especially in the marginalized sectors of the country. And remember, when we say marginalized or arid, semi-arid, we are not only looking at those in the rural areas, but also within the urban informal settlement areas as well. Last but not least is on the aspect of land use, ecology, environment. Of course, every solution being thrown out there must be in full compliance with the environmental laws. For example, you may not know this, but you should know this, that with this project, you literally have to do an SCR for every kitchen you are installing. I will close by talking about the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Now, when you're developing a carbon project, whether it's small scale, large scale, micro scale, number one, you're always required to be able to tackle number 13 on climate action. But the gold standard requires you to do 2 other SDGs. What am I saying? We had to make sure that we design such a project that we can talk about, for example, SDG number 3. How are we actually talking about the good health and well-being? Collecting data from the school in terms of the sick leaves that speaks to cases of indoor air pollution, for example, has to be documented. How many people used to fall sick, the frequency before, and now the after installing the kitchen. We are talking about affordable and clean energy. Yes, because in the context, for example, we are moving from firewood to LPG. LPG is not entirely clean, but what you call a transitional energy. But in terms of emissions, it releases far less emission compared to firewood and three-stone. Decent work and economic growth. I don't know if maybe Faith mentioned, because you can imagine as an innovator, alianza peke yake, but when his business, his company was growing and is transitioning, he keeps on hiring people. I've seen a new fellow, I didn't see him the last time I was in Garisa. So again, that speaks to the creation of job opportunities. And now that you're looking at transitioning all these hundreds of schools, you can imagine that's literally an entire an entire industrial supply chain that will be created here locally. Last but not least, Life on Land speaks to things on forestry and deforestry, and our intention is to make sure we stop cutting down the trees for whatever reason. We'll have a last section on open plenary in case there are any questions. I don't want to cut anyone off, but allow me to have a legal officer to speak on matters on grievance mechanisms, wale ambao wako na issues na hizi haya majiko, whether during the installation, operation, how do they handle it? So allow me to stop there. I'll come back later just to see if there's any other question, but please remember, fill in this comment form, scan this form, otherwise we are still here in case anybody has got any burning issue. We can, literally, our policy says we literally cannot leave here until every question is answered. Yeah, that is how serious this is. This is a matter of national importance. So, but any questions on grievance? Advocates of the High Court, the legal officer from NACONEC will be able to respond to any issues with pertains to how are you handling the grievance within the employer. Asanteni, bado nipo. Asanteni.
Good evening. How are you? I think you're a bit tired. Can we request that we stand just for a minute? We stretch. Thank you. Thank you for honoring that request. Kindly just stretch a bit. Yeah. Ease in yourself. We're almost home. Thank you very much. You can have a seat. So allow me to ride on the existing protocol and to quickly jump into the issue that we are dealing with. So maybe I just want to introduce myself. My name is Nicholas Kimtai. Yeah, I am the legal officer for the National Council for Nomadic Education in Kenya. I am happy today to have sat with my boss on the right side. It's a rare occasion. And also I'm happy to have the chairman of the board of the council and the CEO, the chairman emeritus, who has been very, very vocal in terms of the issues of addressing the concerns of the nomadic and marginalized communities. He's always advocating for the interest of them. So kindly allow me to quickly run through. So if I may ask you, what is a grievance? What do you feel like? What's a grievance? So originally we can say a grievance. We complicate it, that's more of that's Greek or French to some. But it's just simply a complaint. So when you're complaining, you have concerns. As I was seated there, I had people mentioning, how do we do this? I had a gentleman from Infotrak raising a concern on the issue of procurement. I had another gentleman over there asking about the issue of the ambassador from Akweni. How do we do the creation of awareness? So all those are examples of awareness, or rather grievances and concerns. So we are here because, for the local stakeholder engagement, because we are trying to create this aspect of awareness. Among the avenues of creation of awareness, local stakeholder engagement. In other words, we call it public participation. It's a very important aspect of, so public participation is another word for creation of awareness. So it's important. So if we don't do that proper awareness here, you will have every right to raise a concern. So we are here to basically address
the issue of creation of awareness, because if we don't engage you as a stakeholder, we have no right to progress with the project. So I wanted to just mention that what are some of the examples of grievances? So we have, for instance, regarding this project, if you've seen the issue of smoke, and if you can, when you're online, please check Nairobi School, the way they used to use the, the firewood and all that, versus now the new model. And then now you go to Garisa High School, you didn't see any smoke, right? So we are moving away from smoke. So we are solving problems. So if there's smoke and it's disturbing the environment, you can imagine if you have a neighbor. We have a very serious county officer for environment in Nairobi. He's very vocal in terms of sorting out issues to the environment. Now, if we have smoke coming out of your home, that's a grievance that a neighbor can raise. In law, we call it the law of tort. It's actually a legal liability. If somebody sues you in court, he will succeed for disturbing their rights to clean environment. So that's a grievance. We have inadequate stakeholder consultation. And I'll ask you, stakeholders, today, did you receive this invitation within the right time? Did you? So have we solved the issue of time? Thank you. So we have the issue of disruption of school operations. You realize that sometimes we would go for monitoring and evaluation, and you find students cooking. They are cooking outside in some sort of an open, or rather a stone firewood. Yeah, rather a stone fireplace. So they're the ones cooking. Now you can imagine if we can use this model of the centralized and decentralized kitchen powered by the steam cooking technology. How easy. You will have your child go to school, they come back within a good time, they study well. So those are the issues. If we solve these grievances, it's going to help us a lot in terms of understanding the importance of this project. We have the issue of unequal access to clean cooking technologies. I had among the stakeholders mentioning that some schools don't have access, and a good ambassador again from Makueni, he mentioned that Makueni has not been considered. That's something that's going to be rolled out nationally. So worry not, in the nearest future, we'll have all the counties considered and entirely almost all the schools. Our vision probably is like by around 10 years, all the schools should be considered in terms of utilizing the steam cooking technology and access to this particular technology. So the issue of procurement irregularities, that was a concern, which I believe Charles from VAST has really articulated well. We have no shortcut nowadays about procurement. We are moving to EGP. I think that's something, there's no secret there. Everything going forward is going to be addressed through the EGP system. We advertise, you access. I don't think we need to worry anymore. We don't need to think, was this thing done in secret? No. It's going to be done in a very procedural manner. So on that, ladies and gentlemen, I would say that worry not about the same. And then we have the issue now of the legal framework. Now, in every part of the law and everything we do, it's always governed by the law. If we don't align ourselves with the law, then there's no need of, and if you look at the history of the creation of the law was created to create order. So if we align ourselves with the law, then we are safe. We don't even need to be here. We will just be smiling in our homes and whatever places. But apparently human beings, due to the conflicting interest, we need the law to govern us. And now the governing law in Kenya is Constitution of Kenya. And I wanted to mention that the reason why we're having this local stakeholder engagement, it's because the Constitution mandates us to have one. And that probably has to be through the Article 10, Article 35 on the guarantee to access to information. You need information. I believe the members who are here today have had access to information about the steam cooking technology. Let me ask this question. Are there people here who have now understood the essence of clean cooking today? And were you aware of it before? So we believe this has been a very good scenario for rather creation of awareness. Do you agree with that? Those of similar opinion say aye. Thank you. Absolutely. Then I'll move to the next. You look at the next legislative piece, that's Environmental Management and Coordination Act. It's a very old law, but we keep on reviewing it from time to time. We hope that soon enough we'll have a properly consolidated environmental and rather Coordination Act, Environment Management and Coordination Act. There have been a lot of amendments. You can see it's for 1999, but the revised version is most recent. And the respective regulations attached to them. We have the Climate Change Act. We've been singing that thing lately. You know, climate change, climate change, climate change. So luckily we had a very good statute established in 2016 and the respective regulations that come with it. I know citizens nowadays are very knowledgeable. They know, they read things. Or they quickly check. You tell them something and they quickly check. Wanaangalia AI. AI is, I think, a very good thing. They quickly check and they tell you, no, you are lying to us. So always check, read something. It will always provide. The county government, counties play a very critical role. And I'm happy the CDs are here. They are the people qua ground. People normally say, kule qua ground. Others will say other things, but for me, I'll say, when you are down there, you're doing a good job. We appreciate the effort of the county education, the county directors of county education, the county education directors. We have the public participation guidelines. This is a very thing that people always go to court every day. Petition, petition, petition. Always go through that. We have the Paris Agreement. One thing that our CEO is very passionate about is the Paris Agreement. Whenever you see him and he tells you, no, I know the Paris Agreement, Article 2 says this. And I like the fact that the implementers of the project understand the meaning of the usefulness of the law. We have the issue of the environmental policy, National Climate Change Framework Policy 2018, National Land Commission, National Land Policy 209. So this land, you know, without land, can we have environment? No. So land is very important. And we always encourage the schools to always allow, you know, the provision. You know, if you look at that system, it requires a ground where you need to build, you know, some sort of kitchen. It occupies some space. So as the boards of management, I'm sure some are here, always encourage this kind of investments to come to your schools. So without those kinds of impediments, it will enable smooth transition to the clean cooking issue. So allow me to, so the climate change, section 4 talks about mandates public participation, transparency, equity, and inclusion in all climate change actions. I'll just mention that. Then there's an aspect of climate change fund. So allows funding for community participation and awareness, including support for grievance redress mechanisms. So this one, basically, the government normally has a provision for creation of awareness. But where the partners, we kindly request that you fill in the gap. Sometimes we have a fiscal deficit. We request that, we humbly request that you come in these areas, creation of awareness. It actually enables a very smooth flow of information. Because one finger alone cannot do much. It can't do nothing. Maybe it can poke your eye, but that's the only harm it can do. But when the two come together, 3, 4, 5, it can really do a good job. Allow me to go to the next one, which is the Environmental Management Act. Mandates public participation, transparency, equity, inclusion in all climate change actions. So the rationale objectives for grievance mechanisms. It strengthens public or community ownership and trust. That's the role of grievance mechanism. It minimizes the risk of conflict. You know, if we agree on the objectives that we are looking at, we will not have grievances. If we agree on this, the procurement process, and that's what the law provides, there will be no conflicts. We'll be doing the job instead of making complaints. We have ensures compliance with national and international standards. So remember, the law does not only apply locally, there's an aspect of international law. And we live in a global world. It helps prevent reputational and financial risk. Reputation, if we do things contrary to the law, definitely we will be a victim of that law. And at the same time, we create some sort of anarchy. So kindly let's always look at it in an objective manner. Avenues, I wanted to really highlight more on this. What are some of the avenues for grievance mechanisms? How do you submit your grievances? One is, in schools, there are those suggestion boxes. In organizations, we have those suggestion boxes. In the county education offices, we have those suggestion boxes. Let's utilize them. Let's make use of them. We have toll-free helplines. I'm sure as we now advance with this climate financing, we are going to have those kinds of, the respective institutions are going to have these kinds of the helplines. Or rather, maybe if you have a question, you can quickly ask and you have an answer. We have the SMS, WhatsApp platforms. I'm sure every member here, most of the notifications we sent out were sent via WhatsApp group. Yeah, and happy WhatsApp is doing a good job, So utilize those platforms. School heads and boards of management, always feel free to acknowledge these kinds of grievances, concerns, complaints, so that you help deal with the problems at the basic level. That's our call. Designated community for focal points. There are those, I'm happy the gentleman from Makueni County, he is representing a certain group. They live, and I appreciate that, Kenyans and citizens generally are picking up this idea of we can solve issues at the basic level and the grassroots. That's how you actually solve them. You can create awareness at the local level. We have the county education officers. Feel free to always receive those complaints. And then the grievance redress process. How do we solve this process? You have received. How do you acknowledge? Don't just say we have received. Please acknowledge that you received a grievance or a complaint. Assess and categorize that particular complaint. Investigate. Don't just rush and make a decision. Investigate. Call parties to a hearing. Listen to them. Don't just make some sort of a one-sided decision. We have provided a solution. You need to provide a solution. Communicate that solution in writing, in whatever format. Kindly always consider that. We have monitored the implementation of that, the resolution that you've made. Because you can make, in Kenya sometimes we make resolutions, but they go nowhere. They're just there, stuck in the boardroom, stuck in the shelves and nowhere, whatever place that we have. Appeal process is, you can appeal. And where do you appeal? And I want to enlighten the members here that NEMA, in such situations, is the first place where you can appeal your issue. Any environmental issue, file with NEMA, and NEMA will definitely give you a response. If you are dissatisfied with NEMA, that is the National Environmental Tribunals, National Appeals Tribunal. So from that tribunal, if you are dissatisfied with their decision, now you can appeal to whatever, the High Court or whatever level of, the jurisdiction of the existing courts in your area. Then we have now the awareness, a very important area. And you remember, I think Charles mentioned something to do with this awareness. We really need to do a lot of this. As much as the government, it's the responsibility of the government, what is the role of you as a citizen, as a stakeholder here? You have gotten the concept. Please spread the gospel. Spread the news about the steam cooker. What are the ideas? Is it a good idea? If it's not a good idea, tell us what can we do to actually address or rather make it progressive. That's the only way we can really, really, really make this idea work much, much better. Engineer alone cannot do it. Charles here and the team cannot do it. NACONEC alone cannot do it. The ministry alone cannot do it. The Ministry of Energy alone cannot do it. We as a whole should do it much, much better so that we can achieve this particular important area. And then allow me to say that monitoring, documentation, and reporting. We have done all this, We need to monitor the progress. We need to document. We need reports. So after this meeting, and Charles mentioned, within 30 days, we've received your views, your reviews, your complaints, if you want to trash us, it's okay, we acknowledge, all those things. It actually emboldens us to do better. From there, we can make ourselves really, really more responsive, and the project will be more successful. We like challenges. Bring it, we will tackle it. I think that's what I can say. For recommendations, maybe, recommendations of say, in whatever levels that you serve, establish grievance committees at the school level, for the SCDs at the sub-county level. At the national, there are those levels. For the CDs, there are those levels. Respective organizations deal with it. We have ensured gender-sensitive and child-safe protocols. I like what our guest today, Ambassador Ali, inquired about the safety of this particular steam cooking technology. Yes, you might have questions, but I'm sure in good time we'll have good answers for us, and I'm happy that engineer has been able to really give a sounding response, and I'm sure that you are convinced about the technology. And then use of digital platforms to enhance transparency. Let us move to the e-platform. It makes our work easier. We communicate better with that. Provide regular grievance and data reports. Somebody complains, please file the reports. Train focal persons on conflict resolution, especially on this kind of areas. Lastly, I would say grievance mechanism are just about resolving complaints. They're essential. They're an essential component of participatory grievance, governance, social accountability, and inclusive development. Lastly, I would say we always say have a problem solved. I mean, if you have a grievance well addressed is a problem half solved. I'm sure if we solve that part, we will not have any back and forth. And I really beseech you that we move forward from here. We will. There was a suggestion from. There was a question from one of the, while we were doing the baseline survey, one of the, I'm sure SCDs or a teacher from a school, probably I think it was Osingishu, inquired on when are we going to see the rollout of this project. We are progressing. You see, we've started with the baseline survey, allow us to finish with the local stakeholder. We are done with this today. We now go ahead, register the project. From there now we can come back and tell you, alas, we are here. We need to build those schools. But in the meantime, those kitchens are being built across the country. Thank you for your time. I think I'll now take questions, kindly. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Festus.
Yes.
I have lived in the education fraternity for a very long time. And what I know is that there will be issues. You know, Kenya is Kenya, and we have corruption. Let me just maybe frame my question on legal issues, on jurisprudence of this. I remember when Moi rolled out milk for all schools. I remember some of the milk found itself in retail shops and even in people's kitchens. They were making tea in their homes. When Uhuru launched the digital electronic learning material, right now, those gadgets are even in churches, in bars, in lodges. Do you want to tell us that you have a proof that these cooking installations will not find their way into people's hotels and people's private homes and kitchens? What measures have you put in place, for example, on legal issues? For example, fines for those who breach, like maybe the ones who will steal, and even diversionary strategies. You know, people will divert those gadgets into for different work. Some of them will even change the paint. They paint it differently. So when you come and ask them, they show you that it's a different gadget. I think what you should have told us on legal issues is about how we are going to fine those people who will find breaching the rules, and on issues of encryption, such that if you steal the gadget, it will not be useful to you, because maybe it will, because of encryption, it can't work. And nevertheless, the project is very efficient and actually a great strategy for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. Yes.
Yes. As we know, whenever you are coming up with the more efficient systems, there are disruptions. And the first people...
Sorry, what's your name? Sorry.
My name is Clement.
Okay.
Now, efficiency will always create disruptions. And disruptions directly impact jobs. I'm not hearing people talking about this, but when you have such an efficient thing, there are the people who are working in the kitchen there. Now, if you spread this all over the country, you can see the number of jobs that may be lost. How, in the body of policy here, why are people quiet about this anyway? in the body of policy, how is this going to be handled? Is there a way of ring-fencing those jobs so that the disruptions brought about by this very efficient facility does not make other people suffer? Don't be quiet about that. I know you know it. Then secondly, they say we will be mitigating, on the side of climate and all that, we will be, intervening, making an intervention. But also there is intervention on the side of the finances. We are saving money here. For whom are we saving that money? Is it for the pocket of the principal and by extension the board of management? Or is there something in the body of policy that will ensure that the savings there, I see massive savings in terms of finances. This is passed down to the parents, the burden bearers. The burden bearers must feel, the impact of the savings. Otherwise, you might be saving for the principal and maybe other people. We saw the other day, is it called capitation, was slashed. Now, where is this money? The money we are saving here. Can we consciously insist that the impact of this massive saving occasioned by this adjustment is felt by the burden bearers, who are the parents who finance the institutions through paying school fees? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Davis Simiu from Bungoma County, and I have a concern about the grievances you've talked about. You've talked about suggestion boxes and toll lines in government institutions and any other institution in this country. So my question is that, when we speak the truth, some people victimize you. These suggestion boxes and the toll lines, I want to speak the truth. They are just there cosmetically. People write, okay, if you have a suggestion or a problem or any question, put in that box. And it takes even 6 months or 2 years for somebody to go and open the box and to see what was written and put there. You can find a toll line in a certain organization. You are trying to call, maybe you have an emergency, and nobody attends to it. So I am asking you, why our government, which has got very good laws, but it attends to them cosmetically. Hata wewe ukiangalia tuko na NEMA, na unasikia polisi ndio wanakata miti wanapeleka kuni Kiganjo. The government itself, unasikia prison ndio hao wanakata kuni. They are supposed to be the first people to embrace this kind of clean energy. Tuko na msichana nimesikia ametoka kwa madam hapa, kwa mheshimiwa. Sisi tunataka kujua hizi sheria tunatengeneza na hizi sheria ambazo ziko Kenya ni mzuri sana. But you will find a police car on the road keeping right. When a public, mtu wa kawaida ana keep left. And in Kenya you have to keep left. Why? These are the people wenyewe ndio wanacommit hiyo makosa. Nataka kuuliza wewe. Sisi tulikuwa tunaona mabasi hapa ukiingia ndani, unakuta wako na dustbin ya kuweka uchafu. Nataka nikuulize wewe kama umeshawahi kuona gari ya polisi ama ya prison ndani, tuko na dustbin ya kuweka uchafu. And these are the people who are supposed to enforce all these laws, all the regulations we are talking about. Sasa, if the government is not being in the forefront of showing a good example to the laws and what we are supposed to do. Are we really going anywhere, or we are just talking here cosmetically, we eat food and go home? These are questions I'm asking.
Thank you. I think
my name is Gitao from Nyeri. I think mine is a comment. There has been issues of the technology laying off some people. I think that happens every time. Sometimes, and I'm a history teacher, we used to carry goods from here to Mombasa on our backs. Nobody could stop us having vehicles. So when this new technology comes, we'll just have to do what is supposed to be done. And those that are will be rendered jobless, I think there are mechanisms, as a lawyer, you know, there are processes of laying them off. So it should not be an issue that we labor so much on. Let the new technology save our trees, give us clean environment, and we move on. I think that is how we should approach it. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, Mr. Gitau. I think one last question, kindly.
Over here.
Yes.
Yes, I'm Nathan. You mentioned in your presentation that you did a baseline survey. So does the initiative kind of cater for historical emissions, or how does it go? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Allow me to ask, to start with Nathan, right? Thank you, Nathan, for a very good question, actually. Being in the law fraternity, I'm always advocating for justice, because a just system is a fair system and a peaceful, it creates a peaceful environment. I'm sure you've been following keenly on the various amendments to the Climate Change Act, the various amendments to the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, and the climate change regulations. Those regulations are slowly shaping up the issue of historical injustices. And if you look at the framework of the climate change regulations and the Climate Change Act, it kind of tilts the issue. There's a conversation now going on. And I remember when we were in Siolo last year, we were having a session on the PLS, the Pastoralist Leadership Summit. The community itself was pushing for the issue of carbon credit, or rather carbon financing awareness, and how the impact of climate change due to, or rather occasioned by the actions of certain individuals. I can tell you that today, if you file a petition in court and you have a good ground about historical injustice, the court is always open to listen to you. This may not have really been a good avenue, but I can take this as a pro bono service today, although I might bill you later, that it is always, if you have an issue, always consult a lawyer, take your issue to the relevant court. The court is open to listen to you. Those grievances can be listened to. Yes. Just like the other day you saw the courts entertaining issues regarding like Kipia ranches and all that. So it's an open scenario. Historical injustices are part of the issues we are dealing with as a country. So be sure or be guaranteed that if you take that petition to court with a good grounds, definitely the court will give you the hearing. I hope that answers you. Mr. Gitau, thank you for the comment. I think you really helped me answer some question. Mr. Simiyu, thank you. Omwami from Bungoma County. Mechanisms, suggestions. It's frustrating to a citizen when you provide an issue, you raise a concern, and it's not responded to. Even if it were me, I would feel really, really bad about it. So I would like to encourage you to continue utilizing those complaints channels. I'm sure we have the CDs here. We have senior government officials here. If you file those complaints via email, via text, you even call, if you have an issue, anti-corruption issue, you text. Nowadays, even the anti-corruption has an open line for anonymous. you can file whatever format. It's not a must that you are seen, so that it can be victimized. So regarding this project, if you have any complaint that you've seen, please feel free to write to us. And I'm sure in our letter of invitation, you saw that we had provided the project details. We had provided an email about if you have any issue, you can always write to us. It's an open. That one we guarantee you, it will not go unanswered. You're going to be answered. I hope that is fair enough. Then we have the issue of implementation. Now, the rallying call is, HOPS has been really pushing, the head of public service has been pushing for an agenda where we enhance, how the public service functions. And I want you to look at the public service of now and the public service of years ago. I'm sure you can see some changes. So this change is progressive. Same as technology. And I'll tie it up, I'll tie that one up with the issue of losing of jobs. I worked in a farm. And initially, we used to go to the registries, the lands registries, the companies registries, marriages. I can see here a majority of you are parents and grandparents here. You remember the olden days, you used to write a letter or even deliver. Nowadays, it's very quick. So with the use of technology, it catches up with you. You have no option. The only thing is for you to always, stay ahead of the game, be ahead of the game. That one, we have no option. When the phone came, when the Tululu, you call it Katululu. Yeah, Katululu was there. It used to be fashionable. I remember there was a Nokia 3310. Nowadays, we have an iPhone, iPhone 15, 16 there. So will you now say that, I'm losing a job because I was somebody of the older generation? I would encourage that we always allow technology to take shape. Or otherwise, if we don't, we will be shaped. I think that's what I can maybe finish. Finally, about the issue of the accountability from justice. Now, jurisprudence, jurisdiction. This component, this technology is some sort of jurisprudence. It's a new thing, that is really shaping how we behave and how we respond. Circumstances in life will really dictate how we need to behave. If you go to Nairobi School, you'll appreciate. If you go to Garisa High School, you even look at the testimonials of those gentlemen, the cooks, the principals, the teachers in charge of those particular issues, in terms of the welfare of the students, the welfare of the cooks. Initially, me personally, I'm not so good with smoke. I don't think I would have done so well if I was a cook because of smoke. But with this one, maybe I would have considered working, because of that effectiveness of that system. About the jobs being lost, this job, in fact, is creating more jobs. You're creating a welder who is assembling the whole machine. I'm sure engineer will help me in that part answer that, because it's a very good technology. We are moving from, you can imagine the issue of firewood being sorted out. More trees are being planted. Please, hiyo miti umepewa tafadhali. Panda, hata kama moja, maybe 50 itoke, hiyo 100 ianguke, ni sawa. But nyunyusia maji. So I think that's what I can finish. The school meals policy is underway, and it really incorporates the element of clean cooking. That's going to really help us in address those gaps. The issue of carbon credits, that's being resolved through the climate change, the carbon markets regulations, which I think it's being processed, and many, many others. If I'll have any more time, I'll definitely respond to it. But let me allow Charles to come in. Yeah.
Yes, so just to add on to Nick's response, especially from a technology perspective or technical perspective, the question on will these kitchens be put in someone's house? Two things. When we're doing the baseline study for a particular school to learn its history of emission, the particular tool we're using requires the respondent, in this case the principal, or whoever it is in the school, it picks the GPS location. So if we know the school is in this particular GPS location, and then later we come and install the kitchen with the digital MRV system, the location is known. And within the platform, the people with access to that platform can always know when that changes. Number two, if you look at that particular model set up there, that's what we call a miniature size. If you were able to follow through the one in Garisa, the bullet tank for the LPG is actually somewhere like this wall. Then you have to walk this distance to where the steam generator is. And the steam generator, you have to walk to another distance where now the kitchen entrance is. What am I trying to say? This is a very massive system that, it's a massive system. It's not pick and go. So it's really a massive system. And once installed, you'll see, engineer will tell you literally have to drill bolts into the grounds and whatnot, but they need the adequate IoT sensors to make sure that is mitigated. A question on carbon finance. Hii mambo ya carbon, imeuza hizo carbon, where is the money going to? Now, simply put, government is a proponent. This is government revenue. Where does government revenue always go to? Consolidated fund. And anyone here who's working in government can tell you, yes, unaingia unatoa pesa, literally, because it being government, so this will be government revenue, so there's a specific place it goes to, and it's only drawn down based on certain procedures and whatnot. Number two, for that transaction to be approved as well, you're selling a government's natural capital assets. Treasury and all the people involved must be involved. So the scenario where it will be pocketed by principal, that is the enough mechanisms put in place. So the only area now that will be fleshed out is on the benefit sharing, what is left in national government, what goes to the school and whatnot. And in any case, there's always the audit. If you go to NACONEC's website, for example, you'll find their audit reports like any other institution here. So for me, my position is we trust the process. It's not a perfect process, but we can only do so much. More importantly, the person mentioned about the savings. So I don't want to go into the details of the financial model, but basically the way the model has told us is over a period of about 5-6 years, the savings from not using firewood can literally cover the cost of installing that kitchen. Okay? So when you receive the usual capitation, and you know from the usual capitation, let's say 10 shillings supposed to go towards firewood, but you know that from the new kitchen, it's no longer 10 shillings, let's say 2 shillings. So we know for a fact that there's 8 shillings which you receive that should go towards paying for that kitchen, either on a semester basis or an annual basis. That has been modeled out, and when we are speaking to schools, that's the model we present to them. What am I saying? Yes, carbon finance can look like a very nice, attractive scenario, but you always want to maintain expectation. Utapata hiyo credits yako, lakini kuna kazi lazima ufanye. It's an investment, there must be a return on investment. It's pure hard work. And on that note, I remember seeing the kitchen during the Africa Climate Summit held in Nairobi in 2023. NACONEC, Faith Engineering were showcasing the technology at the SCS at KCC. But what many people don't know is before that one was gotten, there had been months of R&D. The model I saw there is not the same model because it's a constant case of refinement and reiteration. And all this is at the government expense. I don't know if you guys have seen the irony. The purpose of Ministry of Education, basically, or TSC and whatnot, is to deliver theory to learners. Are you realizing that the minister and its teachers, the CEO being a former principal himself, teacher himself, have moved from theory to practicality? So you can wonder, Anyways, just food for thought for that. And on the question from Dennis Simi also, I can assure you, for example, even for us, as for NACONEC to put the newspaper advertisement, there are government procedures that has to be followed. I'll give you an example. The study to do the permission to do the Basin study was approved in October of 2023, but the study happened sometime in March because, yes, there's an approval from within the ministry, but there are other government protocols, ODPC, state law office. You just can't go into a school, kuna no costi, research license. So all those procedures had to be followed. And for private developers may think it's complicated, but that is what we call following due process. So we're not saying NACONEC is perfect, no, what you're saying is we're doing the very best to make sure we are in compliance with existing laws to make sure at the future, should anyone ever bring up an issue, we have all those necessary documentations to support them, be it procurement, be it the licenses, all those are there. Last question was from the gentleman there. I like the question because I am assuming you have a background in energy engineering, because the question was very specific. The question was, are you looking at historical data or whatnot? So how we were able to calculate or rather collect the baseline data in some of the schools across 21 counties was, number one, within the methodology we are using, there is a specific questionnaire designed for that. So we took all those questions and added extra questions just to pick more insights from the school, things on cost and whatnot, because that questionnaire feeds directly into the calculations. So that's number one. And then number two, we were cognizant of the fact that there could have been different baseline fuels. We were anticipating that a school might be using firewood and even charcoal and whatnot. That was not entirely the case, but we were very specific in terms of the questions you're asking. So for example, a typical school will tell you, we don't buy firewood in tons. We buy it in canters, pickups, and whatever. So being able to get that answer and then, okay, unona kanta tani ngapi, okay, and all that. So there's a lot of nuances that had to go through the process, but the whole idea was, over the last 12 months period, 12 to 24 month period, what was the average consumption of this and that? So the study was not focusing on just the previous semester, but it was over 1 to 2 year period for us to get a good estimate on that. And then when the data comes in, you have to check if there are any outliers. Are there certain data points that are appearing to be a bit, what's the best word, to be an error of a data entry error or something? So all those were done. So checks were done. Hey, what did you exactly mean? Did you miss, So a lot of that had to be done. The specific tool that was used to capture this by the enumerators was Kobo Collect. It's a very robust tool, very secure and whatnot, but of course, all this data is government data and to be moved to the respective storage. But as mentioned, it's highly protected and insights can be shared, but not the specifics for any school because of demands of ODPC. Bado kuna swali. Remember I said here, hizi ziko tayari kukaa mpaka saa 6. Kila swali jibiwe. That is the mandate. I know it looks tedious, but that is literally the mandate. We cannot live here. And please let me know if there's any question online as well. But is there any other question? Na kama hakuna swali, pengine shukran. Pia, sindio? Something nice you have heard or seen, yes? Anything you have liked about the project, the processes, and even in general what NACONEC is trying to do in the marginalized areas. We'll be happy to receive that as well.
Okay, thanks a lot. My name is Nick. My concern is about the communication. I think, if I'm not wrong, government is very poor at communicating what it's doing as compared to other private companies. This is a very noble project in good. It is doing a lot of things. But what plans do you have to communicate to them even without using the language now? You see, at the village level, at the chief's camp, at the schools, even to the grandmothers who are the custodian of the environment there. So my concern is consider effective communication for this project to progress well.
Asante sana. Thank you for that. We as the private sector, we are fully open to keep supporting NACONEC to cover any new opportunities or gaps, especially on communication. There was one suggestion I saw from the forms that when we are trying to publicize the project in different counties, can we consider vernacular? Or for us, it's something maybe Wakila, you need to confirm, is that the best approach, legal and whatnot, but we are looking at how best to keep on communicating with this. And we hope that in the fullness of time, once we have the feeling that this is a noble project, we shall enhance the capacity building, the knowledge awareness, and whatnot. But as you all know, this is a resource-intensive thing. And resource is resource. Yes? Sumnaelewa? Yes. Any other question, comment? Shukrani yote. What do you like about NACONEC, the kitchen? We are here also taking the good stuff. Yes.
Yes. Yangu ni shukran, and number 2 is a suggestion. I think this is something that must succeed. It should have succeeded by yesterday. We've got to ring fence it. You know, the Kenyans are litigious. Kila kitu ambayo inakuja, kama ili mtihani ilikuwa ikuje mid-year, for those who wanted to improve their Form 4 certificates, hiyo watu walienda koti wakaitupa nje. So we've got to ring fence this one against all those shenanigans. But as I stand here, there is concern about communication. I'm also an artist, and I am here, so it means I can break down because I've understood.
Yeah.
I've been in the kitchen, so is it called NACONET?
Yes.
Whatever it is, can we engage? You know, the cow that mows allowed will always be taken to drink water. You understand what I mean after this?
Yes. Asante sana. Yeah, anything else? Remember, we are here until we exhaust everything. Yes, please.
Yeah, honestly, for me, it gives me so much great pride to know that this project is being done in Kenya, like it's home, and we have a lot of improvements to do. I'm glad we had this meeting today, and I hope all the questions, all the concerns that we have raised will be taken to account. And yeah, I'm just so happy, and we will do this. We can do this, guys. It's a lot of work, but along the way, we will win. Thank you.
Asante sana. And I'm also very proud to be a Kenyan because, you know, Kenya is known to be a country of many firsts in the continent. I don't want to sound to be proud, but by the time this is being registered, I invite everyone to check if there's anything similar registered, not only in Kenya, not only in Africa, but globally, because you're a country of firsts, okay? So I'm not asking you to quickly endorse, but I'm simply saying that let's make it better so as others can follow us, as is supposed to be the case. We lead and they follow in the good things. Any other question, comment?
Excuse. Thank you. I just wanted to commend Mr. Charles and your team. And my request is that while you are rolling out this kind of project, please just consider those marginalized places and counties. The northern frontier counties, maybe Garisa, Wajir, we have Marsabit, we have Samburu, we have Tana River, there is Lamu there, we have Kilifi, we have Baringo somewhere there, we have Samburu, Turkana, Marsabit. Start with those ones. Don't even come to Bungoma first. Start with those ones, finish with those people. We want them also to be like us. Thank you.
Do you all agree? Asante sana. Yes?
Okay, my name is Dr. Julia Keitan. I'm a teacher of SNE, special needs. So when we talk of taking care of these communities, according to him, those ones who are in hassle, those ones who are, according to the way we understand, at times we say that they are economically down. I'm requesting for children who live with disabilities. We have a good number of schools in Kenya. I'm the principal of Thika High School for the visually impaired. And in most cases, we don't have resources, having in mind the state of the learners and also their backgrounds. So as you roll out, I'm requesting that you look at these special schools all over the country. It's not in any specific area, but all over the country. And we'll be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Wakili, we can take note of that because there are a number of schools that are scheduled for transition. So when I see the request is, since all the schools so far have been able to do the piloting, none as an SNE, we should consider having one SNE in that. Sasa, thank you for that. Asante sana. Yes?
My name is Jasmine Lewela. I had a concern. Kindly NACONEC factor in departments of refugee services, especially in Kakuma. I remember once there was a time I used to lecture in Kakuma, and the region in that area, most of the time we forget about the clean cooking, innovative and sustainable finance, or whatever. So, because in Kakuma we have learners, and they usually graduate. Like Tangaza University is one of the pioneers. So kindly consider refugee camps, and I'll be glad if you factor in that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't think there's any reason why we shouldn't. I think maybe it's still need to confirm there's some work done by WFP in the area, so I think there should be no regulatory barrier. So thank you for that. At least we know that there are two gaps, that's SNEs and refugee. Asante sana. Tuko sawa? Tuko sawa? Tuko sawa? Niketi? Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Tupigeni makofi, Director Charles tafadhali. And you see, many people actually would wish to have a director that looks at issues from the perspective of the audience. Ukiona ameketi kuchukua maswali mpaka saa hii, tunashukuru sana. Na kwa kila mtu yeyote ambaye amejiunga na sisi siku ya leo, tunasema ni asante sana. But first of all, before we close this, allow me to invite the CEO for the final remarks and the closing remarks. Alafu tutafunga na tutaambia Mwenyezi Mungu ni asante, wengine wetu tutasema inshallah. Karibu sana.
Thank you, a very powerful MC, for those welcoming remarks. Thank you, Charles, for taking the audience very well through the technical aspect of the project. I would also like to thank the audience for the questions they've raised, so that by the time they leave here, they have left with a lot of knowledge. Nobody has been left with doubt. I'm very happy to actually respond to a number of issues. Before probably I do the closing remarks, I will also be inviting my chair of the Governing Council, who will also invite our former chair to also say jambo and we close. But meanwhile, there are a number of issues that I have come across, a number of issues you are raising. One of the issues was that and what brought us here, which was also explained, that today is a stakeholder engagement. The whole essence of this project is emanating from the fact that we had to provide a solution to our problems. His Excellency the President, in his manifesto, declared that he wanted to feed 8 million learners. But before we were even to mobilize more resources to feed the learners, he also declared that we needed 30% forest cover, tree cover in Kenya. So the question is that if we were to mobilize more resources to feed our learners, what's the implication of the environment? Considering that 95% of our schools were on fuel with energy, then we had to come up critically about it. Secondly, what informed the project is the fact that every ministry had a duty to come up with a program with regard to the bottom-up economic transformative agenda of government. So if we were to do reforms in our education sector, and if we were to pick on a transformative agenda, what was it? So the clean cooking now became paramount for us to make sure that we spearhead this one and achieve the results, cook for our learners, and attain sustainable development. But now a question was being asked, is the government prepared? Who is going to finance this? Is the question now everybody was trying to ask. And you know, in a journey of 1,000 miles, it starts with one step, isn't it? And number one, the first thing the government has done is to provide an enabling policy and legal framework for us to operate as government, to allow participation by partners, to allow participation of civil society, And anybody in Kenya who is ingenious, who can be able to come up with a solution, the enabling environment has been provided. That is the most important step. There are some countries in Africa, even our neighbors, why you cannot come with an innovation, isn't it? Because the policy framework and the legal arrangements are not in place already. So that becomes even a barrier. So government in the first place has actually provided this enabling environment. And number two, the government has also allowed us to do the piloting to ensure that we pilot in our schools, we engage our people, our teachers, our parents, our communities. And it is this pilot result from our pilots that's now informing the scaling of the project, which is now going to help us bring in a number of partners. So one of the critical issues that we're doing is that after we have now piloted, we have seen a number of partners who are now interested to come and give us a support. But we are not running for those support just like that. What we are saying is that any amount of money that we'll be getting from a partner, a development partner, to support this project will be treated as a catalyzer. It's going to catalyze the projects. And as government, we will actually make sure that if we get, for example, the support for 1,000 schools from WFP, we will package in such a way that, and catalyze in such a way that the money from WFP will act as a catalyzer. And we will engage our stakeholders, including our schools, to ensure that we're able now to get their contributions from their side. Because as we speak, currently, we have 9,000 schools in the secondary category. 4,000 are actually boarding. In the boarding schools, the feeding is supported by parents. Is that correct? They are those who are buying the firewood, they are those who are buying the food, they are those who are buying everything. So if we, for example, get a support for 1,000 schools, we will be able now to engage our secondary school head teachers and the parents and the boards and the banks, where we will say, for example, okay, we will, this is the cost of the equipment, you pay this much, and you charge the children, because charging our children is already happening. School fees collection is aid and appropriation. It's a government money. And then now we also provide the other part, and then the equipment is delivered in the school, and the schools will pay for it gradually. So those are some of the many arrangements we can be able to do. If government provides, for example, another 1,000, similarly that will also be done. Then whenever we get grants and so any money, and from there, after we support the secondary schools, because the feeding is happening, we will now just go to the carbon offset project. Article 62 implementation begins immediately. We will meet at the carbon, we will look at the emissions, and we'll now go to the global markets to sell our carbon. And the money from the carbon credits will be utilized to make school feeding sustainable and support school feeding for the primary schools in Kenya. So those are some of the arrangements we're already doing, and I'm sure by the time we go through these processes, one of these, why you're here today, is a process, a requirement. For us to be registered in the gold standard, we must have a stakeholder engagement. And before stakeholder engagement, we must have the technology. We must have the knowledge. We must know what we want to do. And from there, once we are registered, and we also, because we are government, and we are the proponent, and the carbon belongs to government. So the creditor will be utilized support school feeding program. Then a number of issues also raised about special needs. Actually, our next project is to do a pilot in the special needs schools. We are looking for the money. I think I already have, I don't want to announce it now, but I have 30 more schools being supported by a partner we'll consider. For the refugees, already we have the KPIL, the Kenya Primary Education Equity and Learning and Program, and SEKIP, where we have actually benefited, and that window of money from the World Bank by a dint of supporting the refugees in Kenya. So we're already feeding the refugees, and in our already a contracted phase, we are supporting 2 schools in the refugee. We have a secondary school in Turkana. What was the name of the school? No, Turkana secondary school. Kakuma Boys and Otieno Nakar Primary in the project. And in Dadaab, we have Dadaab Secondary School And we have Dada Primary School also considered under the pilot phase, which is actually 13 more units, which have been deployed from end of last financial year. The money was provided for. So, but I don't want to lie, what we didn't have was the special needs. And in the first supplementary budget, we are going to consider about 5 schools across Kenya, special needs for pilot, and which will be sponsored fully by government. They will not have any contribution to be asked for. I'm very happy that all of you are very quiet today. One other issue that also came up is the awareness creation. This project will have what is called environmental impact assessment. And in the ASEA, it will involve stakeholders at the grassroots level, at the school level, where the PTAs, the Board of Governors, the BOMs, the learners, the teachers, the workers, the community gatekeepers will interact with the idea and the project. So that's why today we have got a good number of sub-county directors of education who are foot soldiers on the ground, will be involved in the ASEA. And I think that will be our next step immediately after this exercise. We will go full blast to the 47 counties. You can be sure we may not even be able to get cabinet approval if you don't have environmental assessment. And when we engage the community now on impact assessment, it means the awareness creation will also be widespread. We're also working on a manual or to engage the different stakeholders in different areas, particularly the education sector. We will be able to engage them 100%, including the KNUTs, the unions, head associations, parent associations, all that will be our second round of engagements regarding this particular program. But the fact that we'll be having ASEA, which will be reaching down to the grassroots, because the schools are at the bottom of every village, then it means awareness will also be very, very great. Then the national government structures, the NGAO structures at the county level will also be targeted to make sure that we have adequate information regarding these particular projects. And otherwise, I'm very happy the way you have interacted with this particular program, the way you have engaged the experts in the field, I mean in the technical experts of this particular program, and the way you have at least been able to answer, respond to the issues quite encouraging. So before probably I do the official closing, I would like to invite the chairman of the National Council for Nomadic Education to also introduce the other members of the Governing Council who are also present, our Salamia Kidogo, and then invite also our former chair to say a word before we close. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arun, our CEO and the Secretary to the Council. Before I say something, I would like to introduce the Council members. Then I will say something, then I will later invite our former chairperson of NACONEC. So I would like the Council members to stand up. So we have, on my right is Rosemary, she's a member of the Council. The other one is Lamayan. We were many in the morning, but some left for some other functions. Thank you, Sante. We are 11 in number as council members. NACONEC was born on 17th May 2015. So we are now 10 years old as a council. Our first chairperson was Dr. Galgalo, and by that time, I was a member of the council. Thank you, Mr. Galgalo. NACONEC runs many programs. The one that we are addressing today is one of them. Since the council was born 10 years ago, we have run about more than 10 or 15 programs. For example, we have what we call Impressed program. We have New Fest, we have In Care, we have Back to School, we have School Meals, we have Duxi and Madrasa, we have Habet, and we have this one. So there are many, many programs that are spread throughout our country addressing many needs, especially in our schools. Today's engagement is very important to us as a council because we are addressing an issue that has been a thorn in the flesh for many years. We are also responding to Paris Agreement Article 6.2 that we should move from the old ways of cooking to new ways of improving the cooking systems. This program or this project will ensure maximum efficiency in terms of cooking and making food ready for our learners to take the same. This program is also going to transform the cooking sector. We are used to many other ways, but this one is going to transform the same to a better position that we like ourselves to be. It is going to remove the whole system of wood fuel to a transformative, friendly climate change alternative. That NACONEC is going to be more effective in implementing this program because we have seen it as going to benefit our institutions. And we have also learned that we are going to be the first institution or the first council in Africa to implement this program. The first in Africa. Because we belong to the National Coalition, International Coalition of Clean Cooking Systems. And we have the Kenya chapter, the first chapter in Kenya to have such a kind of system in Kenya. So let us embrace this project. Let us take it as a response to the need that we want to address. Let us be ambassadors. Let us go back and be ambassadors so that this project benefits our schools. Somebody was mentioning that we should begin from arid areas or marginal areas, but we are going also to implement the same in other institutions that we are going to reach them soon. So with that breath, I would like to invite our former chairperson to come and give his speech. Thank you so much.
Dr. Galgalo, I kindly welcome to say hi to the participants.
Bwana CEO, Mr. Harun, the chairman, Father Ekai, and other board members, including the stakeholders in education and other partners, good afternoon. I don't want to bore you very much, but I was the first former chair of NACONEC, and with Father Ekai, who was a member. And when we started NACONEC, people were wondering, what is NACONEC? And they were wondering because they said nomadic education, what does it entail? And actually what it entails, some people are wondering when we went out and they were asking, how does Bungoma come in, Kiambu come in, Nyeri come in, and what have you? But the fact is that if you have read Basic Education Act 2013, of which some of you might not even have access to it, it is written, is catering for 4 categories in education for nomadic education. One is nomadic pastoralists, which dominates the Asal region. Second is hunters and gatherers who are dwelling in the forest. Hunters and gatherers. Those are marginalized communities as well. Then number 3 is about informal settlement. Those are urban slums, like Kibera, in Kiambu, in Eldoret, and what have you. The last one is also about the fishing nomads who occupy the greater part of Lamu, Homa Bay, and other, let's say like Turkana also, part of it, like El Molo, are occupying those seas areas. So we are targeting these 4 categories. So if you find Bungoma, Kiambu, and the rest are around you, don't say you are misplaced here. No, everybody is a stakeholder in education. So the purpose of NACONEC formation was to improve access and transition and completion. That is the major objective. Because if you look back, 1846 is when education was first seen in Kenya, at Rabai in Mombasa. But it reached the nomadic counties 100 years later, which was in 1948. That is when we experienced the formal education, which has reached in some parts of, not all the nomadic counties, but only one part where we can trace back to 1948. That is 100 years later. But we are catching up with this affirmative action, which was formed by the government. Article 56 says affirmative action, and a compulsory education, 53 says, is a compulsory education for all. And that is why we are here also. And we have started from far, but today look at what we have produced. And we have gone a great mileage to a certain extent. Now coming to this, this is part of our achievement as a National Council for Nomadic Education, because they have reached out to so many partners, to so many technological advancement and what have you. And cooking, we first started when I was a teacher in school. We started with this organization which was called Belerivic Foundation, which was targeting saving Jiko. They introduced into the school saving Jiko, where we got access, and up to now, some schools in Asal are still using those ones. Now this is another advanced technology which has brought even more efficient in supplying and cooking food for our students or peoples wherever they are. So collaborative effort is what made us to be where we are. Together with UNICEF and other donor partners, we really appreciate you, and keep on being partnering with NACONEC so that we achieve our objective, which was set in the Basic Education Act, which says education for all, or education, or all for education. Whichever the parameters you use, at the bottom line is the education at the end of the day. So I remember what Obama said. Obama said when he was campaigning in 2008 in America, he said, when a white man came and to him and asked him, "You are becoming a president of America. How? A black man leading a white man? How is that possible?" And then Obama simply answered and he said, "Yes, we can." So did he make it? Did he make it? Yes. So if you have that ambition, yes, we can. But before that, it was predicted by Robert F. Kennedy in 1968. He said, 40 years from now, America will be led by a black man. And if you add 40 years to 1968, what do you get? It's 2008. That was the time when Obama contested, and he made it. So why not us? Yes, we make it, or we don't make it. We make it? Say, then yes, we can. How many of you say, yes, we can? Unless, and you? Okay. So everybody said, yes, we can. Thank you very much, and let's soldier on. Thanks.
I think we are coming to the close of our program now. Before I call for the Akai to do the final prayers, maybe one doubt I would like you to have out of your mind is that the school feeding program, this component of universal school feeding, is a national project, it's a national program. It is not restricted to ASAL. ASAL have got their own designated designed programs. They have decentralized kitchens. But for the urban informal settlements and the big towns, we have centralized kitchens. We are targeting 10 million learners. 5.5 million learners will come from the urban informal settlements and the big towns like Migori, Bungoma, and the like. And in this centralized kitchen, one kitchen will support 30,000 learners. And after we constructed the kitchens, we're going to advertise for service providers from that context. If you do a kitchen in Bungoma, we expect the people to come and run the kitchen will be from Bungoma. If it's Kisumu, we will have people coming from Kisumu. Because running a kitchen is not preparing an atomic bomb, isn't it? It's just a question of cooking for our children. After all, schools in Bungoma have got their cooks from the local community. So do not think that this project is going to be a program that will be run. It's going to be build Kenya, buy Kenya, and support Kenya. It's going to give an opportunity to all Kenyans, wherever they will be. If I do a kitchen in Kiambu, I'm not going to import people from elsewhere to go and run that kitchen. We will do the advertisement through the county education, county director of education, and he will provide me with the best, most suitable service providers. And we'll be able to provide the money with them. They're going to feed our learners, and we take records, such that as an agency, we reduce our work in terms of becoming hands-on on every item of this particular program. So in this regard, I would like to officially close this program. We have come to the end of it. I would like to invite Dr. Father Ikai to maybe lead us with our prayer, and from there we go for our tea, and we break at our own convenience. Thank you very much.
Let us stand. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. We thank you, Lord, for the gift of life and the gift of tuition of us present. We thank you for being with us throughout this day and enabling us to discuss this issue, pertaining alternative ways of cooking. The ideas that we have discussed, let us collect them together, then we put them so that we implement this program, so that our learners may benefit from our knowledge acquired from different ways, and especially for this purpose. Guide each one of us as we go back to our homes. Let us be ambassadors of this project. Let us be ambassadors of many other projects that we are implementing in our schools through the efforts that we have given to us. We ask this to Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, asante sana. Thank you so much, Father. We just want to ask everybody that had this document, mnakumbuka hii karatasi? Please leave it with the ushers at the door. We have our ushers there. Our team is willing to look at the comment that you've made. We want to say a very big thank you to everybody that made time to be part of this event. Up until the next time that we convene, see you again. My name is Jack Kipyegon. Bye-bye. Studio, over to you.